Whoa! Hello. Hello. You fucking pricks. Think I'll be late? Come on. Come on. I'm 1 minute early. I'm 2 seconds... 3 seconds early. 3 seconds early. Come on. Cheers to all the haters. Alright, where am I going? What am I doing? Next career scores up. Get my Chrome ready. Thank you as well, JK, for the raid. There's an AFK raid, so... Ange in chat for all the JK heads. I missed all the Anges earlier. I've knocked Hunter, but I've also muted him. Alright, have I got everything set up? Yeah, I think so. What do you want to? I just gave him a little tap. Knock on the door. See if he was about. You know. See if my friend can come out to play. Hey, Dinosaur Cola. Hey, Turlands. Oh, we got some decent games maybe on the agenda. Maybe some decent games. I did my predictions while we wait for Hunter. What was for lunch? Ham and cheese sandwich, and I had a pork pie as well. Just like one of those, it's like picnic size, bite size, whatever you want to call it. Where are my breads? Let's see. Studio mode off. So SSG 30 VP, and then ENCE 31 TM, and then VP 30 Hypnos. Obviously, that last one kind of depends on the other stuff happening, but I think it will. I think it will. What's the feeling then? SSG and ENCE sweep, or anyone spying an upset? Have meat pies made it to the UK? I don't think, like, because the Australian version, is it called hand pies? When we lived in LA with London, there was a hand pie shop. Now we got a couple of times for dinner, and they were pretty nice. I'm always a sucker for a pastry. So you get like meat pies. You get meat pies in the UK. A lot like steak and ale pies, or like chicken and leek and ham pie or something. I guess steak and kidney, another classic. So we've got our selection. Got our selection. Am I... There we go. I'm too high. Hold on, let me fix this lineup as well, or it'll drive me insane. Let's see. Hold on. There we go. Locked. All right. You have drive-through pie shops? We have like a... Greg's is probably like our main like fast food go-to takeaway thing. And they kind of do like, they don't really do pies as such, but they do like sausage rolls and like cheese and onion bakes and all of this. Sausage, bean, and cheese melt is a classic. Sell your soul for a steak bake. You ever got those ones you can order at home or like cook at home, the frozen ones? I think my fiance got some of the Greg's sausage rolls the other day, but weren't that nice. You alright?
Bit of Greg's.
Bit of Greg's? You know Greg's?
It's a supermarket or something, right?
It's not really. It's like a like a fast food chain bakery. It mainly does like sausage rolls and other pastries and stuff.
I see.
Someone was talking about meat pies and like ham pies.
Ham pies, good god.
Hand pies. Is that not an Australian thing?
Oh, hand pies. Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh wait, here's one for you.
We just don't call them hand pies. We just call them pies, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Chris said something pretty controversial earlier, which is probably really important we get your take on.
That's deeply concerning already.
Somehow, this was actually the most controversial thing I think Chris has ever said in chat.
You taking the mickey, or?
It was Zeta v Falcons going on, and it's fair to say nobody was watching the game because this debate was raging, right? So,
okay.
You live in Australia.
Accurate information thus far.
Accurate. And what continent would you say you live on?
Oceania or something. Like,
okay,
I don't know, like I don't know, like Australia. It's like it's weird when you look into like what continent am I in. It's like you get these like weird mixed results, you know, where it's like, you know, some people are like Australia is the continent, some people are like, oh, it's Australasia, oh, it's Oceania. It's like I feel like the jury's still out. It's like actually so kappa.
This is exactly the debate.
I don't want to take a stance. Yeah, I'm not going to take a stance.
It was the Australia country or continent that was raging, and I'll try not to set everyone off again, but I thought, wow, I had a man on the ground in the scene, you know.
Yeah, no, I think it's Australia. When I was in school growing up, I was always told that it's just Australia for what it's worth, you know. I was only told that it's not Australia when I like grew up and started speaking to people that weren't Australian. But yeah, when I was in school, we were always taught like Australia, just Australia.
Yeah, I think for me it was always like Australasia or like the the Oceanic region, or yeah.
See, now chat's actually starting to weigh in on it. Oceania is a region.
Yeah,
Australia is a continent in it.
It unironically was the most controversial. Like all the other things Chris has brought up and said, really just you know, actually everyone handled it really well. But this one really gets to people.
Yeah, I mean, this one ain't getting to me, you know. This one ain't getting to
me. Rise above it.
I just refuse to take a stance on anything. You won't catch me taking a stance on this one.
When's the next Uncoachable out? I don't know. We'll maybe do the Q&A next week, and then we're maybe roughly on time for our Q&A, and then we should probably really record a full episode at some point as well.
Oh shit, I just got a clippy that I think needs to be seen. Avast on the Uncoachable podcast.
Oh, is he a fan? I presume he's watched all 26 episodes.
I guarantee he's not a fan.
Oh.
All right, let's hear it.
Thank you, Aristophanes. Appreciate the tier 1. It was funny. He wants to come on. I'm being told he wants to come on. Yeah, I did. Wait, hold on. Hunter will fill me in.
It's a good clip. It's a good clip.
I've just been linked for clip as well. I've just been linked for clip as well. Worth watching.
I might be doing a couple missions. Are you gonna be uncoachable? I might be doing a couple missions.
He's too good.
Missions out to,
he's too good at what he
does.
does.
Try to like see if they can, you know, respect women more and stuff like that. I don't know why.
Cannot beat this motherfucker. You know what I mean? He's just too good.
Bro, what is this fucking
You're just
agenda?
what?
I'm coming for uncoachable.
God, what is he doing? What is about him?
The all right. That's right, guys. I'm starting it now. Uncoachable. Zorban. I'm starting now, guys. The only way to stop me is to invite me to the podcast. You're a move, Hunter. You're a move, buddy.
What's your favorite?
That's the only way to stop me.
Out of curiosity.
Fuck. So now it seems the only way for us to prove we don't hate women is to invite a Vars onto the podcast.
Yeah, I think so.
What a bind we've been
I think
put in.
so.
Fuck.
I mean, he's using my material because that's how I described it to him 2 days ago. You know how I was talking to you yesterday and I said I had a word with him? That's how I described it to him. So he's actually stealing my content. That's why he's called me out directly in the clip too. You know, he's using my terminology. It's like, yeah, no, we just started up like a little alt-right podcast for Chrissy. And he's fucking gone with it. He's rolling with it. It's actually insane. He's good though. He was good. You're not unemployed until you're a guest.
I hope we get him on the podcast, and then he's here ready to defend or fight against all the far right views, and then we just ask him about Overwatch League for a couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, we just don't have the alt right views. You know, as long as we don't ask Chris about what's going on in Ukraine or something, like everything will be fine.
Yeah, if we could just avoid bringing up Ukraine. What you don't know is the recordings are actually about 6 or 8 hours long. It's just every episode has the Ukraine bits trimmed out.
Yeah, there's actually so much time spent cutting out. Okay, so you've said 27 episodes, 0 women. There's not a lot of women in the Overwatch League coaching. You know, there's this is a podcast where all of the guests are pro players and coaches in the Overwatch League. You know, so it's actually quite difficult to get a large selection of, you know, women on the panel for that. You said Empress. Empress is a good friend of mine, and she has completely disappeared off the map after the job. Completely disappeared off the map. So that is going to be way too difficult to track her down. Like, absolutely has no interest in coming on that.
Someone suggests Zavala, another good shout. Yeah, might be a few issues getting Zavala on as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Zavala ain't too happy to come on the pod as well for some reason. Is this match about to start?
I think so. Wait, is it SSG first?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
They've not even all left their own voice yet. Landon's a bit slow, so...
Yeah, okay. I thought it was going to be in 30 minutes, but that's like the stream starting. Oh, shit.
Whoa, an SSG hoodie? Yeah, so now it's for big move, Fish. While we have a bit of downtime for this game. I took a -4, which is maybe controversial, and I've gone Saka to Palmer, and I've got Muniz in for the injured Solanke. I was going back and forth on this. I was like, maybe do I drop Isaac instead or something and keep Solanke or something? But I'm going to stick to Isaac for now, see how it goes. I want to get rid of Mitchell and Hall are a problem for me as well. So I've got to deal with them at some point, but I'll get to that later. The problem with these like cheap defenders is I don't want to spend. I don't want to take -4s for it though. Bruno F. Yeah, well, what I was trying to figure out is if I could do Muniz in and then Bruno to Palmer and then keep Saka, but the money just didn't work, you know, the money didn't work. Get Konza in. Yeah, because I was thinking maybe like, in an ideal world with unlimited transfers, it may be like a Konza and then a Missouri. I thought about doing Missouri this week, but because he plays Liverpool, it just feels like a waste of a transfer, right? So yeah, so I'm getting a little bit anti-Arsenal. I was thinking that maybe at some point what I can do is go Isaac to Havertz. Because I feel like maybe if Isaac doesn't start getting big returns soon, I don't know how worth it he is, you know? I don't know how worth it Isaac will be, because he's quite expensive, and maybe Havertz is just a nicer, more consistent option, you know? Is Semenyo classed as a midfielder still? Oh, hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, no, I kind of like Doku because obviously he a way to enter the city midfield. Thank you. Way into the city midfield without or way into the city attack. I'm just kind of hoping Doku comes good, you know. I think he always looks like he plays really well, but he just doesn't get goals and assists, which is unfortunately the primary thing you score points for. I took the -4 for Muniz as well. Because I couldn't afford Palmer without losing somebody else. So I've sacrificed Saka, and I've sacrificed Solanke. And I think, to be fair, Fulham's fixtures are okay for a bit. I was just saying, Chris, maybe the next transfers I have in mind is maybe replacing these if I have, like, nothing else to do. And maybe an Isaac to Havertz. would be the next one, because that can just be a straight swap. If Newcastle don't start like coming good soon, maybe especially after maybe Havertz just becomes like a real bit of a no-brainer to get in before his price rises too much. So it's a bit of a gamble here, but I think will Palmer make up the money for me? I think across the next 5 games, yes. I think across the next 5 games, I think he'll get more. He'll get significantly more than Saka. That's the hope, at least. I've been wrong before. And then Captain Mo is maybe like, I know they're playing Man United, but I always scores fucking lows, right? Obviously, like Palmer could be a decent captain. Muniz against Ipswich could be a decent decent captain as well. So he's my vice captain, but obviously Mo Salah's going to play, and you know. Do you endorse gambling and betting? Gamble responsibly, Chime. Gamble responsibly. Get Smith Rowe in. I mean, I've already got Robinson and Muniz in. There's no way I can justify a triple Fulham, right? There's no way triple Fulham is justifiable, I think. Are we going in yet? What are we talking about? I'm just looking at highlights from yesterday. Okay. You did Watkins for Solanke? Yeah, I mean, that would have been a nicer swap. If I could have just done, like, Solanke for 1, I would have gone it. But I've been greedy. I've been aggressive with my changes. Fulham have good fixtures, to be fair. I hope so. You winning, Chime? That's my prediction? All right. I'll believe it when I see it, Chime, but I appreciate the confidence. What do you think about Chiesa to Liverpool? I mean, they'd really have to have a bit of a luxury of options. I feel like Chiesa is one of these players who sits in a category where he's always had masses of talent and people talk about how good he is and all of this. But I don't know if he's really produced that in recent seasons, especially with injuries and all this stuff. So we'll see if he is able to produce it here. I mean, probably the good thing for Chiesa is there's not like a lot of pressure on him to be the main man, right? Because Luis Diaz is staying, Jota is staying, Salah is staying. They have obviously Gakpo too, as well as Darwin Núñez. They have Harvey Elliott who can play in these attacking positions. So there's actually not a lot of pressure for Chiesa to be anything more than like, like a decent sub or a decent fill-in a lot of this season. So I think it's like it's just a nice addition for Liverpool. Liverpool's squad actually looking pretty well-rounded, honestly. Pretty strong. Maybe midfield doesn't quite light up the same way as Man City's midfield. But yeah. Was it only 30 million they paid? Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, for that price, you might as well take the gamble. All right, what are we getting here? Okay. Well, I've got the scrolling bar at the bottom already, right? So I'll get some transfer rumors added to that too. You going all in when Preds open, not believing in the SSG doomerism. Oh yeah, has anyone put the Preds on? Wish my mods were starting the Preds and not talking about transfers. These guys. And gals. Good save, X. You did it. You playing Deadlock? What are you on? Yeah, come on. Starting to feel like one of those news channels. And this is, I mean, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty certain this is how Fox News started. Alright, Backbone and Psycho in. Expect maybe Tracer Echo, Venture Tracer, something like this on the cards. Maybe even Tracer May. We see a lot of May still in play against a lot of these Diva teams. So maybe Backbone will whip it out. The May, that is. The May, that is. He does also call his penis May as well, which is why it's a little bit confusing. So he'll be whipping out the hero, not his penis, for clarity. All right, 64% VP. Can we update Spark to have his pick? To have his beard? He's growing it. He's growing it. It's coming. He's a bit of a 90s boy band star right now, but it's coming in. My feelings for this one is, even though SSG have struggled into the Diva, maybe for some of the Evolution times I've seen them, they struggled into ENCE's Diva. And ENCE have a very strong Farah Ashe to play with that. I don't think Sauna's Farah is as scary as Kev's. I don't think Rajara's Diva is as scary as Vestla's either. So it feels like they're just like they just feel like a really, probably really similar team stylistically and hero pool wise to ENCE, but just a little bit worse all, just not quite, a little bit worse on all the roles. So I think in reality, this should be an SSG sweep. All right, we're going to get an Astro breakdown. All right, let's see it. So he's coming out of spawn. He swapped to Mercy. Nice, Astro. Go on, Queen. Nice. Dodging. Dodging. Juking. Rezzing Landon. Nice. Pocketing Sparker. Juking. Weaving. Looking for his Farah. Letting his Farah die. Cool. Converting the sleep. Wandering around. What do I think of these fits? I mean, I like the hoodie, but why is it so long? Why is it like a gown length thing? Like, it's like down to his, like, thighs. That's a fucking apron. It's an Udi. What does that mean? Somebody, comfy as fuck. What is it? So just like a long hoodie? Cross between a Snuggie and a hoodie. Oh, okay. Now, just one more question. What's a Snuggie? Oh, so it's like a onesie? It's like a snoodle. Okay, just one more question, Ben. What's a snoodle? A snooty, sorry. Udi, not onesie. Oh, okay. A blanket with sleeves? Okay, now I understand. Now I understand. Oh, okay, thank you. Artemis has sent me a picture. Now I understand. Kizzy's... Guys, don't click that link. Kizzy's gonna get just... Every time we click that link, Kizzy's just gonna get some kind of like transaction fee. Some finder's fee for sending us to the website. Enough is enough. It's time to duo. What does that even mean? Duo with who? I should get one. I can't see myself ever wearing it. Never felt so young listening to me try and understand it. It is Chime. It is Chime. It's great for winter months. Just you know, just hoodie and joggers. Put a blanket on if you're cold. Don't need to build it in. You know, we have like a, in our living room, we just have like a blanket basket. And then if you're cold, you just go get one of the blankets. It has a massive snacks pocket too. You can fit at least 4 Diet Cokes. Yeah, but if I'm on the sofa, if I'm only wearing this on the sofa, why do I need snacks in my pocket? I have my snacks on the table. I feel like we're overcomplicating this. Well, if AMD produced a nudie, then of course I'd feel very differently. Because AMD would make it to such a high standard of quality and craftsmanship. Now, it would obviously be worth purchasing. But all these non-AMD made ones, no interested. Jake thinks VP? Grow up, Jake. Uncoachable Udi. Is it on? Let me look at our supplier. Do you think they do Udis? Is GB here? I know it's Friday, she's at work. Let me see if what products are available. Create a new product. Design something new. Alright, what do we have? If I search Udi, do you think it has it? Udi? Is Udi the brand name? Free 2? I mean, I think this is, for me, for my money, I mean, I think, is that what I put in my predictions? I put 3-0? Yeah, for my money, this is more likely to be a 3-0 than anything in SSG's favor. An uncoachable Snuggie might sell well to the 6 fields that tune in. Well, if we make 6 sales. Yeah, I don't think there's any... Let me go to apparel. Apparel, hoodies, crop tops, sweaters, tank tops, jackets, activewear, dresses, kids' clothing, long sleeve t-shirts, polo shirts, sweatshirts, swimwear. No. No, like hoodie tees, tie-dyed hoodies. All just slightly different version of... I got a cropped hoodie. Yeah, crop top, uncoachable hoodie on the go. Client of the week bikini. Should I see what swimwear's available? We've got a youth swimsuit. We will not be producing a youth swimsuit. Oh, okay. String bikini bottom. A string bikini. Means any chance we sell like a bikini, an uncoachable bikini? Alright, 1 in chat if you would buy an uncoachable bikini. 2 in chat if you would buy an uncoachable bikini and actively wear it. Fuck's sake. Alright. But just... That's it. Artemis, get a pen. Get a pen. Write down every single person's name who wrote one to this. And when we release the uncoachable bikini, I better see everyone's name on the order list. Good market research. The trick is I also hold them accountable, you know. What if it had Jake's face? Oh, you know what? Uncer's still deafened. One thing I was going to suggest when he was talking about the and stuff is it would be actually very easy for us to launch some kind of temporary Ange range of uncoachable merch. We just put the Ange picture on a series of things, you know? So we can maybe make it work. Hello. Get a pillowcase with his face on it. Sorry, we're discussing the viability of an uncoachable bikini and surprisingly high demand in chat for it.
Well, it seems super reasonable. Virtus Pro look like they've changed up their matchup for today. They've rolled out on the Reaper Ashe, perhaps anticipating Hardy to be on the Winston and thinking that maybe there's some easy pickings there. But Space Station with Coach Christopher 1 step ahead, rolling out on the Diva from the get-go. So Virtus Pro, their comp Gambit looks like it's not going to pay off.
See Backbone playing the May here as well, which is really effective into the Diva, but not so much if they lose their Tracer immediately. Thank you, Spilo. Appreciate it. No Chris Jockstrap, though. Maybe if he wins this game. Backbone will have a pretty succinct advantage into this Diva trade, though.
Very surprised to see Psycho going down first. Not what you need to be seeing from your Tracer in a matchup like this. This is definitely an advantaged comp for Space Station. The May is really nice into the Reaper here too. Easily able to force out the shifts. And Backbone, he opens up the fight with a headshot onto Shockwave. I'm not sure if that was across the map or as a result of his wall, but either way it's worked out. Fast beat coming through from Galar though. That's going to try and repush, but it's not worth it. Sauna actually goes down. Landing gets traded to maybe there's a slight chance here for Virtus Pro, but that starts to fade as Rajara goes down as well inside the Kitsune rush.
Should be able to flip the point back off this one now, just cleaning up the final kills. Hadi really wants to get Shockwave and does actually get him a little bit of help from Psycho now, and we'll move into Kitsune rush advantage here for Kaneo. Obviously, Astro has the beat to match. Blizzard mixed into all of this too. A little bit tricky to get the Blizzard off against this type of competition from Virtus Pro because everyone has an escape. You got to get it through the Matrix. You got to worry about Suzu, all these things. So might see that one more mid-fight than to start with. Until then, they're just going to take this slower fight on point here, SSG.
Yeah, and SSG, I mean, they've got to be pretty happy with their ult situation right now. I'd imagine Jamie's probably going to go for a Blizzard if things get too dicey. Kanale comes in first with the Kitsune Rush, and Jamie with the counter Blizzard. Backbone is Jamie, forgive me, chat. So Backbone throws down the Blizzard. That does stop any further aggression inside the Kitsune Rush. Bob comes out from Shockwave, answered back by Funny Astro's beat. So that's both support ultimates down now for either side. The Bob is dead from Shockwave, but the point is nearly capped out for Virtus Pro. So Space Station, they need another layer of ults. They need to continue to aggress. Virtus Pro speeding on ahead. Sauna going very deep. Still has the Death Blossom. Maybe trying to wait out a little bit more of Hardy's Diva Matrix. And Backbone gets a pick onto Kanale. It's looking like the fight is going to go the way of Space Station. But in the final moments of it, Rajara has actually thrown out the bomb. Maybe an unworthy ultimate investment there. Probably not a winnable fight.
You see a bit of a problem they have now where SSG are just using the advantage of having the more open side of the map, having their Kiri and Lucy in really difficult places to attack and force, so Rajaro has to go deep. The whole team tries to move forward, but Kaneo and Gala end up getting exposed there. So SSG quite happy just to match ults, hold position. And now if we look at the bank, they've got the Kitsune Rush, they've got the Blizzard, they can do more of the same. It's just this Blossom they have to worry about here.
Yeah, the thing is, Death Blossom into Diva May, it's so awkward to execute that, you know? On Reaper, you're always trying to play around the wall. Beat actually comes out really fast from Galar. Sauna on the run, but he feels that the beat is enough of a timing for him to use his ultimate. Doesn't get any kills, but doesn't die for it, which is probably the main concern for him. Backbone, on the other hand, he actually has come up with another Blizzard. And now, as Landon's Kitsune Rush expires, it is going to be a chance for Space Station to collect themselves around this point and go for another Blizzard. In that being said, Backbone, he doesn't even need the ultimate. He's just going to take down 2 with icicles alone. And now it's chaos for Virtus Pro. They're just staggering in to touch the point. Space Station getting a huge advantage by the numbers and ultimates in this fight.
Kitsune Rush to touch if Kanale can make it, but I don't think he will be able to make it. And in the end, despite a little bit of a rough start there, once they were in control of a point there, SSG had an answer to every single thing that was thrown at them. Jamie hits a few... Sorry, Jamie's Backbone. We're really showing off how well we know Jamie here. Backbone able to hit a few dinks. Able to hit a few dinks throughout all of that as well, and that really pushes it over the edge. Obviously, a hero Backbone's always excelled on. Looks like we might be getting a different look from him here, as we'll see more Diva, maybe a Venture in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Venture, it's a good look for Control Center. Maybe the walls are actually a little bit more difficult to execute on Control Center, being that more open map on towards the point. Venture or May, either one seems to be working just fine for Jamie, though. We have seen him pull out... no, this makes sense.
Thank you, Connor.
I guess when they go with the Malga, playing the Venture as well makes a lot of sense. You're probably going to see heaps of pressure onto Shockwave and Sauna this round. Sauna on the Pharah, we've actually seen Backbone constantly going for anti-air kills on Pharahs throughout this tournament and the Faceit League recently. So you've got to keep an eye out for that. And really, it's just going to be a case of whether or not Hardy can close the gap on something squishy here.
Just trying to peek his way into point, goes for the slam right now, looking to connect, doesn't find Shockwave, just cancels it actually, but now full Matrix from Rajaro, putting Hadi in a real pickle. He just managed to survive and get to the Mega, but now not really ideal positioning, and it actually cost Landon his life. So now SSG, wrong side of the map, trying to get back to theirs to reset, and Virtus Pro looking for any stagger kills they can get. Psycho is separated from the team, but Tracer not too unhappy to play massively behind there. And now, May swap comes out, Diva swap comes out for SSG.
Yeah, I think that first fight matchup, it was very awkward for Space Station because there was really nothing for Hardy to chase down. As long as Shockwave isn't on the ground, there's just nothing for him to pin onto and catch. And the Diva is a really good matchup into the Malga, the defense matrix, countering out all of the shout turns. Now Hardy swapping over to the Diva, but Rajaro gets the early kill on Funny Astro. Perhaps a little bit of an overextension from the United Kingdom's favorite Lucio player.
Yeah, I saw a very interesting video about that, which actually might imply this is really Daniel's primary play style, but we'll see how it works for him in the long run. He is behind on beat as a result of this as well, 15% behind. SSG will be walking with his Kitsune Rush soon, but all the ults coming up for Virtus Pro. Kitsune Rush to match, then there's Barrage above for Sauna, and even Shockwave about to have a Bob to throw in as well, so SSG might have to do this in a few stages, kite a couple of ults.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a difficult retake for Space Station. A little bit down on the ultimates, but it looks like they actually want to go aggressively with this. Landon opens up with the Kitsune Rush, but Hardy, so close to getting the pick onto Sauna, doesn't quite finish it. That's a 1-for-1 trade, though. Shockwave has gone down, but it's going to be difficult for Space Station. No tank on the point. Backbone's going to have to act as a pseudo-tank. May is quite good at holding it down on the objective. You can actually see Backbone is still holding it down, throws up the wall just to buy a little bit more time, but Kanale, he throws out the Kitsune Rush, and then Backbone, he gets his Blizzard eaten by Rajaro.
And now they're in a pretty good situation here. They're going to beat back onto point. They catch Psycho immediately. The barrage comes in. I don't know if it really helps all that much. They will be able to push SSG all the way back here. And now just a pulse bomb to retake with the backbone with a crucial pick. That's going to give them a massive opportunity to start walking here. Damage advantage now. They can just poke out Shockwave. And now SSG should be able to finally get a bit of a foothold on this point.
Yeah, Backbone, he's so good with these icicles. Time and time again, we've seen him getting picks in the neutral, just a couple of headshots in a row, and he gets it done. He's had his ice block forced out a little bit early here. Hopefully that won't lead to anything too dicey for SSG. Backbone in so much trouble, he counterwalls the dynamite, just keeping him alive. Very heads-up play there from him. But this is good for Virtus Pro. Now they can muscle up onto the point without fear of some of the Maze cooldowns. They're not going to be able to do anything, and you can see Space Station, they're actually having a lot of ults coming online now. Backbone, he's farmed up another Blizzard in only one fight. Landon throws down the Kitsune Rush, takes down Shockwave. Rajaro has to use the bomb just to remech, but it's not going to be enough. There's still one ahead for Space Station. Backbone has gone down, but it is looking like another fight going the way of Space Station here. And for not many ultimates at all, only Landon's Kitsune Rush invested.
Really managed to get really close to the enemy team before Landon popped out. Then all of a sudden, Landon hits an early dink. Backbone hits a lot of damage. They just get the kills immediately, which means now beat, Blizzard, bomb, pulse bomb, everything in SSG's hands to hold on to this. Rajaro will make for a Marcher swap, which matches up reasonably well into the D.Va here, but the big problem is just the ult disadvantage. They will just get outlayered here, Virtus Pro. So they either need to disengage a couple, or they just need a little bit of magic from even this pulse bomb or Shockwave's left click.
I really don't like this Ramarcha swap here from Rajaro because he's playing Ram into the Blizzard now. He's making it easy for Backbone to make that decision. Backbone, though, getting caught a little bit forward, perhaps overextended, but Rajaro, you see, he gets caught up by the Blizzard so low. Backbone tries to counterwall the Kitsune Rush, but only winds up saving Rajaro's life, and the flip has actually gone the way of Virtus Pro. Even though Space Station, they had so many ults to play with, the point has gone in Virtus Pro's favor. A little bit of a disaster here. Galar, under so much pressure, goes down with the beat drop, doesn't get the cast off, but it may not matter, because two more kills going the way of Virtus Pro, a trade back onto Shockwave, and it really could go either way here. Psycho and Hardy just playing to stall things out. They really need to prolong this touch until more members of Space Station can get back. You can see now Backbone making the swap over to the Symmetra, just trying to get back as quickly as possible. Hardy trying as he might to stall. Landon comes in on the Kiriko, hits the Suzu, but Galar, he drops the beat. He's back in record time, and Funny Astro, the United Kingdom's worst main support, goes down in no time at all. A speed run of a life there from Funny Astro. Rajaro now easily, confidently positioned on the point, and it is going to be the point going towards Virtus Pro.
Looked like they had it in that fight before last, so it works out really nicely for Virtus Pro. They'll send us to a third round, and looks scary, but I guess all their ultimates just came up at the right time in that previous fight, and it works out pretty nicely. Oh, yeah, thank you, Fupa Duper, as well.
The ult play there from Space Station was a little bit less than ideal. That Blizzard value, because Backbone was caught out very far forward. He had to rush out his Blizzard, and then his counter wall was no good as well.
Mido got one.
Might still have been on cooldown from when he'd been trying to stall the point and getting caught on the corner. I'm
being told I'm a little bit ahead of you here, so what time are you on right now?
8, 7, 6, 5. I can 2x and catch up to you. What time are you at?
4.1, but I just paused.
Oh. 27, 26, 25.
Wait, you're ahead of me now. I'm on 25, okay, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20,
yeah, we're back.
19.
Yeah, cool,
all right, we did it.
Yeah, all right. That was, yeah, perfect.
All right, more of the D.Va mirror in play. Backbone once again on that May. We've seen how quickly he's been getting blizzards in this fight so far, and we're going to start on the back of a point here, SSG. Dynamites can just keep being sent up by Shockwave, trying to find something good. You see Sauna trying to get through this right-hand side, threatened there, and it looks like it's actually SSG going to try and move away from this Tracer, just try and mark him while they clear out the point here. Sauna's recall has been forced, so he will be very much cleared. Blinks back to his team, and will be able to reset here, but looks like for the most part, they've lost a little bit in this HP trade. Wall comes out now for Backbone. He's pretty hard committed, actually, so Hattie comes in to try and save him, but it costs his mech, and now all of a sudden, massive advantage that without the mech, they're going to be really vulnerable to all this damage. Dynamite comes in, Suzu through, Astro is committed, Backbone's going to be in so much trouble after this ice block. Nail will finish that one, and as much as they'll get the first cap, which maybe saves this a little bit for SSG, they will eventually lose this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this comp is that it's good for bunkering down on the objective, but it doesn't really have a lot of opportunities to aggress and push in. You're very heavily relying on Virtus.pro making a mistake, getting caught out by one of Backbone's walls, but they don't have a very strong neutral fight here with the D.Va Mei. And then, you know, things are going from bad to worse. A Shockwave was able to just sit up at the back of the map, slonking in dynamite after dynamite. It's really up to Hardy to eat as much of that as possible, because Shockwave, he's going to be such a crucial player here for Virtus.pro, hitting big dynamites, getting that heal cut applied to everyone and just keeping the pressure up. Now we see a push coming through from Spacestation, but it looks like they're going to try and kite out this Kitsune rush. Kanale throwing down the Kitsune, but Hardy, again, he's the one to get caught out. Twice in a row now for Hardy. He's been caught out by these pushes from Virtus.pro, even though Backbone is the one with the wall, which you would think is the ability that would have you catching out the enemy. It is Hardy that has gone down twice in a row now.
I'm a little bit surprised that Backbone didn't just wall the Kyriot immediately and disengage. Instead, he ends up ice blocking, then walling. Remember, Wall actually ends up trapping Haddy in there with them all of a sudden. So Haddy ends up getting caught again. They do now have ult advantage coming back, SSG, but it's going to mean they're going to concede a lot of cap time here. Can probably just start with Kitsune rush on point though, but it's an early bob from Shockwave coming in, but again a wall and disengage, and SSG are just going to build this ult advantage even higher.
Yeah, you can see though the pressure is still on. Sauna pushing all the way into their spawn, looking for more. A Bob kited, that is a good thing for Spacestation, but it's all time on the clock. You can see again, Spacestation a little bit uncertain about their rotation. Hardy going left and right, maybe faking things out a little bit. But Backbone, his signature move, a quick headshot kill onto Shockwave inside of Landon's Kitsune rush, and that is going to be the fight going the way of SSG.
In control, and they get to save for beating the Blizzard for this next one too. So Virtus.pro obviously have a Blizzard of their own in Gala's hands here, but now trade will get disrupted a lot. And again, we're going to see a similar swap. Rajaro taking that Ramattra swap. Nicer into the D.Va, but again, we have the same problem as before. This Blizzard is in play, and Backbone's just clicking on Shockwave for fun at this point.
Yeah, honestly, Shockwave, you know, going down to a couple of these icicles in a row, it's not too much of an indictment on the Ashe player. Ashe is a deceptively easy hero to headshot because in order for the Ashe to actually aim, you have to stand relatively still. It's a little bit free to hit the headshots on the Ashe. But again, have to give credit where it's due to Backbone. He is unbelievable with these icicles. Now we see Spacestation posturing from the back of the point yet again. This is the position that they are going to favor in this matchup because this is the strongest wall choke in the game for them. You can see Psycho actually gets the early pick onto Shockwave. Shockwave perhaps getting a little bit overzealous on the side, going down to Psycho really early on in the piece. And even though Rajara has been walled in main, he has managed to get out. Galar's actually answered back with the pick onto Psycho, but Blizzard from Backbone is enormous. It catches out Rajara, and Rajara is going to go down. Bad to worse for Virtus.pro as they've invested double support ultimate into this fight. Funny Astro comes in with the clutch beat drop. Oh, actually saves Backbone, but Backbone still had the ice block. But then Funny Astro goes down. Even though he's had the second beat, he is the one to go down through this combo. Typical, absolutely typical. Landon throws out the Kitsune rush, and that catches Kanale. Hardy now aggressing, and he has the bomb for the remake. Psycho appears to just be tearing it up on the side, taking down Kanale and Shockwave. Landon is dead, so it's far from over, but things are looking in favor of Spacestation.
Works out really nice. He just catches him on the ult trade there. They end up pushing back in, forget about the Blizzard, walk straight into the Blizzard. Rajara gets frozen, and then despite Astro's mistake at the end, everything all still works out, and it feels like once we start to get to some of these bigger ult fights, SSG getting the better more often than not.
Yeah, honestly, it's a bit concerning when we watch SSG play these comps because it does feel like Hardy's D.Va is definitely a weak point for them, you know? It feels like over and over again, we're relying on other people to carry the game when Hardy plays the D.Va. I know that it's a good pick in the current meta, but I think we all know that Hardy's strength lies in other tanks, you know? Even with the Winston, when they're playing these rush comps, Hardy has a phenomenal rush Winston on him with these push and pull compositions. But whenever I see him playing the D.Va, I never see those same highlight reel moments that we see elsewhere, and more often than not, we see the first picks coming after him too. Sometimes it may be Backbone's fault, walling him in with the enemy team, but it does always kind of worry me when I see a meta that results in Hardy playing a lot of heroes that he is perhaps not the best at. Because, you know, this is a team, SSG, where at their highest, they're really powerful. They have really high highs. But I also think that their lows are a little bit, they leave a bit to be desired, put it that way. You know, you throw Funny Astro on the Brigida, and things might start to look a little bit suspect for them.
It's a little bit of what we saw when they played ENCE early in this week in the Face It League, where all of a sudden they're playing in a composition that maybe just they don't have the same aura on, they don't have the same level on, and they just actually end up falling apart. Maybe they're still too strong for Virtus Pro, but obviously ENCE still lie in wait at some point if they get past them here. And I guess the problem is, I think a little bit now, is now they've sort of run into this Diva v Diva matchup problem here, Virtus Pro, where they've lost the matchup, Backbone's getting a lot of value, and all of the time they run Diva, Backbone's probably going to be pretty happy to run something like that. If they don't want to go the Diva direction, do they really want to turn it to a Ram type mirror or something like that? I guess the obvious answer is probably, can they get a double flex support map on the go? Can they enable something there? But a little bit easier said than done maybe in the current meta.
Yeah, I do think that, we'll probably see them go to something like a King's Row, something where the double flex is at least viable and it perhaps forces SSG onto a matchup that they're a little bit less comfortable on. Because we've seen in the past, SSG has been playing a bit of Winston on a Brig on King's Row. And that's a matchup where, if you're VP, you're probably happy to take that one. You're probably happy to just play the Diva into SSG's Winston on a Brig, maybe roll the double flex support too, go for a little bit of greed, take a bit more risk, and just try and play into the fact that Galar has that really powerful flex support pick. They could also go to something like Circuit Royale, that there is potential there, but not entirely sure whether that's something you want to do versus SSG, because they have really good counter picks on Circuit, even though it may not be the hard meta.
Yeah, it's always a map where whenever you hear like Chris talk or SSG in general, when they get super map draft, are always pretty keen to go to Circuit against a lot of teams. I guess there's a few, maybe like even Blizzard World or something, maybe becomes one of those maps where you can get a similar matchup to King's Row as well. Something like that. Force them to dive into your double flex support and see if you can just find the edge when you can get Gala onto more of these carry heroes, because certainly feels like they need it. And even maybe enables Sauna to play a bit more of an aggressive role, right? We've seen him play Kiri Tracer on King's Row before, Virtus Pro that is. And that allows Gala to be on a more influential hero than Lucio.
Yeah, look, you know what? I think I'm going to slot max for a couple of minutes here, till we get into the next match. Do some scrolling. I think if I think too much about the series, I might tire myself out. So I'll wait until the next map hits, and then we'll roll back into it then. Okay?
I get you. Yep.
Easy. Top.
All right. Thank you very much, Fupa Duper. I do appreciate it. Obviously, the show must go on, so I had to try and min-max both. But I do appreciate the support. Very much helpful in keeping a roof over my head and keeping my internet plugged in. What are we thinking of the series so far? Bit of an indictment to lose the Diva mirror, I think, if you're Virtus Pro. Finally, he's gone. You're cooked. SSG free. What did I do? Did I type it wrong? What do you mean? If it gets unplugged, just plug it back in. All right. Fuck. Didn't realize you had an IT degree, Adidas. Fucking hell. Ooh, okay. Junkertown here. So, a classic double flex support map here for Junkertown. Yeah, that's true, Joby. Sorry, I have delusions of grandeur. Don't care about the roof. Fuck. Just me outside in the little car park with an Ethernet cable plugged in. Do you think that's the future? Just homeless people on the street, but they still have like a streaming computer? Just trying to make a little bit of money. That's a thing now. Who's the best DPS player at the moment in Korea? Heesang? Heesang, probably. Maybe Stalker. Is Stalker a hot take? It's probably Heesang, but it's maybe also Stalker's like right there with him, I think. I'm such a Stalker believer. It could be scheming with a fucked iPod Nano. I can get it going. Can't be that hard, can it? All right. So, yeah, so double flex. So, I think expectation is probably some kind of really traditional Junkertown comp from Virtus Pro here. Some kind of Sigma. Wait, hold on, let me. I should have used black. Hold on. There we go. Is that better? I got you, Wolf. I got you. There we go. So I think we'll see a really traditional type of Junkertown, but I think that Junkertown really is a lot more diveable than you might think. So I'll be interested to see what SSG do here, if they take some kind of mirror, or if they do just do something something in the form of a mirror. I don't think they really want to mirror, though, any sort of double comp, and it does seem like dive initially from the blue team, but who's the blue team? I'm presuming it's SSG. Confirmed. Idor up the width of Haddy. He's a big man. To be fair, Spark, it doesn't always come off. We're not far behind. I don't think we're that far behind. But yeah, Sparker a mighty big lad as well, even though he doesn't always look at it in these photos. He's certainly been doing the work. And now it's going to be a Widow, Anna, Brig, Winston here, and that double flex coming out from Virtus Pro. And a Kiri, though, maybe not always the one we've seen that commonly, and a Widow duel between Spark and Shockwave to kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, not a terrible choice. Or Shockwave winning the Sparker duel versus... Shockwave winning the Widow duel versus Sparker was not on my bingo card whatsoever. I would have backed Sparker in that 10 times out of 10, to be honest. So really nice opening for Virtus Pro. Hardy eating another Widow headshot there. Oh, it's tempted Sauna, and Sauna's just gone in and fed, unfortunately. So that early advantage for VP kind of just whittling away with Sauna being killed. It's really hard to aggress past this point with the Tracer dead.
Gives a chance for Sparker to get himself back into this fight and have another crack at this Widow duel here. We can see Kanail trying to threaten this angle here. Worth noting that Gala is for one playing the Anna as well, so a Lucio Kiri swap is possible in the future here for Virtus Pro, but Psycho's just going to die in this time. Sparker's in like a very aggressive position here, which means he's just stuck in the weeds with this fight. Landon's going to get headshot during all of this, and it seems like SSG have just found themselves trapped in a corner, lost all control of the map, and maybe that's a bit of the strength of the Kiri Tracer duo.
Yeah, the thing is, if you can't block the sides at all, if you can't stop the enemy team from swinging wide, the Kiri Tracer Ana, the double flex, it will eat you alive. You really need to be able to pick a side and commit some resources to actually taking down the side fight of Virtus Pro. Because if that Kiriko can swing wide, it's game over for you. And it looks like their Space Station, they've wound up too balled up, corralled into a corner, and then once that space is gone, there is no reclaiming it. Once you're surrounded, the game is done. Unfortunately for SSG. Shockwave popping the Widow walls very early here. I think a little bit too early, to be honest. We're definitely in the free push area of the map, but the cart just keeps on rolling. Shockwave actually being the one to do the pushing, so he needs to be careful that nobody catches him.
Problem now for Shockwave is Widow gets really hard on this part of second. You can see he's quite limited in terms of the angles he can take, and they should be able to control it. But Nano Diva into the back is going to get slept by Landon now. Buys the SSG backline time to move, but no, Spark is still full somehow in all of that. They trade for Sauna, so a 1-for-1 trade. Haddy is now slept behind, and they're going to try and burn as much of his health as possible. Full pocket as Astro is in there. Astro's in there, but he kills the Widow. Trade's always going to be worth it. They nano rally as well for this, so I mean, SSG, they're going to beat him up. They're going to clear him out, but it cost them basically everything.
Yeah, a very expensive fight to win for SSG, but if they can stop the cart from rolling here, they will be setting up in one of the most powerful positions on the map. It's also a rather awkward area for the double flex support comp, because it's super difficult to swing into these wide angles. The only way they can do it is with a committal push through that center spinner building, and that is really hard to push through. So easy to block for SSG. You'll see Funny Astro probably camping that high ground with Landon. You see there, right they are in the middle. So this is an awkward spot for Virtus Pro to push through. No surprise that Space Station decided to invest ultimates heavily there. Hardy just trying to block out the Widow, but Shockwave, he's one step ahead. He's completely backed up, hits a little shot onto Hardy and makes sure that he'll be totally fine.
Ooh, Astro's so close as this Kitsune rush comes in. He was still trying to mark house with Psycho, but he just leaves himself completely exposed, gets run down by that. Now Landon is trapped on the other side here with Haddy. Nowhere close to the Nano, nowhere close to the Primal. The points being forced. They have to go contest it. Meanwhile, Kanail's just taken over and killed Sparker. And SSG's hold just seems to have fallen apart of that. A desperation copy does come out, so Psycho can buy a little bit more time. Landon gets the trade in the back as well. But I think the numbers advantage are just overwhelming here on point. Haddy and Psycho can keep touching, but Shockwave's just free top right. Sooner or later, Shockwave's just going to kill everyone, and there we go. One more deny on the D-Mech, but the payload caps.
It's the cap.
4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it all just came down to the fact that Virtus Pro had that ult advantage, but it's a real shame that Spacestation, they weren't able to kite anything, they weren't able to block the Kiriko pushing up on the high ground. The Kiriko and the D.Va together, it's always such a scary combination. A D.Va in a Kitsune Rush does such an unbelievable amount of damage, and to somebody like Funny Astro, you know, you really need to find a corner and get around it. But Funny Astro, he likes to play in that open space, he likes to see them coming, and unfortunately, you know, when you meet your assailant head on, and your assailant is a D.Va inside a Kitsune Rush, things do not end well for you. Hardy catching a headshot from Shockwave, but it is not going to be enough to stop Hardy. Hardy and Psycho together diving all the way into Virtus Pro spawn, taking down Shockwave. Sparker has been traded out by Rajaro, but the cart is not moving 1 inch for Virtus Pro right now. Trades do not really favor VP in this situation.
Nail's super far behind, and Land's so far behind, Landon's going to be able to walk up behind him and put him to sleep, and that'll be an easy pick. Responding to this, and this is something SSG, they have to get control of, right? If they can't control this Kiri and this Tracer taking these wide angles, they'll just keep getting picked apart here, and now they can stuff Virtus Pro back in the choke. This is the perfect opportunity to make sure that Tracer and Kiri do not take the spaces. Looks like Shockers is going to swap here.
Yeah, this is another awkward position for Virtus Pro where it's really hard for the double flexible comp to actually take those wide angles. There really is only one angle of attack here, just this main choke, and you can see Spacestation, they are positioned forward. They are ready to hold VP in that choke. Shockwave walks out and immediately Hardy jumps in trying to block the hit scans angle. You can see now he's jumping even further. He's primaling Shockwave, a wonderful Suzu from Kanale, keeping Shockwave healthy though, and that is going to be a trade for ultimates. Shockwave actually receiving the counter nano boost there, but Shockwave, he's invested the coach gun too early, and now Hardy, he's got him trapped in the corner. So that is a wonderful fight for SSG, taking down Shockwave. Sparker investing the bob and taking down the backline. So it wasn't cheap for SSG. That was 3 ultimates used to only 1 for VP, but they have closed out the fight.
It does work out, good re-engage finds for timing around the coach, but the problem is now, this is kind of what happened on second right, a big heavy investment, then all of a sudden Virtus Pro maybe with a nice timing with this Kitsune Rush. We've seen this Kitsune Rush D.Va causing problems before. A little bit harder on the high ground here, but Kanale can always TP aggressively. Early Suzu used, and it looks like he is itching to get himself on that high ground to drop it onto Rajaro and send Rajaro pinging into this backline. Looking for it now, here it comes. Rally will be coming out from Astro to try and hold. They one-shot Sauna as it comes in as well, actually. So Astro hits for Bass, maintains. It's going slightly a different way, and then he's Anna. They will regroup. They've lost Sparker. They've maybe made a mess of this. I thought SSG were going to be okay, but the backline's been crushed. Fortunately for them, Hattie and Psycho, they've done their job. They've traded players instead. So they will be able to get a bit of cart push here, Virtus Pro, but the recontest should be pretty comfortable for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, these trades are super valuable to stop the car from rolling all the way through, but getting the car pushed halfway, that is not a bad thing at all for Virtus Pro. It actually looks like even though SSG have the advantage right now, Hardy has not recognized the situation that he's in. He's continuing to let the cart roll, even though it's something like a 2 or 3 versus 5 right now. So Spacestation, they really have let the cart roll a long distance despite getting those trades. Really, again, we do see that terrifying Kitsune Rush D.Va combination. Even when Funny Astro invests the rally, it's not enough to keep him alive. You just need to get away from the Kitsune Rush in that situation. Spacestation now looking over to the next fight. They're coming up on the nano boost, could throw that out onto Hardy, but a disaster. Sauna has gone down early in the piece. Anti-nade catches Landon, and he goes down 98% on the nano boost. Hardy now 98 on the primal as well, and it actually will be Virtus Pro full capping the map. SSG, day late, dollar short, 2% off on 2 ultimates going down. Just a tiny percentage point away from the hold.
It's the sort of thing that can happen as well if you just start to hit these cooldowns, right? We see the pulse bomb hits, the nade hits, and all of a sudden a very easy 2k onto this backline. And I think in general, that's just been a little bit of a problem that SSG have had. Normally the defenders have an advantage with their backline. They get to stand either quite far back or on an existing high ground. That can be a lot easier to deal with these dives and repel them, but so far we've seen that SSG backline fall over. We get a replay of their stick right now. Then we're going to see the late nade land shortly afterwards. Easy one for Landon for Sauna to finish, even though Landon does hit the sleep onto the D.Va. And from there, it's a full cap with time. And Junkertown, really not the easiest map to full cap here, so a lot to be asked for SSG. And now especially, even harder for their backline on lots of these situations where they have to try and rotate through the low ground or in this.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the only consolation here is that SSG, you know, their neutral game, it didn't look terrible But every now and then we just have these fights where they invest a couple of ults too many and then they throw it away on an ult deficit. So honestly, if SSG, they can just tighten up their ult play a little bit, not have these fights where they will randomly throw in 3 when they only needed 1 or 2, then they have a reasonable chance at least of a full push here. But it is always concerning to see Space Station Gaming on Dive. Dive is not their strongest matchup, so it's always a little scary.
We're going to see very much the same here, starting on the Widow. Shockwave really got the better of Spark in that early exchange on first point, and Spark's going to go maybe right over, I guess, to Ashe again? Sombra? Cassidy? Okay. So, obviously a significant range disadvantage here. Yeah, it just means Spark has to be, I guess, a lot more active in terms of like finding flanks or finding space to get through. Obviously, a little bit better at dealing with this Kiri Tracer flank as they walk forward, but Shockwave's just going to be relatively untouched at the back of this point here unless Psycho can snake his way all the way through.
Yeah, I really don't rate this Cassidy pick from Sparker one bit. I think that he needs to just sack up and pick the Widowmaker matchup here. Honestly, being afraid to take the Widow Mirror versus Shockwave, it doesn't make any sense at all. And playing Cassidy here into a Widow on first point Junkertown, it's suicide. You're really banking on a miracle to win this duel. And I don't think that he's going to get the value that he needs to. You can see now, Psycho has actually snuck in, and Space Station, they're going for this really long-range dive on the Widowmaker, posturing forward, trying to take down Shockwave, but it's Junkertown first point. It's almost impossible for Winston to dive the Widow before the Primal turn comes out because it's just too far. And you can see Sparker, he's having no impact whatsoever. Funny Astro and Psycho, they are the ones to go down, but if you look at Sparker's ult charge, he's only 40% to that high noon. He is doing nothing here. Cassidy does not match up well into D.Va, and it matches up even worse into a Widow playing on the other side of the map. Wonderful nade from Galar, and now Virtus.pro, they really are in the driver's seat.
Complete control. They got the walls, got the pulse bomb, got the nano, got, well, basically everything here. So we saw SSG trying to force that difficult dive to pressure out the Widow to try and give Spark space to play with in this Cass. Now they've got the nano, so they can attempt to do the same thing, but this walls will slow them right down here. We'll just wait it out and then a chance to go. Oh, actually, and a nano push. So Hattie's going to get the nano here. They're trying to turn it. Both Annas are traded onto the Kiri 2 here. Hattie has to reload. Kanail's just trying to juke and dive, but Spark will finish that one. So a choice of aggression here, actually, from Virtus.pro, trying to catch them with the walls advantage, but it costs them both their backline. So now, unless Shockwave finds a pick soon, SSG are going to be all over this first point.
Yeah, no, I think that was a terrible mistake from Virtus.pro. Even though they have the D.Va, they have the Nano Boost, they need to understand your Widow has walls. That means you can see through walls, not shoot through them. So diving in Space Station spawn, it just means that you're forcing a 4 versus 5. You're forcing the fight in a place where Shockwave can't play the game. And bad to worse for VP, as Psycho hits the Pulse Bomb on Galar, Hardy takes down Shockwave in the spawn, and now, even though Space Station have had Sparker traded, things are looking very dire for them. Kanail has gone down off the map. Virtus.pro, they are really just fighting for dear life at this point. Galar, you saw him in spawn swapping between the Lucio and the Ana, deciding that he is not even going to go for the recontest. He's just going to stay on the best pick for the situation.
We'll get a late kill onto Sauna as well, which means we'll get this cart rolling through second. Have a Primal coming up next. No great tools to really respond with it from Virtus.pro, just for self-destruct. That really can't be used in the same way. So all eyes on Hattie here to try and take in this next fight. I imagine Space Station will get the cart through this sort of first section, then maybe try and move their backline top right as they try and get that Winston Primal engage.
Yeah, I mean, look, Hardy, while he has the Primal Rage, this is an incredibly powerful ultimate in this ult situation especially. No Brig in play for Virtus.pro, and no support ultimates to counter out his ultimate. So really, if Hardy was going to get value with the Primal Rage, this fight would be the one to do it. You can see already Kanail has gone down, Sauna over-investing towards the spawn, and Hardy, look, he goes in with the Primal, he's chasing down Shockwave. It is looking like a little bit of a prototypical Western Primal, however, as he fails to get the juggle, does not secure a kill with it, so despite all of the conditions being met for an easy Primal Rage, it does appear that Hardy is fundamentally a white man playing Winston. Unfortunate, but here we are. Coming into the retake now for Virtus.pro, the ult economy has actually swung in their favor. Galar has that nano boost, will be able to throw that out both to counter or to aggress, and he's actually going for the flank, catches a flank nade on Landon, but Hardy, he's received the nano boost from Landon, he's gone very aggressively, taking down Shockwave early in the piece. Rajara trades out, takes down Funny Astro, and Galar catches Sparker somehow, but it's not over for either side. Sauna throws out the Pulse Bomb, does not connect, but Rajara has taken down Hattie, and that is going to be Space Station's push stopped in their tracks.
Oh wow, Gala just walks out top right. fine. Keeps walking top right, walks all the way behind her without anyone realizing, gets that nade onto Landon, then also kills the Widow. So Gala just really making a play out of nothing there. They're able to convert it. They get the stop at the end of second. Now SSG, they've still got the Widow, which I think does become still becomes trickier on the second, especially when you've got to try and walk through some of these low ground areas. And they've got the rally, but again, tricky to get out. And Hattie's going to just get caught late here before anything's really happening. So another reset on the time here for SSG. Starting to look a little bit dim right now. Kitsune rush Bob to push into. Lots of good answers from this rally. I don't really know how SSG get their backline into a viable position here.
Yeah, a little bit dodgy here for Space Station at this point. Those ugly trickles at the end there. You can see Shockwave actually hiding up above, going for a very aggressive fight right now. All forward positioned of Virtus Pro, which I think could be a bit of a mistake. I think that Psycho could actually drift over to the cart and make something happen there, but instead, Space Station, they're going to go for a rally push up on the close high ground, investing so many ultimates into this fight, even though it is currently a 5 versus 3. Very surprised to see Hardy pull out the Primal Rage there. And again, it's looking like it is going to be a classic Western Winston Primal, as there are no kills converted. So a 5v3 Primal into no kills, this is really not a good look for Space Station anymore. Now all they can do is play slow, wait for that nano boost, wait for their next push turn to come online. But with VP holding the high ground right above them, they need to start trying to pressure towards the objective.
Desperately low on time too. Psycho's coming up top right now, going for the pulse bomb attempt. Needs to hit it, does hit it, takes out Gala and denies that nano. They have lost Hattie on the other side, but maybe just a chance for SSG. This nano is available, might just be a nano onto the Cass, all things considered. They're going to use every single second they have to try and buy time for Hattie to be in this fight. So they've got to try and get the car, and they've got people on their left, people on the right. Landon nearly up to that nano timing now. We'll see where he decides to go with it.
Hardy actually has made it back into the fight, so if we can stall this out just a little bit longer, Hardy might be able to catch that. Hardy appears to have jumped up onto the high ground and fed his brains out, going for a flank angle, getting no value at all. And I mean, SSG, they're crumbling. There's no hope for them here.
That's a disaster of a fight. Really, that pulse bomb from Psycho just opened everything up. I know they lost Hattie at the time, but it just meant the retake was way more viable. But then Hattie tries to come through top left. Still in complete control of the map here, VP. So they've got that area locked down. Hattie takes a load of damage, tries to connect that line of sight with Landon, but not in time to get the nano. And it's just a disaster, right? And you compare this to some of the other comps we watch them on, where they just look deadly, organized, vicious, and it just doesn't feel coherent at all sometimes when we're on this dive.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just a very difficult meta for SSG. You wind up between a rock and a hard place, you know? You get to play London, or SSG, on Winston on a Brig dive, or you get to play Diva, and neither of these are really their strengths for multiple different reasons. That map in particular was a real disappointment from Hardy and Sparker, I'd say. Really low primal value across the board, struggled to get the nano turns, and Sparker making, in my opinion, very big hero selection mistakes on the offense there. Opting to go with the Cassidy, I think that was a terrible choice. Just allowed Shockwave to have completely free reign over the map. And honestly, in this matchup, Sparker, he would have been free to play Widow. It would have been totally fine to take that mirror. And I think just opting to play the Cassidy, not the move. Weak ultimate and a weak matchup into the defending Widow.
I think we might both be slightly behind if you want to 2x and resync up for the next map as well.
Yeah, let's go for that. I actually have the live, the grey dot, so we can catch up heaps.
All right, I'm hitting the 2x.
I'll just 2x it. Yeah, I'll just 2x it all the way to the full, and we'll see what comes of it.
Back to the future.
You got any thoughts about what this next map might be? I mean, it's SSG's pick, and I'm wondering, are they just going to go to something that is classic ground tank central, or are they going to try and protect ban? I'm trying to think if there's a map that will kind of hurt them, you know? Do they need to protect pick a game type?
Yeah. I think it's hybrid is the big one. Hybrid's the big one because there's like a Blizzard World or something could be very difficult. Even King's Row, we've seen SSG kind of lean into dive on both in these maps. And feels like they just don't want to get a rematch there, right? Where they can just play the Anakiri Diva again versus Pro. So if they can take that out, they can maybe just take us to... I probably know what's the best option for them, really. Would they just go King's Row?
I think
Eichenwald?
Eichenwald
Yeah.
is probably even better than King's Row. I think Eichenwald has a very difficult second point for rush teams, but the first and third are both super viable for it. Whereas King's Row, that's not actually a rush map anymore. King's Row is just a plain old dive map. So I think if you intend to play a ground tank, then your only real option in the pool is Eichenwald. Everywhere else, it's just so difficult.
I guess in with the power of hindsight now as well, it's actually a very good choice, not just because Virtus.pro gets to play a good map, but with Escort, something like a Shambadi or even a Circuit Royale for SSG could have actually put them in a much more comfortable matchup. So they may be only left with bad choices. So maybe if they even leave, maybe it's not crazy if they leave a hybrid and go somewhere else, but this whole map pool feels a little bit so dive friendly. And it is actually Runa Sapi they choose to go to here. So we'll see if SSG wants to play Rambap Lucio type thing. Something in that wheelhouse is not out of the question, even though really we do see dive more often than anything else here.
I think that Runa Sapi, it's a map where we'll probably see SSG do something like pull out the Malga, to be honest. I think we've seen we've seen them pull a little bit of that before, but I really don't like them choosing this here because I think on all push maps there's a chance that you can make that stuff work, and now they're essentially guaranteeing that they're going to be forced into a hybrid map where they're going to have to play an unfavorable matchup. I think they're going to have to play dive on hybrid now, and that's not ideal for them. So I think that they could have, maybe this has been the short-sighted selection for them where they've thought, oh, maybe they're just scared of playing Coliseo, actually. Maybe they really don't want to go to Coliseo, because Coliseo is a pretty good dive map.
Yeah, we do see Backbone and Psycho coming in as well. So I guess what they could also just take the Diva Mirror, right? Like that felt pretty good on Li Shang. They got Backbone in, can start playing the Mei again. Maybe another reasonable version, if that's what Virtus.pro wants to play. Because I guess if you had to ask me what I expect Virtus.pro to play here, I probably would expect some version of either the Lucio Kiri Diva or Diva with like a maybe an Ana Brig. We don't see Gala play all that much Brig, but I think it's in his wheelhouse somewhere.
Oh, how long until this map? Do I have time for slop?
I think you could get sloppy.
All right, I'll start slopping all over the place, and when I hear the game sounds, we'll get right back to it.
What do you mean you could get sloppy? Exactly that.
Mega Matt? Thank you, probably.
Too far? Alright, he's deafened now. There we go. We're not going to get the second-hand slop. Got some second-hand slop from Rack this morning. More slop here. And I've absolutely baited him. Yeah, you'll cry, Juby. You'll cry. To be fair, it was a good series. Fun to see Juno in play as well, but you might cry a little. Might cry a little. Mild tears, okay, yeah. I mean, you can tell because they were playing, like... I think the Juno comps were obviously serious, but you can tell Zeta were kind of just playing, you know? I think same with Falcons, it wasn't the most... While both teams were trying, there was an element of happy to experiment with the comps, you know? Alright. Looks like I've 100% lied to Hunter about how much time he has here, so we're actually going to go straight into this Runa Sapi again. So we're getting those Preds closed. SSG on 70% of the popular vote. Money locked in, and Rajara is actually going to start Sigma here. So a Sigma Bap Lucio here as SSG do indeed start that Mei Diva. Ash in the mix as well for Sparker here. So a little bit of a weirder matchup now, but I still think with the wall timings, it can get a little bit tricky here for Rajaro. Oh, trickier for Astro though.
Diva into Sigma, not a good matchup at all. Having the Mei into the Sigma, that is a good thing, but Diva doesn't match up very well into the Sigma at all. I think we might see Hardy make a swap here, maybe swapping over to the Malgo or something to that effect, because I really do think that if he sticks it out on the Diva, things are going to go very poorly for him. You can actually see him getting staggered horribly here at the start. 20 meters worth of stagger in the first fight, and we are seeing swaps start to come out. Landon going from the Kiriko over to the BAP. We'll see if Hardy makes a change too. He could also, maybe not Winston if Landon's going BAP. Actually going Ryan. We've got some good vintage Space Station gaming happening here, so this is exciting. Yeah, we're actually so back.
So the timing here will be a lot around Backbone's wall timings. Can they get Hadi to connect with Rajaro? Because once he starts swinging, Rajaro will just take that damage. Not a comp or not a matchup we see all that often, but they do have to worry about Sauna in the back, right? No Tracer to control Sauna here, so Astro and Landing have to do a lot of that themselves. And you see Sauna taking advantage of that, as initially Hadi has bullied them back onto this far side. Window coming up soon for Kaneo. Because of the swaps, they are a little bit behind, but a pin in from Hadi, saved by the lamp, but Landon dies on the way in, so a 1-for-1 trade. No healing really available except for Lucio for SSG. They are low, but Spark hits one dink. Now the charge onto the Baptiste. Nowhere for Kaneo to go. Does have lamp. The lamp goes down. Astro will finish that one. It is just a dogfight. It's a 2v2 here. Gala and Sorda versus a Lucio Reinhardt. Can Hadi find the kill? Probably not, to be honest, but he can at least live.
The checkpoint here? Oh, so close. Unbelievable. Just a 2 versus 2 here, but the respawns do favor Space Station. Between fights, what time are you at right now? 52, 51, 50, 49,
Yep.
48. Okay, cool.
Beautiful.
Yeah, lovely. Just had to check that one. Perfect. Yeah, no, Space Station on their vintage comp, they have clutch potential on this one. You could see, even though Landon went down early in the piece, getting burned and shot down by Shockwave on the side angle, still they've managed to survive it. Hardy clutching it out. Burn comes out from Sparker. Headshot from Backbone, and Shockwave will go down first. Rajara caught up in Backbone's Blizzard now, and there's nothing that can keep him alive. Hardy pinning across the universe into cover, and it's actually funny Astro to go down next. He had the beat drop but was unable to use it. Backbone hits the dink and the follow-up shot. It is unbelievable how good this man is at May, but Kanale is the one to clutch it out.
Absolute dogfight there. And these fights, I mean, you can see some of what SSG swaps want in terms of Rajaro starts to be having this really hard time, but they're just turning into these massive trade situations, which means Virtus.pro can kind of hang on to that early 54 meters they got. Now they're coming back with Window here on the side of Landon. They've got B and Bob as well, and they should have an overwhelming number of ults to throw in here, especially with that beat and the shatter if Hadi can find a way past Rajaro's shield.
Yeah, Hardy getting pulse bombed early, and Landon actually whiffs the lamp onto Hardy. So this is a really rough start for Space Station. Now they're down on cooldowns, they're on the run. Shockwave goes for another flank. He lands the dynamite on Landon, so Landon is burning away right now. Does not receive any healing from Astro. He actually does go down, and that is going to be checkpoint conceded for Space Station without investing any ultimates in this fight.
Absolutely robbed him there, and now, all of a sudden, they still have these ultimates. We see Backbone swapping onto the Venture here, which is interesting. I think, obviously, we do see the Venture matches up quite nicely into the Ash, into the Baptiste, can really disrupt and put Kaneo and Shockwave under a lot of pressure. We'll see if Backbone can translate that into a lot of kills. Chance to start here with a Bob or a Window again for SSG, but they have to be careful with that Annihilation timing. I imagine Astro is going to be keen to save his beat for that one. Nope, we're just beating in.
The beat comes out fast from Space Station. Backbone on the Venture getting a lot done, just going deep with it. Actually quite surprised to see him make that swap, but it has worked well for this particular fight. Enjoy the can of Coke. Hope it's fat-free, mate. And Space Station, they've managed to retain the Shatter and the Bob for this next fight. Virtus.pro only have the Annihilation, and Annihilation is a terrible ult to match up into Hardy's Shatter. That is a really difficult ult to execute, because when you're in the Annihilation, you cannot block Shatter, you cannot push. Rajara already committing the shield, so straight away now we're going to see so much pressure coming out from Hardy and Spark. The Bob goes down up in main, and you're going to see Virtus.pro, they're just going to kite this one. But now it's in a situation where Virtus.pro, they need to touch cart to stop the checkpoint being conceded, which means that they're going to be playing right into the hands of Hardy. Still no more ultimates online. Backbone actually going for a big flank here, gets on Kanale, doing so much damage, forcing Kanale back, but in the process, somehow Virtus.pro have traded out. The supports of Space Station have fallen by the wayside, and Hardy, he has not used the Shatter. No ultimates were used for VP, but somehow all of SSG is dead.
Gala and Rajaro just decided, well, I guess it's time to go. They walk in, they kill the SSG backline. Meanwhile, Kaneo is just breaking all of Backbone's ankles, survives that one-on-one, which normally doesn't favor for Baptiste at all in those situations to get boops out of lamp, all these sort of things. But makes good use of a jump pad, and Virtus.pro win, well, a fight for literally nothing. Annihilation and beat now to throw in over the top. Hadi needs a huge swing with this Shatter, or they are going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, Hardy is really slow cooking the Shatter. I was quite surprised last fight to not see it come out onto Rajaro. Here comes the Annihilation. Hardy goes for the Shatter, and all of that time it was slow cooked. It was falling off the bone, and he whiffs it. So 6 minutes waiting for Hardy's first ultimate and has not delivered. Nothing being shattered by that particular Rhine ultimate. Very unfortunate. A typical bad Pachamari prediction there. I choose to believe that you wrote that after he whiffed the Shatter, because otherwise you really are just a bad omen to all who you interact with. Cheers for that one, mate.
Gala keeping holding his beat for the next fight as well, and it looks like Virtus Pro just going to set back up a little bit further back, get everyone together, and now force SSG to retake into them. They have a tectonic shock to start with, they have a window, but again, they can just have complete control of the map and the situation. You can see tucked in this corner is Rajaro. Sauna tries to make a bit of a play, but Astro will keep that in check. Really on Backbone to maybe try and start this fight. He's burrowed in deep right now. Are they going to follow him? Bob comes out. Backbone's going to try and get out. Doesn't get out of it. He went so deep. Went so deep the last time. Now they window, but it's too early. It's so shallow. Oh, they get one. Maybe it's okay.
It catches shock. Maybe they can stabilize. They're actually pushing over the window right now. Maybe they can get another one if Sparker does very well. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, this is looking really rough for Space Station now. Just on the back foot, investing ultimates into these fights, but getting nothing back for them. 1-for-1 trades, 1-for-1 ult exchanges, they don't favor SSG. Look at the meterage. We're at 110 meters already, and Space Station haven't even capped the checkpoint.
Backbone will get the control of the robot back. They still have that tectonic shock to go with. They have the Bob now as well. It's Kiri swap to go alongside this Malga now for SSG. And now their comp does start to seem to match like it should match up quite nicely here, but we've not seen it in practice yet. Backbone's going deep. Haddy over top. Beat does come through for Gala. They were trying to disrupt it and catch him, but they do manage to survive. They hunt down Backbone. Pulse Bomb is Suzu'd though, but they've lost everyone else in the meantime here, SSG. And they're just going to remain on his back foot. Trades will help him here in this recontest. They do get 2 pretty high value trades, maybe even 3 trades. I mean, at a certain point,
Haddy's still going. Hardy and Bob versus the world.
If you keep trading, eventually you will just win the fight here. Haddy's going to try and barrel it down.
He might be able to catch Rajaro with that. Oh no, Hardy, he was so close. He got that next shout up, and you know, shooting a tank as Malga with the shout. You're almost immortal, but the second his shout expired, Rajaro does take him down. Oh.
There's enough trades to at least get them out of here, and they have a chance to go on their front foot again. Tectonic Shock still in play. Cage coming up soon. Rajaro has the Annihilation to play with, but a minute and a half left here means Virtus Pro can just start taking smart losses, right? Just as long as they get the ult trades and get to a situation where they have an overwhelming bank of ultimates to use at some point as the time runs out. And it's just another pick before the fight. Every time SSG looks to try and get it going, something like this just goes wrong. And now Haddy's in huge trouble here. They're going to Suzu him, but Haddy's going to have to actually try and commit in here. He nearly has the cage. Haddy's trying to be brave, hold his space, but has to run back now. And oh, if he dies late here, it's going to be brutal. Oh!
Hang on, what time are you at?
103, 102, 101.
We were synced up. I'm at 52, 51,
What?
50. How's this happened? We were lined up. Unbelievable. All right. I'm at 45. Just count it down to 45 when you
50,
get there.
49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44,
Try to keep
43.
up, old man. Good God.
I'm trying.
Yeah, we're in sync now. It's unreal. How the fuck has that happened? Okay, Hardy now has the cage, finally. It's his second ultimate for the whole map. Hopefully we can see some value here. We have seen so many Runasapis go the distance recently. Shockwave Bob comes in, but it's looking like SSG is easily going to push past it. So a very low value Bob. Bad to worse for VP as Hardy actually manages to get the catch onto Shockwave. Backbone coming out of the ground, doing a little bit of damage, but with Kanale dead, it's not looking great for VP. They've got to be happy with the trade onto Backbone though, because VP, they have the checkpoint, they have those close spawns, so any trade is high value. Backbone will be a little bit late for this final fight, but Sauna, he's gone down extremely late to Sparker on the Tracer, and this is bad news for Virtus Pro, because if we keep an eye on Sauna's respawn timer here, he is not going to get the close spawn. Sauna has back spawns now, which means Backbone will be there, and it will be a 5 versus 4 if VP try to contest this checkpoint.
Obvious combo here for Spacestation is the Cage and the Tectonic Shock. You put those two together, you can do so much damage. Even kill through Gala's Beat in theory. So they're going to need to try and avoid, keep people out of this cage, because if it's more than their Remarch, they might be in big trouble. Hattie's going to look for it now. He's got eyes on this Lucio. Tracer's close to him. They're just going to beat him first here. Window in response from Kanale. Now the Cage just onto Remarcher. Beat comes through, but it's Cage. He doesn't give a beat. Annihilation. Annihilation dies. And now all of a sudden it's possible for SSG. A huge pulse bomb from Sauna. A crucial time to get a trade. A great time to get a second trade on top of Hattie right now. And it's a dogfight here. We're in overtime. And Sauna, Shockwave, they're going to do it. The pulse bomb. Sauna comes up clutch when his team needs it most.
Good lord. Maybe Backbone was on the backline of Virtus Pro or something. There's no way that that beat was for Rajaro. It just wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But despite some of the dodgiest support and tank ultimates we've ever seen from VP in that final fight, they were not able, well, I mean, SSG were not able to clutch it out. A massive pulse bomb from Sauna at the 11th hour. And suddenly, it's 2-1 to Virtus Pro. SSG was supposed to be the favorites of this match, and VP are starting to steal it away on SSG's pick.
As crazy. I thought, if anything, if there was going to be a switch, I thought it would be more likely an SSG 3-0 or something, or a 3-1, and it wouldn't be that close the other way. But running into big problems here, and not just running into problems where maybe we've seen them have it in the past, in terms of SSG struggling a bit on some of the dive competitions. But now, just a brawl competition there. The Malga stuff feels untidy. The Venture didn't feel like it worked. And you have to wonder, what are SSG thinking now for their next map pick?
Yeah, I mean, I feel as if SSG, they have to stay the course. They have to keep taking this approach of the ground tank matchup. I think that even though things were dicey, things are only going to look worse for them if they lean back into the dive. The dive did not look strong for them. And now that this is over, they're just going to have to take it to something like a hybrid or a flashpoint. I really do think, though, if they choose flashpoint, it's the short-sighted answer. Because if they go flashpoint, then they are guaranteed to play dive on hybrid. Whereas here, they have an opportunity to pick the hybrid, to pick Eichenwald, and then take it to more of a rushy matchup. If they have to play something like a Blizzard World for the final map, it could spell disaster for them.
Really tricky situation. You have to factor in all the momentum, all the confidence, all very much in Virtus Pro's favor now, because they're just starting to win all these different matchups. They're winning the Widow duels that we saw earlier, and it feels like it's now SSG who have to find answers. And for the most part, really, SSG and EMEA have been the team who have been dominating, leading the way, can play every comp, really put other teams in difficult situations in this draft. But all of a sudden, it's starting to feel really awkward in terms of where they go next. So my guess would be they maybe do just kind of try to double down on like the Malga version of the comps into the RAM here.
Yeah, I mean, Malga should match up well into RAM. That should have gone. I really do feel as if that almost should have gone SSG's way. But, you know, things were just not looking good for them. I mean, it's like Hardy, you know, 2 ultimates in the whole map, one of them being that absolute plonker of a shatter. Backbone getting caught out a couple of times when he probably shouldn't have. Shockwave doing so much work with all of this flanking on the Ash, getting big dynamites on Landon, and then getting the executes, just applying so much pressure. And, I mean, this is not the SSG that we know. This is, you know, this is a Virtus Pro that has really kind of stepped up to a new level when it comes to taking these side angles and just keeping the pressure so high all the time.
Really as well, and it's I think one thing that's worth saying as well, like, Sauna's been getting a lot of important picks, Shockwave's been dominated as well, as you said, but it feels like Sparker, maybe in particular, Backbone, maybe outside of EMEA, doesn't feel like we've had these players having large impact. If you think back to earlier in the year, when SSG were on top, it was Sparker on Cass, hard carrying, being hugely influential in almost every map he played, and feels like we didn't actually get all that much from Sparker on either of the 2 maps we've seen him for so far. So I don't know if the answer is to take him out and play something else, or if they just need to, if they'll start playing better as a team, everything will start to feel a bit better for him. But right now, no answer for a lot of what Shockwave's doing, and really low impact on the side of SSG.
I definitely think they should take Sparker out at this point. They go to a hit scan map and he refuses to play the optimal hit scan. They go to push and Sparker winds up having to play Tracer. I think when that's the direction of the series, it makes no sense for him to be in the lineup anymore. I think that they just need to go and lean into this double flex DPS more. They can play the May or the Venture with Psycho on Tracer, and that is a much stronger Tracer pick. That is someone that can keep Shockwave in check. You saw it on Lijiang, you know, on Night Market. Shockwave, he tries to go for the flank and Psycho is there. He eats him alive. But the same cannot be said for this matchup here. Sparker is not catching Shockwave unawares. So I definitely think that, you know, if we're going to lean into this rough matchup more, we should just take Sparker out of the lineup.
Is it a bit weird as well that the way they want to go through this matchup, is like, you know when they got the Mei lineup, right? They play the Mei and suddenly Rajaro's like, well, I have to go Ram then. And then the swap is to go Mauga and then also swap the Mei rather than just taking the Ram mirror. Like, I feel like, I understand like the Mauga should feel like it's better, but is it not bad if they just end up in a Ram mirror for SSG? I feel like they should feel confident in that as well.
I think they should have no issues at all with being in a RAM mirror. It's really just a question of what their DPS picks are at the time. But if the DPS picks work, you know, if they're on something like hit scan,
like Mei Ash, for example, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Then it makes total sense. And we will see that SSG, they've gone with a little, I want to say the short-sighted approach. They've picked New Junk City, and they've actually kept Sparker in the lineup as well. They've got Psycho subbing in for Backbone. So Sparker, he's still in it, and it's actually Backbone who was playing the Venture that is going to be going out. So I'm really curious as to what we're going to see here. Is this, no, they've written the graphic was wrong on the broadcast. It said Psycho subbing in for Backbone, but it is definitely Backbone subbing in for Sparker. So thank you to the OWCS production for you know, a quick fix there. So now we are on the matchup that is, I would say, the most sensible. This is probably the solution. My only criticism of this map pick is the fact that now, even if SSG can win this map, they are going to have to play a very difficult hybrid map 5 to close out the series. So I think, you know, Christopher here, he's made the choice, which is, I would argue, the short-sighted one.
Yeah, I guess maybe the hope is at this point, you just try and win and get a bit of momentum and confidence back, but have to start winning the series for that. It will be a Sigma start for Rajaro here, so not the worst matchup here into the Mauga, Ash and Farah as well. So if they can keep space for their DPS here, Virtus Pro, they can do a lot of damage. But we will be looking for that engage. Here comes Hadi. They're going to all push forward with it. We'll get into this corner, and now Sauna's hard peeking him. Lots of trouble for Hadi. Low on HP. Will try and run out of this one. Does not get out of there. Sauna catches him, and now this Farah can just take over, and this first dive gets nothing.
Hadi under so much pressure, but Backbone actually answering back with 2. It is a 3 versus 3. Oh, with Landon going down, it is not looking so great for SSG anymore, but Rajaro, he's also 1 health. Backbone takes out Galar. Funny Astro might actually be able to get the conversion onto Rajaro as well. He's so low. No, he's hiding behind his shield. He's being guarded by the Shockwave on the point. Backbone doing so much, and then Funny Astro, what is that? Flies out onto the point and just gets taken down by Shockwave. So greedy, unwilling to concede the cap. This, even though this first fight has not gone Space Station's way, this is the matchup that they wanted. This is the matchup that they needed. Sigma and Mauga, this is a skill matchup. This is a matchup that actually goes well into the double flex. Sauna swapping off the Farah onto the Tracer. I think if you're Space Station, you'd actually be happy with that. And now Hardy, he's gone off the Mauga onto the Winston. We're seeing so many comp changes here. Winston, it's a good one into the Sigma, especially now that Virtus Pro have this Lucio Kiriko support lineup. Backbone oh yeah, no, here he goes, actually in main, but I think SSG, they're going to be able to keep the pressure up here. Very fast ultimates for both Landon and Backbone, so perhaps they can open up with the Kitsune Rush or even Backbone's Tectonic Shock here. Kitsune Rush comes out for Landon. Hardy's so low though, taken down before anything can happen. Backbone invests the Tectonic Shock, but it may be for nothing. Virtus Pro answered back with their own Kitsune Rush. Rajaro's so low, but they are winning this exchange. The health bars are going in their favor. A disaster for SSG.
They try to force it through, but it can be so scary to take that Kitsune Rush trade. And now Virtus Pro get a 1-for-1 trade and first cap. Lots of ultimates here to deal with the next engage from SSG. They do have that beat to really double down on their aggression, but they could bob defensively here. They could flux for jump in. They could just match beats as well. So many options for Virtus Pro to deal with in this next dive. So SSG maybe needs to find a way to get in, try and force something, escape and go again. But a tricky one on this open point. We'll be trying to come through in this main choke to begin with. Looking for a wider angle here. Need to try and play slow SSG. We get one burrow in. Onto Shockwave. Might get trapped in. There's the beat, but not in time. Beats will be traded, but player advantage now for SSG, getting closer to this Primal. They are now 4v4. Hadi's going to get on top of this Sigma. The Bob will clean up Astro here. So Hadi's definitely trying to farm the last bit of this Primal. Up to 93%. Rajaro gets pulse bombed as well. So leaning now in the favor of SSG. And all the ults have been used, but Sauna gets this late pick. Primal is available for Hadi. Suzu has been used. Psycho's with him too. And Hadi and Psycho Primal used as well. Denies the first flip. And they will be able to clear up this fight, I think. Kaneo, will not be getting out of this one, surely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet, and Hardy managing to have that primal rage so late into the fight, allowing him and Psycho to clean things up, get those final kills on the squishies. It really looked early on in the piece that Virtus Pro was going to steal away with it, but when a Winston and Tracer play their lives for a long period of time, and there's a primal in the back pocket, you can win this.
Chance now with Kitsune Rush to come back in here. Virtus Pro will just be matched. Tectonic Shock up halfway through for Backbone. We'll just be trying to spam this D.Va on the way in. They're looking to maybe try and ignore this D.Va and hit the backline, though. There we go, and they do just. They kill Shockwave. Doesn't even really get a chance to do anything. Now they'll turn around and deal with the Tracer. And just an easy fight in the end when they catch Shockwave that early.
Yeah, no, this is a really good fight for Spacestation, not needing to invest a single ultimate. And this is basically going to secure them the point, because Rajaro, he's been rather heavily staggered. 70%, and he's still on respawn right now. This is a really good look for Spacestation. You can see they're actually pushing up really far, trying to see if they can't get another pick. No dice on that one, so Rajaro is going to be back for the final fight. There will be a recontest for Virtus Pro, but they will be rushed. They need to touch this point. And you can see SSG, this is a very clever play from them, going for the Kitsune Rush out in the open, and they are going to concede the cap here. They get that first one. They're actually not going to concede the cap. They're actually going to go all the way back for it. This is even better. They knew that Virtus Pro had to touch the point, so they go for the forward fight, and they can force someone outside. They can let that point tick away. It doesn't matter too much. There's no pressure for them. So SSG, perfect play here around the objective, going for the forward fight when it makes perfect sense. And there we go. It cost them 2 ultimates at the end of the day, but it also cost Virtus Pro, and that's not bad at all.
I guess the nice thing about using the Kitsune Rush as that ult you try and go forward with is it also allows you to get back a little bit faster because you get the speed boost on the way the other way as well. So works out, beats in hand for both Lucios now. Primal Rage for Hadi, and really feels like, especially these last few fights, we've seen Psycho and Hadi start to go off a little bit more. Burrow engage will initially force the TP out of Kaneo here, and will be a disengaged. Shockwave needs to be careful to get out here, but he's trapped in here. Shockwave's in big trouble. They try and pocket him out, but they can't get him. No chance to use this beat, no chance to take a real fight here, and now SSG looking for all the Saga kills they can get.
Yeah, I mean, look, Backbone really cementing himself as this unbelievably good venture here in the lobby. So many first picks going the way of Spacestation thanks to plays from Backbone. You'd have to be crazy to think that Backbone isn't overperforming in this series right now, I'd put it that way. And now Spacestation looking into the next fight. They've got the Primal, they've got the beat. Psycho has a Pulse Bomb. VP, they have lots of ultimates for their own retake, but they are the ones that have to force their way through the choke. They have to spend just to make a move. And an aggressive dive coming through from SSG. Immediately Hardy, he drops in, he throws down the bubble, but SSG now they're on the defensive. They don't get anything for it.
Trying to regroup on point now. They just need to try and get back to Hadi's next bubble timing here, but Virtus Pro can take a lot of spaces in this. You can see this big high angle Shockwave has just trying to spam everyone out. Has the copy to throw into here. 5 ultimates nearly there for Virtus Pro. Again, the jump from Hadi goes the Echo's direction, forces the copy. B over top as well for Gala. Kitsune rush down response from Landon. Astro still has this B. They've already killed Kaneo thanks to all of this damage, and they don't even need these ults. Really easy for SSG at the end, and it feels like so many of these dives from SSG just start with that pressure on the Echo, and they're not always killing Shockwave immediately, but they're at least forcing Shockwave to use his fly defensively, and just means Shockwave can't really do anything in the fight but just keep spamming at range. Never gets a good engage that he'd be hoping for.
Yeah, SSG is so back right now. You know, their Winston matchup, it leaves a little bit to be desired when they're playing the Ana Brig variants. But here, with the double flex DPS, with the Lucio Kiriko, this is where they can really come into their own. This is their bread and butter. And honestly, you get to see it again and again. Their ult play is perfect. They kite ultimates. They take advantage of the objective pressure over and over again. Backbone again now coming up on another tectonic shock. And you can see already Spacestation, they have the space for this fight.
They'll bully Rajaro off this cap. Kitsune Rush will come through. Backbone will disengage. Landon actually gets caught by this Kitsune Rush foe, so SSG might just accept their losses here, reset without their Kiriko, and take the next fight. Obviously, at least they get that Kitsune Rush out. They have a tectonic shot coming back. Backbone's going to get caught late, actually. And he's going to jump one more time in here, just asking to get staggered himself here, so they make it maybe a bit worse than it had to be, but they'll still come back, still with these ults in hand. Tectonic Shock B, great opportunities to be aggressive here, and Shockwave onto the cast, a bit more durable. Was having a rough time on the Echo, but again, I still think SSG's comp is really kind of designed to make Shockwave have a bad day.
Yeah, I mean, there were shades of Theomatic in that last jump there from Hardy. But at the end of the day, that was just a really rough first fight from SSG. Too slow on the kite for Kaneo's ultimate landing, getting caught out. We see aggression now coming out. Beat drop comes out from Funny Astro, and Shockwave is taken down, really playing to the fact that they have the support ultimate advantage. Virtus.pro have nothing to answer back, and Shockwave being the squishiest target on VP, he is the first to fall. Now VP, they're in full storm mode, just trying to throw their bodies onto the point, get it up to 99, but it does not really matter as long as anyone on SSG doesn't get traded.
Works out nicely. Gala's now coming up with a beat. Kanei with a Kitsune Rush just behind. So they will have support advantage if they can get to Virtus.pro, and they do have time. One of the problems with Virtus.pro comp that kind of happens is the High Noon, the Pulse Bomb, the Self-Destruct, especially the latter two, really not high impact ultimates compared to those on the side of SSG, like the Tectonic Shock and the Primal. So even when they get a bit of an ult reset there, they get the beat out of Astro, they don't really swing to some of their great ults, really. So they're going to have to try and wait for any support ults, I think, Virtus.pro, then try and push on that clearer support ult timing.
This next fight for SSG, it is a little bit scary if Galar's going to be able to get the beat drop off. Having a beat drop advantage is a huge deal. And this is also really scary for SSG because Backbone has thrown out the Tectonic Shock for nothing. Virtus.pro have successfully kited that one. And now we're coming into potentially the final fight for the whole map where Virtus.pro, they have double support ultimate. They can start out with the Kitsune Rush and then answer back with the beat. You can see it's happened. Kitsune Rush for both sides. Beat from Galar. Psycho so low, taken down. Shockwave pops the High Noon outside. But it does not matter. Spacestation, they've thrown every ult into this fight, and it's not looking like they're going to trade this one out unless Hardy catches Kaneo, Galar goes down, Hardy actually gets the kill on Shockwave, and now, as long as SSG are able to touch, which they are, Hardy will be back very soon. Backbone just needs to stay alive a little while longer for Hardy to come back to the point, and there is a very real chance. Hardy makes it onto the point, Sauna whiffs a tank pulse, and suddenly SSG, they have a real chance to retake this one. Rajaro loses his suit and has to use the bomb, and now VP, they have to touch or the map will be over. Who is going to throw themselves onto the point first? It's Sauna. Next up is Rajaro coming out here onto Hardy's face. Oh, good God, that was sus. Funny Astro, though, 95% on the beat drop. Hardy, he has the... Oh, Hardy just gets the beat drop from Funny Astro, stays alive by the skin of his pearly whites, but Hardy, he's still under a lot of pressure. Rajaro loses his suit and goes down, though. Landon, nobody has ultimates anymore, but it doesn't matter. SSG, they're clearing up.
What a clutch by Hadi at the end there. It's unbelievable he gets 2 kills with the tail end of a Primal, then also able to convert the kill onto Shockwave as well. Just opens it up. Backbone stalls for long enough. They tag team the point, and then all of a sudden, Astro's just coming up to that beat. As soon as he hits that beat timing, it's just over. And SSG sending us to a map 5, and wow. Certainly momentum seems with them now at least, and maybe the nice thing about this is if you do get taken to a Blizzard World or something, you can play Winston, Kiri, Lucio there. You can make it work.
Yeah, I think now on Hybrid, we will probably see some more Winston, Kiri, Lucio coming out. Feels like they found something they're at least a little bit confident on. I'd be really, really worried for SSG if we roll into map 5 and I see them walking out on Winston on a Brig. You know, that is the worst case scenario for them. And again, the fact that they have decided to go to Flashpoint on map 4, it does mean that they're going to wind up on the most difficult Hybrid for them. So this series is far from over. Now I'm going to slot max for a little bit. I'll see you when I hear the noises.
Roger that. So, choices here. A lot of these maps are pretty dive-pilled overall. Could be King's Row. Well, certainly a map. If you watched SSG play ENCE earlier, it was a map they really struggled into the Pharah on. Obviously, you got to say, well, Kevster Pharah versus Sauna Pharah. Got to give Kevster the edge on that one. But I think if I'm really considering that map quite heavily, if I'm Virtus.pro. Likewise, Blizzard World could be another one. Blizzard World can be a tricky map just because the second point attack is so hard that you might not actually be able to get... you might not want to go to there just because when certain points are really difficult to cap or difficult to finish out, it can make the results a little bit volatile. So we'll see which direction they want to go. But a lot of potential problems. But you have to say... Always important to, I guess, get a read on where the momentum is, and that felt like a sort of big momentum swing, right? We see Shockwave cycle through a few heroes, trying to find an answer that works for him. Certainly feels like Virtus.pro didn't feel like they had a clear answer for him. Then they lose this clutch as well. Obviously, quite easily could have won this fight and sent it to a 5th round, but important to win the clutches. And there is a bit of a problem here, like the ult situation, right? Like Tectonic Shock and Winston Primal versus the Self-Destruct and the High Noon. These are just not comparable ultimates. so much easier to get consistent value out of that Tectonic Shock and that Primal than the other side of it. So I think it really can set them up nicely here if they can get more of that same matchup. Likewise, if there is some kind of Anakiri in play, like say they go to Blizzard World or even King's Row and Virtus Pro choose to roll out an Anakiri, actually, Kiri, Lucio, Winston doesn't feel that bad dealing with that, right? They can overload these sides, they can punish for Kiriko a lot of the time, they can punish the Ana and Kiri if they're particularly split as well. So could pull them in a lot of different directions, cause problems for Virtus Pro here. So even though we're tied up 2-2, and it's certainly been a back and forth series, I think there is a little bit momentum certainly with SSG, and I think especially, you compare that Runa Sappy performance to that New Junk City performance from Backbone on the Venture. It's night and day, right? All of a sudden, Backbone was getting huge value from that opening 3k in the first fight that made it clutchable, or even though they didn't ultimately win that fight. And then maybe the Tectonic Shocks weren't consistent value, but all the play outside of that, landing in the dives with Hadi, finding that timing, all felt really clean, all felt really nice, and we felt Backbone really take over in a way we've maybe not seen all that often from him on Venture so far. Really would love SSG to win here. And alright, yeah, King's Row as expected. A map they'd struggled and failed on before against ENCE earlier in the week. One that historically we've seen, or at least recent history, we've seen them play Winston and a Brig. A matchup they obviously really struggled on the Junkertown here. So decisions to be made for SSG in terms of what compositions they play. Really would have to, really would like to see, but also really would predict we get the Winston, Kiri, Lucio in this situation. You bet Hunter's life VP wins here. Is it your life to bet, though? Can he just make such a claim? We are getting Sparker in now. Now, this is the lineup we've seen play Winston and a Brig before. I mean, I don't think we've really ever seen Venture on King's Row. Is it that? So I don't really know how the hero feels on that matchup, whether they're able to have the impact we see on New Junk City. Like, New Junk City, a very flat map, very easy to get burrows off. King's Row with more high ground, you tend to think that becomes a little bit trickier for the Venture. Sauna playing Farah, perhaps? Yeah, I would expect we see Sauna Farah. King's Row is the map. King's Row for anyone reading.
Fuck you, Chris.
Thank you, Fupa Duper. Who's this one for? Mage Tears fan? Mage Tears fan. Am I saying that right? I probably misread it as another word. Fupa Duper is the next upcoming flak. Except instead of an esports team, he's recruiting a bold man. Your toilet buddies? Say no more. I understand completely. Was PG on? Oh, okay. That does ring a bell. I know PGEs. Well, PGEs aren't, yeah. 64% Virtus Pro. Big believers on the Virtus Pro side here. All right, subs for the toilet friends, and we will see defense. Obviously, the choice of a starting side for SSG, which means Ana, Brig, Diva, Widow, Echo.
No, Xavier. No, Xavier.
You have to face it, Max. You have to face it. It's happening, okay?
It's funny, Astro and Brig for a map 5, dude. It's happening. It's SSG fucking on a Brig for map 5. Sparker's back in the lineup. Sparker hasn't even won a map today. We've got Funny Astro and Brig. I guarantee Funny Astro, he's going to fall off the fucking high ground and die to nothing this fight. Some nonsense.
Go on, peek for Widow. Go on, Astro. Have a look. Have a look. Try and get a whip shot on him. Oh, it's Sparker, actually. Oh, he's on the wrong Widow. And Sparker's...
Defense Widow is just a joke, no? Like, what?
It feels like he'll be vulnerable very quickly as soon as Rajaro can get anything on him. And Gala's actually going to go Lucio with this.
They're making Canale's gonna go. Canale's gonna go Kiriko.
Okay.
They're gonna go like a. Oh, I thought they were gonna go the Lucio Kiriko through the window because that'd be really good into the Widow. It'd be really hard to counter dive. With
I mean, to be fair, they can do a similar thing, right? Gala and Shockwave stay far back, and Kanale commits on the dive with Rajaro and Sauna here. But Hadi can kind of just mirror positions for this, right? That's going to be mostly, I think, what we see him doing. And as soon as that pressure comes in from Rajaro, Spark's going to have very limited opportunities, but it's a point force to kick it off for VP.
Yeah, the point force, I mean, I just don't understand. I think it's going to be really difficult for Sparker if there's ever any pressure. Nade comes out from Landon, though, onto Rajaro, and Shockwave, he actually flanks through the hotel, gets his head ripped clean off by Sparker. So a really solid start for Space Station, despite my endless skepticism about their compositional choices. They are actually making me slowly but surely eat my words live on camera, because it is looking okay for them so far. VP, they've spent so much time thinking about their comp, these support swaps, even Shockwave now swapping over to the Widow, that they've accrued almost no ult charge a minute and a half into the round.
And really, if you say there was one ult, that's going to be the big timing. The Nano onto the D.Va would be the big timing to really clear this high ground and put SSG's backline under severe pressure. But still, over 40% away from that. Kanale is in the back trying to take this duel. He's got all the way through. He's just behind him. Just throwing kunais out, trying to catch something. They're trying to force for point. At least a tick has been gained now. Second tick is going to threaten as Hadi drops down. And now, Rajaro's just caught Psycho.
Oh, down goes Psycho.
Nano used to save Hadi's life. Well, Astro's dropped though. Astro's underneath as well, so Astro's fighting for his life underneath. Will lose that battle and go down. Hadi's going to try and trade him a backline. He does get 2 kills, but now he has to try and win a 1v3 on point. Does have the bomb, chooses not to invest it. Right decision in the end, but I don't know how they got that Psycho kill so easily.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Psycho went down, it's a real problem for SSG because their whole comp with the Widow on a Brig, they're so balled up on the high ground. There's really nothing they can do. Psycho is the one that was able to play split from the stack, hold space elsewhere. So as soon as he dies, Space Station, it's just 3 people stuck in a corner together. Hardy, he traded out with the nano boost, but it's just not enough because VP, they've surrounded their team everywhere else. Apparently, I'm hearing reports that Astro dropped and died. I did not clock that, but if that did happen, classic. And now we see Space Station Sparker moving over to the Tracer. And honestly, I mean, this is what we saw on the push map as well. Sparker now playing a hero that is not his strength. Psycho dropping down into Kanale's face, very nearly going down, but it is Kanale that is going to bite the bullet. The cart continues to roll though for Virtus Pro, so not a bad look for them, even though Kanale is down. Finally, the cart is going to be stopped up, but Funny Astro has been naded. It's not over yet. There is somebody behind for Virtus Pro. I think that is Sauna, peppering bullets in the back, so there's still a lot of pressure. And in no time at all, Kanale will be back in the fight.
We'll be able to TP back here. Sauna's keeping that angle. Sparker's gone to match him now, though, so we're going to try and play through Hadi instead. Astro has dropped the rally in exchange for his Kitsune Rush. Just chooses to live, though. Stays off the road for now. We'll be able to stay or mate this one out, and now a chance. But Nano was actually used there as well. They're going to keep going. Rajaro, they take another backstep here, trying to live. Can't save him, though. Rajaro gets the entire backline, but Sparker's done the same thing. So actually, progress here will be limited for Virtus Pro, as we're now just in a 3v3. Hadi can anchor point for forever here, really. So really difficult to clear. As long as Hadi doesn't die late, they'll be really fine. Even takes the Mega and forces the recall. So actually, Virtus Pro maybe in a bit of danger here.
Yeah, I mean, thank God for the Space Station frontline, because the backline getting absolutely nothing done. Kitsune Rush traded for a rally, and then the backline just folds to the nano turn. That rally was so weak, no value at all. Really should have just been able to bash back from that rush. But again, the stabilize was so good from SSG. Hardy, Sparker, Psycho, all going forward, getting those trades. And now the cart is stalled up on the cart. Psycho invested the copy and has actually not gotten anything for it. But now, Space Station, again, they have a reasonable chunk of ultimates to play with right now. There is the nano boost that can be thrown out at any time, either to counter or to aggress. And Hardy, it looks like he's aggressed over on the side with Psycho and taken down Galar, flanking.
Easy enough. Gets that one before anything really starts off. And it was maybe looking a little bit ropey with like the Bob, the Kitsune Rush soon to follow, could put them in a tricky position. But that buys them all the time. They're going to have Nano available now too, because Doesn't actually matter in the end that they ended up wasting that copy. They'll be in a pretty good situation. Haddy's still holding quite aggressively at the corner. Nade is thrown and does catch 2, but not too much follow-up here. And SSG will just resort back to this hold towards the end. Needs to be careful because Canale's hit one dink on Landon. Landon needs to dance, needs to juke, and Canale and Sora have just walked in for free. No control on this left-hand side flank. Haddy does get the trade on the backline, but Haddy needs more right now, and he's the only person left alive. The cart's rolling in. He's going to bomb, but he's going to bomb for the remake, but I don't think he can touch now.
Oh, this is such a classic case of SSG on dive, just lacking in the fundamentals. Both DPS stacked on the same side of the map, going for the dive with Hardy, and they leave the right side completely open. Astro and Landon's position was not actually bad. Astro and Landon's position made sense for the situation, but somebody needs to be holding the right. One of the DPS, probably Sparker, needs to be vying for that right-hand side, eating up Brig Packs, holding it, and it just doesn't happen. Sparker now back to the wall. He goes to more of a comfort pick on the Widowmaker. Where was this on the Junkertown offense, mate? Gets a pick and at least helps them stem the bleed a little bit, but things are looking dire for SSG.
Need everything to go for them here because, yeah, 4 ults staring down the bank. Shockwave's also going to go over onto this Widow as well. Astro anchoring points, so Haddy will try and clear top. And really, it's a pretty reasonable swap considering all the ults they're down. They need something from Sparker. Oh, misses for grapple timing there, and now Rajara's going to take this engage onto the backline. Astro will rally to deal with this, but the Kitsune rush is coming soon, so that's going to be the big one to worry about. Astro is walking up, bashes away from that one, gets around the corner, and honestly, Rajara's actually stayed pretty chunked. They get nothing out of this Kitsune rush, nothing out of this Nano. They've maybe just about stabilized it here, SSG.
Yeah, this has been a really rough one for Virtus Pro. Double support ult invested, trading out for Funny Astro's rally, which is essentially a worthless piece of shit. And now, SSG, with their backs to the wall, they have the stabilization. They have the ult swinging in their favor. If they can slow things down just a little bit more, Landon will have that nano boost online. If Psycho does anything aggressively, he will be able to bail himself out with the copy. We can see this now. Rajara is shifting up onto the high ground, but just being forced back by SSG. They are maintaining their position. Sparker has gone down, though, a little bit too aggressive. Shockwave up on the high ground, forcing Psycho to use the copy. Psycho now has the copy tracer. Will he be able to get anything done with it? He's slowly building towards this pulse bomb. Rajara loses the suit, but has the bomb for the remake. Landon now 99% on the nano boost. Will he use it on Hardy? He will not. Hardy actually has to bomb to remake. Will he get the remake here? He doesn't. No, this is a disaster for Hardy, but Psycho, he's taking the nano boost. Will he get anything for it? So many ults being invested by SSG for nothing. And now another one. Nano boost getting no value whatsoever. Funny Astro 60% on the rally, and he goes down, and it is starting to look like VP might be able to full push this one. Psycho loses, or takes down the mech of Rajara, but loses his life, and Virtus Pro, they push it through to the end with time. This is a disaster for SSG, all starting to fall apart once Sparker went down, but Hardy going aggressive, stopping Landon from charging up the nano boost, and then every ult was just hopeless. A burned nano, a burned bomb, all so rough for SSG there at the end.
Especially when you consider the situation they got themselves into when they traded that rally for 2 support ults. Felt like at that time, with the amount of time left on the clock for Virtus Pro to push, felt like it was just over. There was nowhere left to go. And then the nano just felt rushed, right? Psycho didn't really feel like he was expecting or wanting to get nanoed in that exact moment. I don't know if it was to save his life, but either way, they don't find the engaged timing. Haddy's not available to go with them. And they end up conceding what was a series of pretty reasonable holds. And you think how they lost for second, think how they lost for third. All quite soft ways to lose what are quite important points to hold. Should be quite difficult points to take. Now find themselves in need of full capping to give themselves a chance in this map 5.
Yeah, honestly, a very scary look for Spacestation. We knew that Hybrid was going to be a little bit of a dicey game type for them, as we saw the earlier maps in this series. We saw that when they're forced to play the Ana Brig, they are a different beast, and not in a good way. But unfortunately, that's where we wind up. And even though things looked okay for them on the first point, okay for them on the second, you can see that there are just these gaps in their fundamentals. They fall over for nothing because they leave sides of the map open. People are not comfortable enough on these heroes to do the right thing 95% of the time.
And it will be Widow on the attack here again for Sparker. Obviously has that range advantage, but in theory should be quite hard to get too much space with Sauna and Rajaro buzzing around him, especially with Kanale supporting him as well. So we'll see how much Sparker gets. Haddy's just going to jump top right. They're going to try and clear the Diva on this timing as well. Nade is blocked, but it's Shockwave who finds the opening pick onto Psycho. They'll be forced back here. Sparker does have a bit of an angle, but doesn't find any trades going here. So SSG forced to start again.
Yeah. I mean, not the start that SSG need, but they do have lots of time to play with still. Sparker making an unusual choice here, actually swapping off the Widow, going over to the Tracer. And this first point is not a very strong point for Tracer, so I think that this is a little bit of a lacking in confidence pick, to be honest. Nice coach gun there from Shockwave, stopping Hardy from making it up onto the high ground. He wins that matchup between Hardy and his bubble, so that's a really, really good start for Virtus Pro.
Psycho looks like he wants to try and get through Hotera at a certain point. It's just going to be a bubble onto the Diva to force Rajaro back. Rajaro is low, so they get a bit of space here. And he's going to take top right in the meantime. His next jump he should have a bubble with, and this is the one he wants to hit the backline with. Can they get Psycho into a position to follow on this? Because it's really tricky for Sparker. So Sparker's just going to try and clear the low ground. But now Psycho, look at him. He's in that position to go window on Hattie's next timing, but Hattie's bubble's just been forced on point, so Psycho's now all the way behind alone, and Rajaro's going to turn on him. They catch him there. You saw the setup SSG were going for, but Hattie gets forced back, and Psycho gets stranded, left for dead.
Very rough one for Psycho. They're getting the setup, but just not ready with the rest of the front line. Hardy not quite ready to receive a nano boost. Landon was only about 80% there. We see the pulse bomb come out from Sauna. It whiffs, but Landon, he dives on it. Get down, Mr. President. He throws himself over the grenade to protect absolutely nobody. And this is just the SSG backline starting to crumble now. Things are really looking dire for them. Only 2 minutes left on the clock. The only solace for them is the fact that they will have an opportunity now. They have a huge ultimate push coming up. 5 ultimates about to come online, but VP, they do have many an answer. The thing is, when you play this Ana Kiriko composition, if you don't hit the sleep, a Nano Primal is a very difficult combo to deal with. Hardy actually rushing it a little bit, going super early in, the sleep is hit, but there will be a Nano boost to follow up on this one, so Hardy, he goes aggressively, and now he comes back in with the Nano Primal hits, Sparker lands a Pulse Bomb on Shockwave as well, and things are starting to look good for the side of Space Station Gaming.
They're going to try and jump back here. They're trying to double down. The backline has been killed, but how much value can Spark and Hattie get? They need to trade everything. Psycho's there with a copy too. They need kills. They get Kaneo. That's a good one to start with. But Virtus Pro, they're trying to live. They've got a recontest in mind. 1 tick only so far for SSG. If they can get a late kill here, perfect. But Hattie's probably going to be cleared off point in a second when Rajaro comes fully back onto it. And all the ults were used. Kiri Lucio is in play. Nade will be cancelled out by Suzu. But Rajaro has this bomb to keep contesting with. Bobo will be cleared. Hattie has to give space, and they've just got no ultimates.
Oh, good lord. This attack from Space Station has got me absolutely OG tweaking. It's unbelievable. Every time it looks like they should close it out, the back line manages to fold. Some critical error comes out from the front line. There, Hardy jumps up forward, tries to block backline, and goes down for absolutely naught. And suddenly, this is starting to look like a full hold for Virtus Pro. Only 1 fight left. Space Station, they're close to ultimates, but they don't have them yet. They need to play slow. They need to ping-pong the point. They need to charge these ults. They need to open with a Kitsune. They need to finish with a beat. But Virtus Pro, they're building all of their ultimates too. Galar already has the nano boost, and a nano onto Rajaro could be all that they need to close this one out.
If they drop onto Rajaro, any trade would be good. They dive onto Gala. Gala's forced to the low ground. Just a free one. Rajaro is now nanoed onto the backline. They need to find kills. Sauna gets one. Rajaro's now anchoring point as well. It's a 4v4 situation. They're going to tiptoe point. Look how close Landon is to this Kitsune Rush. Spark is flanking behind with Pulse Bomb as well. SSG, they have a chance. Kitsune Rush comes out. Pulse Bomb lands from Sparker. And now all of a sudden it swings in their favor massively. Sparker's going to mow down everyone on this flank as well. And SSG get a lifeline.
Good God. SSG, can you see the writing on the wall? Can you stay on Lucio Kiriko right now? Get off Arna Briggs. Stop even trying it. It's so obvious that there's only one strength to this roster when it comes to the backline selection. If they go back to spawn and swap these heroes on the offense, it's going to be a disaster. I'm so sorry for the ads chat. I just don't manage that shit. These things can happen. A shame that you're not subbed.
It's an easy way to solve that one. Primal and Beat coming back for SSG. Copy available as well. So not only do they cap the point, they've got a decent amount of volts now to even throw at the next point. SSG obviously have a lot of time to make up, right? Because they still need to full cap the map to keep this map 5 going. Now, choices and decisions for Virtus Pro. Eyes on Kaneo and Sauna where their position is and how SSG deal with that. Do they try and tempo through main on Viana, or do they go try and clear? Because Kaneo is behind them again right now. Does he even have a TP out if he gets in trouble? Oh, he's not in trouble. Psycho's in trouble. Is Kaneo just going to get away with this? He's just getting away with this. Canail's just behind him the entire time. Now comes out, but Bob comes from the front, and they're just sandwiched there. SSG, maybe a little bit slow to decide what they want to do. Do they want to deal with Canail? Do they want to go forward? Do a little bit of neither, and recipe for disaster.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's not a great one for Space Station. Would have been nice if they could actually snowball this one through. The big push could be good for them, though, looking over to the next fight, because Virtus Pro's backline, it's so vulnerable to a big push. It's really difficult to keep Galar alive no matter what here. You can see Canail has a wide off angle on the right, but Funny Astro, he's trying to peek main. He's trying to see if there's an opportunity for a big push here. They're just standing on the cart trying to make a move from Virtus Pro. Hardy already half health on his suit though, needs to collect the mega health pack. Now, copy invested from Psycho. Psycho is here on the side. He can take this slowly. TP invested from Canail. Double support ultimate from VP. Are Space Station going to successfully kite this? Beat drop actually comes out from Funny Astro, but Sparker somehow doesn't get the beat. Is not saved by the Kitsune. Pulse Bomb comes out at the last moment for Psycho though, and an unbelievable clutch. Now, the backline of Virtus Pro has folded, but somewhere, somehow, Virtus Pro, they still have a chance. Rajara and Sauna, they're both alive here on the side. If they can get out there, will be a recontest. A disgusting pulse bomb from Psycho on the copy though. A very real chance here for Space Station looking at the last fight, because the ults are essentially even. Pulse for pulse. Diva bomb for nothing but Diva bomb. That's a Mickey Mouse ult anyway.
Chance to be a hero here. Both Tracers going to meet on the left here. Sauna into Sparker. SSG's new Tracer versus London's old Tracer. Psychos, for when it goes low first, Hattie will keep anchoring point here. No other ults really in play for a while, so it will be a slow war of attrition. Nade doesn't connect onto Hattie there, so can keep this point anchored. Still trying to get pocketed up. Clears, sort of. Recall has been forced. Sort of in the middle of anyone. Sparks hit the pulse bomb. Oh, Spark gets the second one, denies for Mech as well. And once again, Sparker comes up trumps for his team. Maybe he should have been on Tracer all along, I guess.
Oh no, he was on Tracer on the push map. Get the fuck out of here. This is just an unbelievably thin margin by which Space Station has clutched that one out. Sparker landing the pulse bomb. Hardy 99.999% on the bomb as he's losing suits. So incredibly close. Virtus Pro, I mean, they had a chance there, but they've thrown both of their ultimates in. They threw in the pulse, they threw in the Diva bomb. They've gotten nothing for it. And now Space Station, once again, there is an opportunity for them. Look at this replay here from Sparker, blinking in, going for a long distance pulse bomb, catching the Diva resuiting as well. Doesn't even use his recall for the bomb. Good discipline from Sparker. Now, though, you can see Space Station, they've been corralled into a corner. They've lost their angles. They're surrounded. I don't know how this has occurred. I know how this has occurred. Shockwave threw in the bomb and Space Station tried to kite it into too small of a corner.
They all get trapped there. They'll stall out Hattie as well, making walk off the ledge. And now they clutched out first, they clutched out second, but they're going to need to do it one more time because there's 30 seconds left. For good news for SSG, both support ults, a copy, and of course that Sparker pulse bomb that has landed in both of the previous cap situations. So they'll need that one again because they're coming up against a Nano and Kitsune Rush, which really hasn't really got value in these last few instances from VP. Nade early, forces out an early Susan. That doesn't actually save that many people. Chance to go with Kitsune Rush soon for Landon.
Yeah, I mean, look, even though things look a little scary for SSG, it is the final for... Oh, God, they're down a Sparker early on. That's rough. Spark going deep for the pulse bomb, getting his head ripped off by Canail. Suddenly, things are looking really dicey. Nano Boost comes out onto Shockwave. He hits a massive dynamite, forces out Funny Astro's beat. The Kitsune Rush comes out for Canail in kind, but Space Station, they're holding on for dear life. The copy Diva from Psycho, but Landon goes down. Things are not looking great for them. Sparker is back in the fight. Hardy actually trades out onto Canail. It's 1-for-1, but Space Station, they're falling over by the wayside. Shockwave takes down Funny Astro. Psycho's copy mech is removed from the fight. Hardy has the bomb to resuit. Rajaro 1 health, but Hardy's gonna die. No, he's not, but Sparker's gonna die. Bomb does not catch anyone from Hardy, but he manages to get back into the mech. But it is looking like the final breaths for Space Station here in the upper bracket. Landon coming back in on the Kiriko. He drops the Suzu. He goes down. Psycho trades on Shockwave, but it's not enough. The spawn is closer for Virtus Pro, and Space Station, they are gonna lose this upper bracket match to VP 2-3. We should update the score. There we go. Well done, production.
Unbelievable in well, maybe not even unbelievable, because it felt like it was coming throughout this series, and they nearly clutch it out at the end. Started to find some success with that Tracer, Echo, Diva, just the mirror, but too little, too late ultimately. And you wonder how different it would have been if they played Kirilusko the entire time, right? We had the entire defense on Vienna Brig, a good part of first point on Vienna Brig. If that would have worked out better for them, just everyone are more comfortable heroes. And wow, Virtus Pro make their way to the upper bracket, meaning SSG will have to play again today as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, at least we get to see a little bit more of Space Station later today, but definitely not the result that the pundits were expecting. VP, they lost to SSG earlier this week in Face It. So honestly, not the result. 3-0? Was it 3-0, 3-1?
3-1. Wait, it was
I can't
the
remember,
ENCE VP, but it was not a 3-2. It wasn't as close as this.
Yeah, no, definitely wasn't as close as this, and SSG were the victors at the end of it. It really did look like, even though, you know, their Winston comp, it looked a little dicey at times, it just looked like VP had even more issues. But this time around, VP, they've really tightened it up. We're seeing far fewer of those unforced errors coming out from the backline of Virtus Pro, and instead, it's happening for SSG. Good God.
Yeah, and even though that last flight maybe looks very different, right, if Sparker doesn't get caught on that pulse bomb attempt, because once that kind of happened, it meant that all of those support ults for SSG were kind of used just to maintain their position on point rather than to actually be aggressive and get anything done. But either way, it would have been a clutch, right? Even they make it a dogfight in the end, SSG on that King's Road, but it was clutch after clutch, and it doesn't really work out. And now they find themselves in the lower bracket. VP can sit pretty and wait for the winners of our next game tomorrow. And I've got to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, no, I'd imagine that we're probably going to see a little bit of barking on social media from Sauna straight away. I mean,
Sauna's on the time. I'm loading up Sauna's Twitter right now.
It's a classic at this point. Sauna always has a little laugh about London on dive at the end of all this. And again, it has happened. Again, we've seen SSG try to play the dive. Look, Arna Brig compositions, Winston, Diva, it doesn't matter. It's a big part of the issue is the fact that there is no one problem when you play SSG on dive. It's 3, maybe even 4 players that are no longer playing to their strengths, that are playing to something that they're a little bit weak at. If you had one person that was weak in this issue, it wouldn't be such an issue. The others could carry. But instead, because SSG, they have so many different players that all have this one unifying strength, it also leads to them all having a one unifying weakness.
It's hard as well. I really thought they were just going to stick for Kirillisa when it came to it as well. I guess, obviously, for Winston and a Brig, presumably, that's what they were playing earlier in the weeks, and that's what they've scrimmed, so they stick to that, and they just try and make it work. But I don't know, obviously backfires. Yeah.
Who are they slated to play?
It's Hypnos, so should be, would have to be a colossal. Like, as much as they lost here today, SSG, I don't think, played badly enough where I'm thinking they can't beat Hypnos or something now, you know?
Okay, so final match will be SSG Hypnos?
Yeah, so ENCE v TM next, then SSG Hypnos to round off EMEA.
Okay, so the final match, or the first match tomorrow, will that be TM versus the other lower bracket team? Because like the lower bracket is spaced over 2 days.
Let me see.
How that goes?
Yeah, that'll be the first one. So yeah, loser of the next game against Naoma, first game tomorrow. And then we get the 2 lower bracket games, I want to say.
Yeah, all right.
I'm lying.
Well,
Upper
look,
bracket final, lower bracket semi.
We're between maps now, so I think I'm going to queue up some content, slam some ads on my viewers, because I think what they really want is advertising. Juby, you're the best. You're seriously the best. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes, so cheers.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I'm also going to actually run some ads as well. So I'm going to grab a drink, top up my water, because I went through all of it during that one, and we can tune into ENCE versus TM, which I think should also be a relatively banger series, all things considered. So I'll give you a big old ad so we're in the clear for the map. Hope you enjoy the ads. Let me know what you think of the products. All these ads you're about to see, every single one of them, I made it myself. It's my own business. So hopefully you enjoy these ads. Hopefully you like the products. Let me know what you think.
interview now with one of the players from the winning team. Should be Sauna joining us.
We got the voice.
Voice only, never mind. You just have to look at us, unfortunately. I was ready for Sauna on the big screen. Sauna, but can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. We can hear you as well.
Yes,
Sauna, congrats on the dub. You and the team are moving on in the upper bracket. We talked about how stacked the EMEA region is and how basically all of these teams which are currently finding themselves in the upper bracket could make it all the way to the grand finals. How do you see VP fitting in there? Can you go toe-to-toe with all of them?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's like us on the top, of course. There's like SSG and maybe ENCE. But I was watching like Plat predictions and they put us like way too low. I wasn't a fan of that.
They don't know what they're talking about.
I think it should be fixed.
Don't listen to Plat.
Yeah.
Right?
They're out the loop.
Johnny,
I'll give you this moment. I failed you, Sana, and I'm sorry. I was wrong.
I'm the one who believed. I knew VP would get this win, and I never doubted the whole time. Sana, I feel like you're a player. You've been around for a long time. I feel like I've seen you mostly as a very flexible player, bringing whatever the team needs. But right now, you've been just like locked in on the Tracer. Is there something you feel like the team has figured out, or that you have personally grown on the hero? Because I mean, from what I've seen, you're having like career best performances these days on the Tracer. How are you feeling, integrating with the team and in this meta, in this style, playing Tracer?
We're just playing to our strengths. Like, I think the Korea bootcamp really helped us. Like Shadow Smash as well. Like 1 week there made us improve so much. Like, I don't think, even if you scrim to you for like a year, I don't think we improve as much.
Yeah, the scrim pool is real. Definitely when you're trying to improve like that.
Yeah.
Looking ahead, you'll be playing either Twisted Minds or ENCE. Do you have like a particular flavor there? Would you rather face off against ENCE and maybe Kevster on that lineup, or would you rather play Twisted Minds in the next match?
Yeah, I'd rather play against ENCE. But
why is that?
This is fun as well. I mean, I almost joined ENCE, but things just didn't go our way.
Fair. Well, best of luck in your next match. We're very excited to see more of you and the rest of the VP squad. Now get some rest. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I'm sorry, Sana. Sorry.
We're so sorry. But of course...
Diva. Baby, 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 get it, baby. Come on. Baby first, baby. Blue after. Blue. Nice.
Back. What did I miss? I should have led actually the stream on. That would have been nice of me. What a dickhead I turned out to be. So wanna check? See you in finals. Oh, it's actually a slide to get ENCE. Slide to get ENCE. Miss Fiends view and comms check. Fuck. Any Aussies left in here? Might just be you and Hunter, Fupa Duper. Might just be the pair. Oh. Alright, what are we saying? What are we doing? Preds are up. Stream title up to date. Thank you very much, mods. Sterling work. And we can lock in for this next one. Fuck. Comms check was only baby. You did a min-max and doing both yours and Hunter's stream. Double shift for you, Juby. Full day at work, followed by a double shift here. Is Juby the hardest working person in Overwatch? Probably. Probably. All right. Let me do this. Let me do this. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing, but I promise you, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Ba-ba-dum-ba-ba-ba-bum. What are the feelings then? Didn't expect that at all. Thought it might be an SSG sweep. SSG cooked, just a bad meta for him. What's the read? I mean, obviously it could have quite easily gone differently. Maybe some of those maps. Not playing to their strengths. Don't let them play Annabrig again. Looking forward to signing any Finnish players. Robo Hobo maybe revealing his nationality with that one. If you didn't play Annabrig, they could have won. I mean, yeah, it just feels like it's really strong in the meta now. I mean, we didn't even see a little bit in Korea, teams starting to lean away from the Annabrig in some situations outside of like maybe the classic dive maps, right? Like for Parisio and the such. But yeah, it feels a disappointing result. Obviously, there's still plenty of time, but lower bracket game later shouldn't really be a problem for him, I imagine. Likewise, I think it's hard to see. Hard to see them not at least getting like top 3 or something, right? So big picture, they'll probably still get top 3. They'll still get enough points to set themselves up to qualify for Stockholm and all of this right now. But you know, form problems definitely something for them to solve. What do you think about Twisted losing to Rock Esports? I mean, it's like the good version of Rock again, right? Was it Psycho and Landon both on that team? Psycho, Landon, Rojo, Gara, not Factor, Chaos as a tank. Have I got a Rock Esports roster right? It's a big upset, I think. They never normally lose. Hello.
Sorry for the interruption. How do you see donos? Like you get a dono on Streamlabs or whatever. How do you see that if it's not in your activity feed on bloody Twitch?
Oh, mine reads it out loud, so I just listen to it.
Your alert box reads it out loud?
Yeah. I get I think his name's Brian. He just sort of sits there waiting for donations and stuff to read out, so he just waits for it and then he reads it out.
Now that you mention it, I haven't heard my alert box once.
Oh.
Does my alert box even work? I have not heard that once.
There really might be a thing, if you go on OBS, you know you got the advanced audio settings thing, advanced audio properties.
I checked the box that said like separate layer or something.
There's like a if you go on, you know the little, you know where it has all your audio mixer things and you've got all the like the green bars and all that? There's the little cog button below it. And then
There's
it should
a cog here?
There's a cog. Cog check.
I'm not seeing any cogs.
Hold on, I'll send you a screenshot of my cog.
All right, show me your cog real quick.
I've circled it for you as well in case you miss it.
Oh, jeez. I mean, I feel like that's an issue that I frequently have, where I have to circle my cog to show others.
Most of my pictures where I show people my cog are a lot like for your thumbnails for your videos with a big arrow.
Yeah. Okay, so all of the audio tracks are ticked.
Yeah.
To the alert box.
But then what you want is, you see what it says audio monitoring?
Mm-hmm.
Turn it to monitor and output only on the whatever your alert box is.
Monitor only or monitor and output?
Monitor and output.
Okay, so I was not monitoring. Is that a thing? Hey, anyone in the chat able to follow right now? Actually, I think I have fucking follow sounds off, so that's going to do nothing. This is not like an advanced strategy of begging for money. I'll just wait. That's not what this is. Hey, I heard the bits. It works. You're the GOAT, Xavier. Thank you very much. And I got followers, so that's crazy. I need to go to the Streamlabs website and see how many donos I've missed. That's unreal. All right, thanks, Xavier. I'll go back.
You're all good, mate. What was I... can't remember what I was saying. Hunters with running the long scam to get a couple more subs out there. We were talking about the upset. Right? We're talking about the upset between TM and Rock Esports and how much does it matter. I think Saudi E-League this year is actually a little bit Mickey Mouse. I think it used to hold a bit more prestige previous years, but with the Esports World Cup coming in, it feels like the Saudi E-League has really dropped off as just kind of a thing they play, not for quite the same level of competition or the same level, I guess, in a pecking order of competition. So I think as much as it's an upset, and you got to give credit to Rock and all of this, you know, and credit to like the Saudi players as well as the imports. But I don't know if it means anything. Maybe like, should we doubt TM in this game? I mean, ENCE are still favourites, right? Don't get it twisted, as people might say. But I don't think we should take it as serious. I think it's like a low priority tournament where they drop a series that doesn't ultimately affect them all that much, you know? Doesn't matter in the same way this one does, right? In this Lijiang Tower, in this series, this is a chance for TM. This will matter a lot more than the Saudi E-League forum here, and I think no surprises we see Ramatra May coming out for Twisted Minds here.
Round 1. Capture the objective. Let's do this.
We'll be
got Kev on
classic mirror.
I think that this matchup, to be honest, this is probably the best game that Twisted could ask for, though. I think everything else is really scary for Twisted, you know? Like, ENCE is so powerful on the dive. But, in a rush matchup, that's definitely their best. Yubi on something like May or Sim, that's a good look for them.
Yeah, we'll get to... It's actually Kai who runs out on the Simbo, so they do get there faster, they get the earlier space, they get in that wall, and they just push Twisted's Mind back into the corner. Now Quartz is going to try and swing out top left. Doesn't find all that much. Back to main, Dynamite. Doesn't catches a couple, actually, and forces his form out of Vestler, so a later form for TDNT ever so slightly. Now a lamp is forced out as well by Sky Ripper, and they're just gonna keep shooting the tank, just burn through the tank there. Vestler, I guess, mismanages a bit, takes so much damage, and it'll be an easy retake here for Twisted Minds after ENCE had all the position.
Yeah, honestly, not too bad at all for Twisted Minds. I do think that this is going to be, like, genuinely the scariest matchup that ENCE can face throughout the entire series. Quite surprised to see them taking the mirror. Now we're seeing the swaps come through. They're going through to something that makes a bit more sense for them. Oh my god, I have alert sounds now. Thunder Duper, thank you so much for the gift one sub to Dinosaur Cola. Have a parasocial fist bump, brother. You are now my friend. ENCE on the Genji Cassidy comp. It's a little bit of a hobbled together comp, to be honest. Kai on the Cassidy, but Kev on something that is a little bit more all-in. Vestola pinning into the backline. Not sure that he's caught anyone with that one. Quartz throws out the bob. It goes extremely deep, but it does catch the beat from Bliss. Vigilante takes down Vess as well, and this ult trade is going to go the way of Twisted Minds.
Good lamp at the end to keep Quartz up as well, and Twisted Minds in control. Love this matchup, don't they? Even versus the Malga, they're just so adept at it, and they have what? A window, an annihilation, a mail, all to deal with this retake. Really tricky one. If Vessler we ever see him drop that stomp in, expect Yubi just to follow it with a mail right behind here. So a really tricky fight to play. Need to get him Suzu out. It's an early window, but Kev's already through the other side of the window. Dashes back out. They beat come through. Yubi! Wait, did the mail go off? Where's the mail?
Yubi's had a cheeky little Majax to open up the series. I can only imagine that the progressives in Twitch chat will have a lot to say about that one. Goodbye, Yubi. Farewell, mate. Not a bad look at all for ENCE now. The ults have swung completely in their favor. Total disaster for Twisted Minds on the retake. And we're actually seeing swaps come out from Twisted Minds. I don't think this favors them at all. Quartz going over to the Reaper. This is where he is going to have far less agency to carry the game, in my opinion. I think hit scan is by far Twisted Quartz's biggest strength, and Quartz is the biggest strength of Twisted Minds. So going over to this all-in comp, really trying to put as much pressure as possible on Vess and Kai. They are the targets of the Reaper. Initial step up for Twisted Minds now onto the point, but ENCE, they have the ultimates. Vess has used the shout, but he's bleeding health. Kev goes for the blade, and it's a typical Kevster blade. Goes down immediately, and that's a really rough fight for ENCE. They actually had a huge ultimate advantage, and they've just pissed it away.
It looks like they were baiting him in. Kev's setting up for that blade, but normally you'd hope there was some kind of Valga stomp coming in, maybe a cardiac overdrive in there to make that blade a little bit more tanky. Suzu and support throw all the resources into Kev, but none of it was really to follow. So now they get to retake Kitsune Rush and Cage, tricky ones to deal with. But the Cage comes out here, catches us from Matra, and there's the beat back. They're all in the Cage though. Kai with the Hypnos outside, kills two though. So important to keep your Cass. I think they get there, someone's got it.
Kai avoids getting traded, but instead it's Vess to go down to Bliss. Very unfortunate for that final trade, because that is going to stop ENCE from holding up at all. Now, the ults, it's not really in ENCE's favor anymore. They can't play forward and poke because they're down their tank, and Twisted Minds, they have 2 ults to ENCE's 1. They may be able to weather the storm with Kelex's beat drop, but they're going to need to see really high value here in the neutral. Looks like Vess is back in the fight, but a lot is riding on Kai here. He has to play the wide angle, do lots of damage. Vess actually pins in. The beat comes out from Kelex. Keep your eyes on Quartz and Yubi. They're both coming up on their ultimates. Vess goes down. Kai trades on Yubi, so Yubi, no ultimate to speak of. Quartz TP's over to the coast, has the Death Blossom. Will he go for it? Catches out Sky. Sky and Kai both going down. Kevster deflects a lot of that Blossom, but it doesn't matter. Twisted Minds, they're going to take this first point.
Had the ults to finish it in the end, and they swapped to Moira Reaper, and it ends up working out here. Twisted Minds, that you have to say that's probably going to be the best of maps on this Lijiang Tower for them, but really well played in the end. Didn't even need that Mayo. I thought when Yubi goes down on 99%, we'd miss that window, and then the Blossom not as consistent, but mid-fight, late fight, once some of these cooldowns are out, the Blossom good. Got the full pocket from Vigi as well. We'll move over onto Garden now, and it looks like we're going to be getting some of this Lucio Ana in play. Obviously, one thing that Twisted Minds have now, they've never really had in the past with Vigi in play, is a really top-tier Ana player. So Lucio, Ana, Diva all becoming viable in the meta actually lines up, I think, really nicely for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, look, Yubi showing us what a Mei Masterclass looks like on Control Center. I mean, a Mei Masterclass minus a couple of Blizzards. But here on Night Market, it's going to be, I mean, on Garden, it's going to be so much more difficult to get this off. Oh my God, straight away, Kevster on the Pharah gets the conk kill on Quartz, and already Twisted Minds, it's bad news for them. This is a very difficult map to play the Mei and the hit scan versus a team like ENCE, a competent dive team. I will say, Night Market is also an extremely good map for Twisted Minds as comps. I'm not sure that you were bang on saying that, you know, Control Center is the best map for them, because Night Market is a crazy Mei map as well. But here on Garden, I think it's just too difficult. You can see they've made the swaps already. Yubi over to the Tracer, something that he's not necessarily known for. He's definitely stronger on heroes like Mei, like Symmetra, and Kai getting that early pick on Bliss. Quartz on the edge of the map goes down as well, and that's 2 fights in a row, looking easy for ENCE here on Garden.
They're struggling with this Pharah so much. You see, even there when they get Quartz into a more aggressive position, they're just catching so much damage from this Pharah that Vigi has to nade defensively. They're trying to get more space, but they just can't get space. And is what you were saying about this retake's so difficult on Garden. They're now going to have Yubi try and come through and force point. Kellex will go over to MatchNap. Bliss is going to try and overload it. And now, oh, the boop again onto Vigi. Another one for Kev. They get the nano off now, but TVNT, he gets 1 kill before getting put to sleep. They might still be able to do this, but the longer the fight goes on, the more Sky's healing and nades will come into play. And they've kept control of the point this entire time. And Twisted Minds might just need to reset here.
Yeah, Kevs are getting unreal value in these neutral fights. Pre-fight picks with the conk again and again on the bridge. Twisted Minds just flying a little bit too close to the sun, not respecting Kevster enough. But now, this is their chance. This is where they get to come back into the fight with the Bob. That being said, you know, there's so many ultimates for ENCE. Maybe they just need to slow things down, build up the beat, build up even more ultimates, because honestly, they've just been on the back foot for this entire round. And things are going even worse for them. TVNT just getting poked so heavily. ENCE, all they do, it's just more and more pressure.
Change now from Twisted Minds, going to try and get Quartz and just play through point instead. They still have to Cairness Barrage, Cairness Bob as they walk up. Still desperate for the small sorts of their own here. Here does come that Bob. They can take a step back pretty easily enough, so they'll get that one for free. That helps. Dynamite onto the backline here keeps them low, but they're just going to survive all this. TVNT's low. No, it's a D-Mech actually as well. No, they don't all get out. TVNT gets D-Mech'd. They're going to Bob onto point because they have to take the fight right now. Meanwhile, Kellex is looking for Yubi. Can't find the final blow, but the ults are coming up. Kellex is about to have this beat. Bliss and Vigi, they finally get their ults. Nano onto Quartz. It's a 1-for-1 trade. 3-person beat, but Kellex has it to match. Vessler still has bomb after this now. Yubi just trying to keep this point alive, waiting for people to come back with the nade connects. No recall available. Bliss can maybe get one more touch, but ENCE looking like they're going to tie this up.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, TVNT getting caught with no hands going down early in the piece. Final point here for Li Zhang, though, there is a chance for Twisted Minds, because as we go back to Night Market, this is the map where there is a really good chance that the Mei composition can once again work. Twisted Minds, they can bunker up on the point, they can catch ENCE with the walls, but they're going to have to be so mindful. You can see Yubi going back over to the Mei, but they're going to have to be so mindful because Kevster, he's insane at Pharah, and when you're versus a team like ENCE, you're going to have Sky throwing nades across the map every fight, Kevster putting in damage on the Pharah, Kai throwing in dynamites. There's going to be so much pressure on Twisted, and it looks like we're actually seeing a little bit of a different comp coming out here because Vigilante is on the Illari.
Surely he doesn't lock this. They go in Sigma as well, so it's more of just a brawl composition at this point. So we talk about all these threats for nade, for Pharah damage, for dynamites. And TVNT is going to have a much harder time trying to mark all of these. Uses the Matrix out of a choke for this extra shield health. Wall now onto the Diva. Looks for the rock time. Invest will dodge that one. And now, as long as they can keep this map big and so they can just keep spamming them, going to be really tricky for Twisted Minds unless Quartz can just win a hell of a lot of duels here. And they're going to try and mark on this flank because Bliss and Yubi are getting aggressive on the left here. That's allowed TVNT to walk forward. Matrix comes out now. TVNT has to be careful. Kev has this angle on point, spamming them down here. And I think all events might just be rotating to the back of a point here, but I always feel this back of a point. Oh, Kev gets caught actually.
Oh, Kev goes down.
Now they
early
walks
cap
in.
Here. Yeah, early cap for ENCE, but Kevster going down is going to spell bad news for them, bad to worse, as Yubi converts that fight and actually solidifies things. Nice boot from Bliss onto Sky, and there's not a single trade for the side of ENCE. I think this is a really wise decision to have TVNT roll out on the Sigma, because Vestola has such a weak Winston. Sigma is really free into the Diva matchup. This is probably the best hero that TVNT could be picking in this ENCE matchup, because it either forces Vess onto a hero that he's rather uncomfortable on, or it plays in their favor. Kevster actually making the swap over to the Tracer here. I'm rather interested to see this one, because I would have thought that Pharah would be the best pick for him here, but Kevster on the Tracer, it's never a bad decision. He can pressure the point, he can dive the backline, he has options. Sky closing in on the nano boost, but Twisted Minds, they have double support, or just about.
Chance to go there. Vigi has the window first, looking for it. They're playing so aggressively in the mega side here, Twisted Minds, but it means their control on points a little bit low. And that cap is going through now as the nano comes through onto Vessler. They do take a step back. They deal with it. They are just about contesting point here. Beat comes back out. They need help on point, though. Yubi would swap on trying to anchor it, but just alone and overwhelmed. They do get the D-Mech onto Vess. Vess should be able to get back into Mech, though, so they can keep this player advantage going afterwards, because Sky has hit another nade. Kev can't quite find the kill, but Twisted Minds are back in their own spawn, essentially.
perfect fight there from Kellex and Kevster. They were off screen, but Kevin Kellex, while Vess has pushed with the nano, keeping the main stack of Twisted Minds busy, Kevin Kellex have gone, forced the point, forced Yubi to peel away, taken him down outside of his block, flipped the cap, and masterclass on objective pressure there from Kevster and Kellex. Really smart play, and that's what happens when you play a static comp like Twisted Minds are doing, and you hold away from the objective. You leave yourself open. Bob comes out from Kai, trying to catch Twisted on the rotation, but the window is solid. They are going to blast this Bob, but Vest takes down Bliss, and it is looking like the fight is going to go the way of ENCE. Wonderful ult layering there. Kellex throwing in the big drop, and ENCE all-inning over the window, taking down the entirety of Twisted. No counter Blizzard in sight.
You see Twisted Minds take this really long rotation through Mega, but Vessler just sits above them and they can't deal with him. And then all of a sudden, they on the rotation, that's when they get naded, that's when they get hit. The lamp comes out, sets up Kellex for that finisher, and now they're in pole position as this Bat Brig is so slow on the rotates here, there's so much chance to punish. Sky is the only one with ult on the side of ENCE, so it looks like they're going to try and go point, maybe force it with Bob. Blizzard if anyone gets too aggressive here for Twisted Minds.
EVNT's naded. Bliss has gone down before the lamp even has a chance to come out. The Blizzard is out from Yubi, but it's a zero-man Blizzard, and that is going to be the death of Twisted Minds. Oh, wow, this was a really, really solid hold from ENCE. The first fight looked a little bit dicey, but as soon as they had control, they were absolutely dominating every fight. Sky is coming through with a game-winning purple. Kevster, Sky, Vestola all firing on all cylinders there. Really nice play from ENCE to shut out Twisted Minds' attempts at forcing the point.
Yeah, really had the read on them. Once they were on that slow comp, these rotations become so awkward, and they tried to go to point that second time, but again, they have to then all walk through these narrow doors to try and get on point, and you just saw how much value Vesta was able to get with that Nano Diva. Just kind of blitzed them, honestly. Now, obviously, map mode pick in the hands of Twisted Minds, so a chance to really shift this maybe back towards something like we saw on Lijiang Control Center here.
Yeah. Oh, I'm actually just getting word that my wife has cooked me a delicious meal. So you are going to waffle and I am going to stuff my face. How does that sound, Xavier?
Well, I do like waffles, so I'll get dessert ready.
You're a very good man. You're a very good man.
So a few different looks here. I think in theory, some of the idea of the Sigma playing into the Diva, it does work, right? It does work. We did see initially Vessler having to concede a lot of space, but the thing with Night Market, when you're fighting in the areas that Twisted Minds mainly chose to fight in around this mega area, there's loads of high ground for Vessler to sit on and be really annoying. You want a nice flat map where Vessler can't just take in these reset positions. You can just bully them front to back. Something like Control Center is a good example of that. Obviously, maybe the most extreme example of this in the map pool that's still available is something like New Junk City, but we often talk about how the hybrid of the escort picks are so much higher value in these situations. There's also a few different options they could go. They could always go to Circuit Royale, maybe try and force some kind of double flex support mirror. Sigma is, of course, TVNT's best hero, one he's excelled on, even gone toe-to-toe with KSA in the past in some of the Saudi E-League games. But Vessler, no slouch in the world, probably the best Sig going. Won't be too scared of that matchup either, so we'll see where Twisted Minds go. One thing we haven't seen from Twisted Minds, which is always in their wheelhouse, is the sim stuff. And a few options. Again, Flashpoint's a good option for this, but it should be remembered now, one thing that was happening to ENCE probably, what, 2-3 months ago, was they were playing against a load of TP stuff coming out from, of course, SSG. So I think as far as teams that are used to dealing with sim TPs and sim rotations and tricky teams and all of this, then it's actually ENCE who probably have the most experience and success dealing with this. Good night, Fuba Duper, as well. Get some rest. One Australian has gone to bed while another stuffs his face. Hunter's Balls has also entered the chat as well. First message, Ange. See, yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Do you think Vigi could be the best Ana in EMEA? Quite a reasonable question, and I think the answer is actually just yes. Yeah. I think it's I think the two heroes where I've really seen Vigi excel on the most have been Ana and obviously Zen back in the day when he was doing it for Atlanta and a little bit for, well, I guess both versions of Atlanta. So I think it's a good look for him, and I think the way this meta's settled, where Diva's really viable, Lucio, Ana quite viable, Ram's still there in places, sets itself up really, really nicely for Twisted Minds to have some success. The problem is, ENCE probably on form, probably the best team in the region at the moment, so a particularly tough opposition, but once we start getting into the lower bracket and everything like this, I expect Twisted Minds to finish at least 4th. I'd be surprised if they go any lower than that. I think there's a big gap between the SSG, the ENCE, the VP, the TM, and the rest of the region right now. ENCE could finally get their first win. Yeah, I think I did it in my power rankings. Hashtag check it out on YouTube. It would have been 2 weeks ago. But I thought if there was a time for SSG, or a time for SSG to fall, maybe a time for ENCE to win, I thought this would maybe be the swing timing, as long as they could manage the post-Crimzo era. And see, so far so good, right? Beat SSG and face it. Won the first map here. Seems to be going all right in the post-Crimzo era. Maybe that hat was mainly just full of hot air after all, and it was all, they had it inside themselves all along ENCE to win. All they needed was a little bit of belief. Who's coaching them now? I believe no one is coaching ENCE now. Whoa, why is that so loud?
Even the devil looks away in disgust.
Chill out. Is this a Stockholm advert? It's not Jake, no. Jake's not coaching them. No coach right now, they're coachless. As far as I understand. I don't know if they've got anyone coaching undercover, no longer announced. It's not Jkaru, no. It's not Rush. There's no way it's Rush. You can tell it's not Rush coaching them because of how well they're doing. Jay could be too expensive. He's up for whole salary. And it is Circuit. All right. So a few options here, right? You could go the SSG route, where you lean into more of like the sim brawl type things. Not out of TM's wheelhouse at all. Of course, though, could just be a good old-fashioned Sigma mirror. I think as much as most people, most people wouldn't want to take Vest to a Sigma mirror, but I think if anyone will do it, maybe TVNT could be that guy. He's an up-and-comer, even though we've seen him a lot on Diva recently at the Esports World Cup. Lubdarin as well, which probably means playing Pharah. I think as well, if there is a meta, you think how strong Pharah is. I think we've heard Chris talk about it. We've seen it in comps all across the world, how much Pharah is being played. Pharah is one of the strongest heroes right now. And if there is a guy who is very good at Pharah, it's Lubda. And so if there's a time to make use of your third DPS player who's really good at Pharah, it would be right here, right now. So expect, this all leads me to believe we're probably going to get Bliss on BAP, maybe Zen or Illari out of Vigilante. Illari probably the more likely one. Then we're going to get Quartz on Widow, we're going to get Lubda on Pharah, and we're going to get TVT on Sigma. And if I had to guess, I think we'll probably get something pretty similar out of the side of ENCE. I think Kellex has played BAP in the past before. I think the Baptiste in these Sigma mirrors, for the most part, you're just like a bit of a heal bot. Try and get nice window timings. Don't fuck up your lamp. And that's the key thing, right? A little bit less about how much raw damage and aim and mechanics and dealing with difficult dive situations. None of that will come into play in the Sigma. Just be disciplined and responsible, which I think are probably 2 words that have followed around Kellex for a lot of his career in terms of his play style. Likewise, obviously, Kai will be happy to play Widow. Kev can play the Pharah too, maybe even the Genji or something else once we get to different parts of the map. So I think Sky on the Illari Nair will also fit. I don't know if Wilmone's available. Some people were asking if Wilmone's in America, because you could always do double flex support with Wilmone coming in to play the Baptiste or something, allowing Sky to go Illari. That would be another option. But I don't know how available the Welshman is right now. But if he's there, that would certainly be a reasonable pick on the cards as well. You think Will is in America? All right. I could believe you. Wait. I'll just message him. We'll do some research. You in NA right now? Question mark. You can always play from NA anyway, right? Like, we have the technology to connect Europe and America as far as I understand it. So always possible he could play. He's responded. This is quick. Yeah. NA. He's watching the stream. You can play, though, or can't play Will. There we go. Oh, okay. So Will is available to play if they need him, but so the option is there. We'll wait and see if they use it. So there we go. Some on the ground live research. I saw him on support in Seeker's game, and he sounds more American now. Surely not. Surely Will's... I mean, to be fair, Will never had a particularly strong Welsh accent at all. So maybe he's been fucking Americanized. He's been indoctrinated. We have to go get our man back. As we will load into Circuit Royale now. So, questions to be answered. Who's going to be the best Widow? Who's going to get the Sigma gap? How are the backline's going to manage, maybe particularly Kellex and Bliss playing roles that they're potentially less comfortable on, less known for, and will be obviously ENCE on defense. Skye will be starting Zen, Pharah Widow as we expect, and we do expect that to be mostly a Pharah Widow mirror too. So slow, steady. We've seen a lot of Circuit Royale, I feel like, these last couple of days, but it's actually been a while since we've seen a good old-fashioned Sigma mirror on Circuit Royale. The last thing we saw on Circuit Royale was a goddamn Juno mirror. So now, now we are at a career where the meta on Circuit Royale is Juno Diva, and we're in a Juno-free world. Mars doesn't exist right now. And we'll get a Sigma Widow Pharah mirror for the ages. Bliss task on Ana might just be a sleep out of spawn, though I don't hate the Ana in this mirror. I think we've seen some of the Korean teams do it, and the Ana's ability, obviously, to hit nades around the Sigma shield timing, the Nano can be quite a nice ult, especially onto the Pharah. I don't hate if Bliss chooses to pick the Ana as well. If you remember back in OWCS Stage 1, we will actually have seen as well much more of Bliss playing the Ana than any of the other flex support heroes, so maybe a bit of comfort for Bliss, and pretty reasonable in the mirror as well. Vessler dies immediately, proving once and for all he's the better Sigma. Vessler is a fraud. He's washed up. He's gone. It's over. A really early one. Didn't even really see how that happened, but he's certainly dead. Hard to deny that at this point. And they'll get round this first corner for free. Lubda going to try and take his spam angle. Means Quartz gets a chance to set up and hold the angle. Skye on this high ground, trying to throw the Discord in. Keep that Pharah grounded. Kai is going for a peek around the corner. Can't see the Widow. Do they know where he is? Grapple shot for Kai. Looking for it. Sees him just out in the open as Quartz, but doesn't find the shot. Both teams will reset. Because that first fight was over so quickly, we might be at the final corner of first point, but we're not very close to any ults at all, so it will slow right back down. HP will be traded between the Sigmas. Skye getting very aggressive, looking for a 5-orb timing event. Caught Lubda in the room. What are the chances of capturing the hero that plays in the Skye? 2 movement abilities in a room. Skye does get traded on the way back, though, so they're not out of the woods yet. Quartz keeping his eyes on Kev, so Kev down to 1 HP. Does live with that sliver. And it means Twisted Minds don't really have to concede any ground here. They can just keep swinging. Quartz is now pushing up wider and wider. One dink onto Vess. Now he's got the Baptiste in his sights. Kellex is ducking, hiding, cowering in the corner. Just trying to hug that wall for everything he's worth. Window out now to try and create some space for ENCE. And it will stabilize, but it won't get all that much. Nano, Captive Sun, about to be available for Twisted Minds.
You have perms to breathe now, Xavier. Thank you so much for the cover. You should try eating fried chicken while listening to your own voice. It's a borderline sensual experience. Time to focus on the game, though. Nano comes out onto Lubda, and the backline of ENCE just crumbles. Absolutely evaporating under the pressure of the Nano Pharah. Really, really good stuff there from Lubda. Pharah is such a pocket pick now on the Circuit Royale. It's so difficult to deal with the Nano Pharah turns, and Skye, he was just that little bit slow on charging up the Trank. By the time he had died, I think he was 95% on the Trank. And if he had that fight would go completely differently. They would actually have an answer to the Nano Pharah. Now, though, they have to retake. ENCE has to retake through a tiny little choke where Twisted Minds, they're holding up, and they have ultimates to do it. They've got Flux, they've got Barrage. They also have Captive Sun, so if anyone tries to walk out on the flank, they will catch that. Immediately, somebody walks out, Vest walks out, and Skye has to use the Trank. Captive Sun coming out now from Bidgie, but it looks like it's gone wide. It looks like he's whiffed it, and suddenly, Twisted Minds are the ones on the back foot.
Flux comes back out, catches one, doesn't finish the kill though. Nade will save them through that, but Kai finds another pick, and this has allowed ENCE to stabilize, and that's the big one, right? It's so hard to do that retake against the snowball when the Pharah's holding close, but they walk out, they hit a rock, they get a bit of space, and they get important picks from Kai, so a great reset, and now they have this forward hold to play with.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to wonder what would Twisted Minds be like if they still had Surma Jed on their roster, because their Vigilante with the Captive Sun going wide, getting absolutely no value, really enabling ENCE to get this retake. ENCE shouldn't have had that. They were down on ultimates, they were down on position, but Twisted, they've given it away. You're going to have to keep your eyes out on Libda, though, because Libda, he's coming up on another nano boost, or rather, Bliss is coming up on the nano boost, and Libda is without a doubt going to be the recipient. Nano Barrage, again, it's such a tough combo to deal with, and ENCE, they do not have any answers. It's so difficult, and here it comes. Shortly, I can only imagine Quartz under a lot of pressure. Kevster behind actually catches the pulse on Ana. The only answer, perhaps, to a Nano Barrage is to spawn camp the Ana, and it appears that Kevster is good for that. And there we go. Kellex actually taking down Quartz, getting another pick, and Twisted Minds, their push is going to be stopped in its tracks. This is huge for ENCE, because now Sky has more time to charge up the Trank. Trank is perhaps the only ultimate that can reliably counter out those Nano Barrage turns. And if Sky is just given a little bit more time to run the clock, charge up the ult, then he will have that answer.
Still 25% to go, but the nature of this Circuit Royale retake is it takes so long. It should, in theory, just be enough time for Sky. Gotta make sure... Well, we're paused.
Yeah, more time on the clock for them to charge up that Trank.
We have loads of time now.
Yeah, no, bonus time. That's very fortunate.
So interesting that they've gone to this matchup, because I feel like there's very few teams in EMEA that would even consider forcing this mirror against ENCE as well. But it started reasonably well, but run into a bit of trouble now on their second point.
Look, I think it's it may look like a little bit of a bold pick at face value, but the problem with Twisted Minds is that they really don't have a lot of strengths right now with the state of the meta. With how powerful D.Va is, it's so difficult to play these ground rush comps that Twisted are famous for, and instead they have to lean into the Sigma pool of TVNT. They have to slow things down and play for Sigma. It may be a good matchup for ENCE, but everything else for Twisted, it's just an uphill battle. Now, Wall's coming out for Quartz, goes for the hook shot. Oh, so close. If he had just taken down Sky there, it would have been a huge opening for them. Walking up the slope now. There's still a lot of opportunity for either side. Quartz just hitting easy headshots here on the tank, but the nano boost, it has been committed onto Libda, and here is the barrage. He takes down Kellex. Kev gets the trade though, because Kellex threw down the window. So a 1-for-1, that's not what you need from your nano barrage turns. And TVNT, he's absolutely taking it. Sky hits the Discord and is just slamming headshots into him. This is a really rough one now for Twisted Minds. That was their big push turn. That was their big investment. Quartz, though, keeping the dream alive with a pick onto Kev. Vess answers back, though, so it's just once again evened up. And Twisted, it's going to be a real tough one for them.
That was their big opportunity there, and you see afterwards Sky able to get that Discord onto the Sigma, and that's really the big value of a Discord most consistently in this matchup, getting it onto it. But Vigilante with the Captive Sun just onto a Tracer who definitely has recall.
Fucking useless with this ultimate. Good God.
Now the Flux, doesn't find anything either. No ult value. Vess will dodge this one in return now. And Twisted Minds, they're on the back foot so heavily. Vess is actually going to drop behind him here. Chooses not to commit. Will just recycle his position. But Quartz finds a pick. Nis might bail them out of it. Misses the second one onto Kellex, though. But Nis gives Twisted Minds an opportunity. They have time, but... I mean, it is Kev. It's Kev. He's got the pulse bomb. Kai's going to hit the headshot. And just as soon as it looks winnable, it certainly stops looking winnable now all of a sudden for Twisted Minds. Libda's all in by himself, really. Kev's just causing havoc in the back here. Quartz looking for him. But the DPS from Twisted Minds, it's a surely impossible job. They killed Sky somehow in all of this, but they will die on point. D.Va and Lucio can touch, but Kevster is still behind killing people. And Vessler will just stand here, slowly but surely killing these remaining people. Wait, Kellex has died. Wait, is it actually clutchable? Surely. It feels like it's been over. It is. It is. Okay.
Yeah, it felt like it had been over for the longest time, but every now and then somebody on the side of ENCE would fall over just to keep things interesting, just to keep you engaged. Yeah. Honestly, there, insane plays coming out from the entirety of ENCE. Sky has had really solid hits on the Zen. Kevster making so much trouble for Twisted. Every pulse bomb landing. Fight-winning pulse bombs. He sticks TVNT when TVNT needs to be touching the cart. He sticks Bliss when... Oh, it's probably... No, he does stick Bliss. When Bliss needs to be hitting that nano boost. And then just massive flops from Twisted Minds. The nano barrage turn from Lebda being a 1-for-1 trade. Vigilante with these captive suns. 0 for 2 on those really rocky captive suns coming out from Vigi. Honestly, I mean, we need Majed in the lineup stat.
Yeah, need him back just for this map. And you don't really see the Zen as much anymore, but it certainly paid off. And I don't know if it's like specific. It does work out nicely for that Nano Barrage. I don't know if that's like the primary reason, but it does give them a real option to deal with this ult. And it meant that, what was it? They had, was it 3 attempts and only 2? 1 was successful, which is a pretty bad return on what is your most powerful ult combo. So now all of a sudden, this map pick for Twisted Mind seems to have backfired. It looks really winnable for ENCE, but you can never write off a team once you have to attack Circuit Royale second. There's always something that can go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, look, on the defense, the Pharah, it can be rather formidable to push into. It's really difficult to take the wide angles on the map when the Pharah is just constantly chipping away at you. That being said, Kai and Kev, I mean, they're both so solid on these sniper heroes, and Lebda, he's going to be playing with fire the entire time. It's going to be a massive gamble as to whether he can stay alive the entire time, because as soon as the Pharah rolls over, it's just going to be a wide swing for ENCE. You can see now, huge commitment from ENCE, throwing in 4 players and a lamp, but it has paid dividends. They have forced Lebda out of his angle, taken him down early, and Twisted Minds immediately, they are going to be on the retreat.
It looked like a really obnoxious position for Lebda to play there, but they managed to swing him all at the same time, and they don't quite pocket him out of it. Don't get any trades, and now they're on the back foot. Need to be careful not to lose anyone else, but this Pharah spam from Lebda should slow him down. But another pick by Sky, which means this payload's going to keep moving. The snowball's going their way. No ults really to speak of for either side. Maybe the barrage soonest here for Lebda. But it can be a tricky one here once ENCE already have their hands over their Zen, their Bat. The whole shooting gallery just lined up, and Kai's going to hit another one, and just as soon as one person gets back from spawn, another one's dying.
I mean, Kai, he gets a criminal pick on Vigilante there. Vigi swinging wide behind TVNT's shield, but then TVNT drops the shield, and suddenly Vigilante has just been pre-fighted. This is a disaster for ENCE. Oh, I mean, the disasters just keep on rolling now, as Kai is a headshot machine. He takes down Quartz, he headshots the Pharah, he headshots TVNT. Get another one on Vigi just for value. Oh, it's bliss, but you know. Unbelievable performance here from Kai.
Some kind of 1-in 1-out policy on that first point defense for Twisted Minds, which for some reason doesn't work out. They do finally get to this nano barrage timing, which could be the big stabilizer, but they have to do this retake. That's obviously so tricky, and they're going to have to do it potentially into a window, into a walls. Lots of things to slow down Twisted Minds' retake here, so they could do with Quartz winning one of these duels, because it's so difficult to walk out in this choke with everyone just shooting down at, and that's not the pick I was thinking of. Now they've got a window forcing on. They keep him pinned in back here. Just going to keep playing slow, waiting for it. No, actually, Lubda's already out, so they have to nano. Lubda needs to find value, but there's the Transcendence. Kev will take him down. They have the answer for everything, and ENCE are going to be rolling this one in with loads of time. Sky swinging wide already. There's the 5-orb. Discord pressure onto the Sigma. And how on earth do Twisted Minds get out of this choke now?
And it looks like they don't, to be honest. They don't have the ults to force themselves through this choke. As soon as Lebda went down, that was basically the death knell for Twisted Minds. And there you go, they can't even touch the point. The DPS of ENCE just dominating fight after fight. Kev, Kai opening things up, getting picks. And I mean, this sniper match, it looks like they're just absolutely reigning supreme.
Yeah, they won all of the duels. We thought it might be an interesting one, right? Suddenly you get Lubda on his best hero. Quartz, obviously, no slouch on the hit scan himself, but Kai really turned up. Kev still got more value on the heroes he was on, even when swapping onto Tracer, and that was actually really a complete blowout of an attack. What was it? It was probably still like 4 minutes left on the clock by the time they rolled it in, and now TM going to be forced to try and pick a very different type of mode. Obviously, stuff like Shambali, maybe some of these classic Brawl matchups are off the table. So you have to feel... I mean, again, I feel Flashpoint probably is the best choice, but is it the best choice with the idea in mind that you need to try and win multiple maps, maybe even 3 in the series to stand a chance? I think it gets really tough for Twisted Minds now.
Yeah, I think, when you're down 0-2, you can no longer afford the luxury of thinking about the big picture. You need to swing the momentum in your favor. So at this point, they probably should just pick a game type that is best for them, because these past 2 maps, they've been borderline demoralizing. They're having such a hard time finding any openings, and anytime it looks like they have a sliver of momentum, it's there. They're just being shut down. Kevster with pulse bombs, Kai with picks on the Widow, and I mean, over on the Koth, I mean, it was a bloodbath when it came to ENCE. As soon as ENCE was in control, it was so difficult for Twisted Minds to wrestle anything back.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just take the momentum, try and get some confidence going again. Maybe just play the Flashpoint, chance for you to maybe do some of the sim stuff. I think ENCE will be probably one of the most prepared teams for it, but you have to roll the dice. I think the good thing in these situations, if you're struggling in a series, is keep asking different questions, right? ENCE have answered every question so far pretty emphatically. So give them a new problem, give them some sim stuff. As much as they've played against it in the past, maybe you can still catch them off guard, right? UB and Backbone both proficient on sim, but do have different styles. So maybe a new problem for ENCE to deal with here. We'll have to wait and see, but that's where I would go personally.
Yeah, I think, either of the Flashpoint maps can work okay. Maybe just going to something like New Junk City is fine, because it's almost a guaranteed rush mirror, just ground tanks on either side. I think it'd be, it's possible to play the D.Va, but it's probably not the best in the world, I think at the end of the day, if we look further in the draft, like even if they can pull back a Flashpoint, I mean, what are they going to have to play? Something like a hybrid down the line, and a hybrid is going to be really difficult for them. I mean, it's always good to have a sim player in the back pocket for hybrid, but sim on hybrid hasn't looked good for a very long time now. So I think that, the answers long term in this series, it doesn't really look like they exist for Twisted Minds. Where more now the goalposts have basically shifted from can Twisted Minds win this series to can Twisted Minds win a map.
Yeah, and it is going to be that New Junk City as we expect. So expect more of a brawl mirror here. I mean, to be fair, I don't think ENCE are going to do anything dramatically different than we saw on Li Shang. We'll probably just see maybe more of a Ramatra, more of a Mauga. Probably Ramatra if I had to pick. I think it's a stronger hero for Vess. And I think if he has to take the mirror into TVNT, probably feels really okay with that as well. So we'll have to wait and see. They really need someone to I guess, like turn up in more of a bigger way, right? I feel like when I think of TM success in the past, I always think about Quartz, and Quartz just doing some kind of like outrageous carry or something, having some heavy influence in the game. And I don't feel like we've seen that all that much so far in this series. Certainly not on that Widow matchup here, as we do also get confirmation of UB coming back in, which is maybe to the surprise of no one for this, which does mean May Sim, some kind of hit scan really on the cards.
Yeah, I do think it would be nice if we could see some more Quartz hit scan, because that's where his high points are. We've actually seen a substitution from ENCE Kai out of the lineup, and in comes Wamaimon. So we're going to see double flex DPS coming out from ENCE here on the New Junk City. We've actually seen Quartz on New Junk City in this tournament playing a little bit of Genji, so I'm curious as to whether we're going to see double flex DPS coming out from the side of Twisted as well. Would be nice if we could see Quartz on a carry hero, but it feels like Twisted, they've got a little bit of variety in their comp picks, so I'm not entirely sure whether they're going to play to their absolute strengths here, or whether they're going to go for just like trying to rush it down with Quartz on Genji.
Yeah, I mean, they did when I watched them again, so I'm gonna have to remember, it was Super Shy. It was Amalgam mirror they actually played on New Junk City, if I cast my mind back, and it was UB Venture, Quartz Genji, and Quartz Genji actually looked the part, UB Venture didn't look the part in quite the same way, but maybe they're just going to try and force Amalgam mirror. Obviously not something we've really seen loads of so far. Can shift it in their favor. Obviously they beat Super Shy on it, right? But ENCE a very different kettle of fish, and a much scarier kettle of fish as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, ENCE is actually looking so strong in this tournament too. I mean, in basically every tournament thus far this year, I've thought SSG, they have the edge. But this time around, with the way that the meta has shifted, with the power of D.Va, it's looking like ENCE might be the team to beat this time around. Also, picking up Kellex, I mean, I feel like that's a huge buff to the roster. Not that Master was an issue, but Kellex, it seems like whenever you put him on a roster, he just winds up being the glue. He must be the vibes guy on the roster, because any roster that has Kellex, they never lose. They're always so strong. Even if you watch Kellex play and you think this guy isn't a superstar, he has some sort of intangible factor that buffs every team he joins. Because the second Kellex has gone over to ENCE, the team is suddenly looking like a completely different beast.
And it looks like we will be getting a venture out from Ramon here. I expect Kev will be going on to Genji as well. And it might just be a full-blown mirror on this new Junk City. So, Twisted Minds get the different matchup, get a chance to take this series, hopefully, well, from their point of view, in a different direction here. We do get the matchup. I think Quartz looked good on Genji against Super Shy. Kev maybe a slightly higher standard to try and achieve. So, a lot of attention here on how the Twisted Minds DPS do on heroes they're not really known for.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a very desperate gambit here from Twisted Minds. I really don't back them in this matchup versus ENCE. I think we're going to see potentially a double DPS gap coming through here. Immediately, Suzu's traded out for both sides. Kellex extremely low. Actually looks like the initial trade has been won by Twisted Minds. Got a lot more damage in. And as I was saying, I definitely think that this is the move for Twisted Minds. Wamemon gets the trade onto Bliss, but Yubi is still alive and applying heaps of pressure. Trades the enemy venture. TVNT got so low, but it looks like his shout is back up and he will be back to full health. It was really Vestola that was under the most pressure in that fight. Could it have been that Quartz hit a massive deflect during the shout turn? I'm not entirely sure, but Vest, I mean, it looks like he's done next to no damage in that first fight, so that's a huge issue for ENCE.
Always ends up being a game of margins with these Malga HP trades because you can't really miss shots, so if you get that slight edge, it can really swing it, slightly more value out of a cooldown. You can see the DPS ults coming up here quickly for ENCE. Kitsune Rush going to be available for both as well. Looks like the initial charge wants to come in. Burrow underneath as well, looking for more. Yubi's trying to barrel down onto this Malga, and they just absolutely obliterate Vessler again. Kitsune Rush has been traded. With moment of a Tectonic Shock trades both DPS kills, so it's not over yet, but Malga's still alive. TVNT has the cage if he feels he needs it, and he feels he does. Kellex is going to try and beat. They want to try and live. Oh, such a low health beat from Blizz, but he gets away with it. They do win the fight. Costs him that cage, of course, but I mean, Vest is essentially no closer to this cage.
Yeah, I mean, TVNT looks to be just about lapping Vess on the cage, so not the end of the world at all. A late pick, though, for ENCE taking down Bliss, and they are brawling it out on the point now. Yubi has thrown in the Tectonic Shock, but Vess is down for a third time. Quartz has gone down before the blade is available. Kevster is blading, and is it going to be a classic Kevster blade? He's good for 1, he's good for 2, he will not be good for 3. He goes down, but it is a 2v2 on the point. TVNT, he uses the pin. Kellex is getting tossed around like a salad. Yubi is borrowed under the ground, and Kellex, I mean, he's under so much pressure, but Sky is good for it. He takes down TVNT, he keeps Kellex alive, and Yubi, he is just going to dash out. They're going to reset for the next fight. Finally, Vess, you know, he's 80% towards the cage. Hopefully in this fight he can manage the final 20%, and Yubi goes down late as well, actually not getting out. Despite dashing out early, he still goes down late in the piece. So there's maybe 1-2 more fights here for Twisted Minds before this flashpoint will be finished.
If Vess can get to this cage before the fight, it makes Quartz's blade hard, maybe near impossible. Maybe they should better wait for this Kitsune Rush. They even need to go before the cage or wait for the Kitsune. They might get actually a chance to do both. Get the Kitsune and go before the cage. And so close to ult as this Kitsune Rush comes in. They need to kill him quickly here. Deflect comes in, but they lose 2 as they Kitsune Rush in. That's not really how that's meant to go. And the DPS from ENCE just absolutely demolish everybody.
Yubi good for 2 at the end there, though. That could be significant. He's built up a Tectonic Shock. There's definitely going to be another touch. And Venture is a hero that comes back to the fight very quickly. Of course, ENCE, they will be back at the same timing. But you can see Twisted Minds, they're actually going underneath. They're going for a fast point force here. I'm not entirely sure whether I like this one, because ENCE, they're ready for it. Vest drops in, throws in the cage, and now in comes the Tectonic Shock from Wamemon. Kellex drops the beat as well, and it is just a meat grinder. Everybody in the blender of Vestola's cage. It is a clean wipe for ENCE.
Yeah, they really do deny Quartz any opportunity to get value out of that blade by throwing literally everything in their entire savings bank at him here. So ENCE win a very back and forth first point, but find themselves now maybe not in too bad a situation, honestly, but could have been much better. And they have this blade for the next fight, but after that, they'll be running a little bit dry. So they're going to try and go aggressive early. Pressure on. Drill dash in from Ramon. Demolishes Quartz now. No chance for that one. Tectonic Shock is available for Yubi to turn it. They are going to cage it as well. There we go. Nice easy kill on Vesta as a result. And to be fair, I think ENCE are probably pretty happy with how this has gone, getting the cage out in that situation.
I mean, I don't know if they're going to be all smiles, because they got the first pick and then they kept pressing the advantage for more, losing a fight for only 1 ultimate and the cap. I mean, it's not the best thing in the world, especially given that you can see, you know, Kevster, he was coming up on the blade. He would have had a blade before Bliss had the beat drop or anything like that. So there was a chance there for ENCE. But looking over to the next fight, I mean, now Twisted, they have so many ultimates. They've got the Tectonic Shock, they have double support ult, and Kevster pops that deflect really early, goes for the fast blade, and it actually pays off massively, taking down both supports. Kev, he's out of the fight for a little while, but the damage is done. I mean, Yubi actually invested the Tectonic Shock there, down both supports, and these trades that Twisted are getting now, they're worthless.
No chance there. Kev's actually been perfect on these blades so far. Backline both time. Do not give a beat to save him here. Yeah, do not give a beat to save him. Here we go. Slow motion. Oh! Just for slight boop as well. I don't know if that was actually from like the venture underneath or something, but I think Kev gets the kill anyway. Okay.
Flying over his corpse. Really nice from Keller there. Now ENCE, I mean, they don't have any ultimates to play with, and those trades that came in later that I claimed were useless, they were actually super significant because they've caused ENCE to just give up the cap. But Bliss goes down to Kev in the neutral, and that is bad news for Twisted Minds. They are going to want to invest in this, but with Vigi going down as well, there is no chance of investment. You'd be a fool to invest in this. You'd be taking stock tips from the Shoeshine boy because there is no hope at all for Twisted Minds in this fight. The only optimistic thing is that they flipped the cap at about 30 or 40%, and suddenly they have 91. So for a very low quality fight out of Twisted Minds, they've managed to steal away all of the point percentage.
Yeah, it works out maybe okay still for ENCE. They've got both support ults. They should be able to get Kellex back in time before this as well. It's another difficult fight for Twisted Minds. Kitsune Rush and Blade, but ENCE have everything to meet this as long as they get the support ults off. And even it's just an early cage, 2 people trapped in here. Quartz is going to try and get inside, but Tectonic Shock and Cage. It's such an unreasonable combo, especially with the Kitsune Rush as well. Just what chance can they have to survive? And that'll be the point for ENCE.
It feels like ENCE, they're consistently going for this triple-decker ult combo where they throw in the Tectonic Shock, the Kitsune Rush, and the Cage all at once. I think that it's a woefully unnecessary combo. It should be costly if the enemy team's macro is good. Investing 3 ultimates for 0 to 1 is not a great play, but it's working for ENCE. Even though they're throwing the kitchen sink worth of ultimates at a single fight, it's working out in their favor because Twisted Minds, they've got almost no ult value with people like Yubi trying to clutch out fights with no supports, with Bliss Ajaxing. I mean, forget about ult economy. Quartz, though, a pre-fight pick onto Wamemon, unable to burrow under the ground in time, going down before anything can happen. This is the best start Twisted could ask for.
Now moving in, Blade from Kev comes out. He's been good for it. He gets Bliss again. Quartz is going to try and respond. 1 kill apiece so far, trying to hunt down this Lucio. Quartz gets 2. Kev is now on point, and Quartz turns his attention that way, and they will clutch out with a Blade. A bigger Blade from Quartz in the end. Does seal that one after the nice opening pick as well, and Quartz does it all for Twisted Minds on Genji of all things.
Quartz is just so good. I mean, like, he's a top-tier hit-scan talent, and then he can play Genji in these rush mirrors and go toe-to-toe with Kevster at the same time. I mean, it's a bit unbelievable how much Quartz is doing for this team all the time. I mean, admittedly, his first Blade was an absolute flop. I think his second might have been a flop too, but this one was money, so I will just start glazing. Kellex going for an extremely aggressive beat here, and again, they're trying to chase down Bliss. TVNT, he tries to lock down the side of ENCE, but again, it's looking like Twisted Minds are just going to be investing into a lost fight. They throw down the Cage, they throw down the Tectonic Shock, but for what? It is a 3 versus 5, and they lose it.
Unbelievable. They just outpace them, essentially. They get the Cage on point. It just trapped 2 of ENCE, but meanwhile, the damage just being done behind them here. So just a few times now, ENCE just seem to have gone so quickly. Catch Twisted Minds exposed. They do nearly have both support ops coming up for this next retake, Twisted Minds. So it might just be a bit of a slow grind until they get to that Kitsune and that beat.
Yeah. Honestly, things are looking dire for Twisted. Even though they have the ults, it seems like they've never been able to capitalize on it. Vestola's Cage is a terrifying thing too. Unfortunately, we haven't actually seen Vestola use a Cage without a massive ult combo to go with it. Kitsune Rush comes out from Sky, but a massive stun from Vest, and now he has the Cage. All of Twisted Minds so low. TVNT and Yubi both going down in the Cage, and this will surely be the ends of Twisted Minds here for them out. Kevster pulling the Blade for style points, but honestly, it's probably not a big deal. I don't think they're going to be able to touch this one. Yubi, TVNT, everyone is making swaps to go for the touch, but with only 5% left, I don't think it is going to be possible.
Oh, Wamon catches Bliss as well. They're running for it. Maybe, no, Yubi can't get it. Just a blink short in the end, and it's a full sweep for ENCE. 3-0 and sitting pretty.
ENCE looking too good this tournament. The meta has fallen well and truly in their favor. D.Va looking dominant. The rush tanks where Kevster is able to play heroes like Genji, where he is so powerful, also falling in their favor. Really good looks for ENCE here, and Twisted Minds looking a little bit shaky, unable to find any matchup that suits them.
Yeah, really nice overall. ENCE really cemented themselves as my favourites for this Stage 3 tournament right now. Look pretty unbeatable. Dealt with Twisted Minds, and then they get that matchup against Virtus Pro, which they of course played in the week as well, and we talked about it at the time. Really similar strengths for both Virtus Pro and ENCE, but just a higher level on the side of ENCE. So it's setting up quite nicely for ENCE to find themselves in that upper bracket and then in the grand final as well. So good result here, dominant, but struggle for Twisted Minds, struggle really.
Yeah. All right, well, you know what time it is. It's time to start consuming everyone's daily dose of slop. I'll see you when the next match hits, you know?
That, mate.
SSG Hypnos, I mean, that's, I'm not holding my breath for that one.
I'll hold my breath.
All right. Hopefully you'll still make up by the end. Maybe like a deep sea diver.
All right. Oh, I'm going to eat some chicken while we do this. Hold on. Oh. All right, so yeah, surprise of the first series. No real surprises there. I looked away from chat for a second. Everyone seems to have started a fucking riot. Need to... more pressing issues. You think they're just a flats pickup away from solving it? Okay. I can see it. It's not enabled, Jack. It's not enabled. Only enabled in Korea. Kevster robbed live on broadcast. He's still kind of pissed at Zeta. Kai's better than PGE. Come on. Come on. Wrong. PGE fans. PG has more viewers though.
Joining us for a quick chat.
Ooh.
So first things first, of course, congrats. You made that one look very easy. What did your preparation look like against Twisted
Here he
Minds?
is, the floating head of Bestela.
Thank you. The preparation, I guess it wasn't that complicated because we kind of know what they play. They have an off-tank player as well. And we play mostly off-tank comps, so we know how to beat that. And we know what works. And I think we just better team.
Good luck,
well,
Prash.
So we didn't overthink it, just played our stuff. Maybe counterpick a little bit and worked out.
I'm kind of curious what it's been like playing on ENCE this year, because you've had a lot of roster changes just like throughout the year. As you look at this roster you have right now, how are you feeling about the roster right now, and what it's been like flexing between all these different players coming in and out of the team throughout the year?
Well, even though we changed a lot of players, our style has always kind of been the same, and I think the current roster we're doing really well. We have the most flexible roster we've ever had, and we also have the same talent that we always had. So I think this is the best version that we've had.
Yeah, you guys are really showing that as well. And I mean, as good as you were today, Vestol, I'm curious if you know more about the situation with Chase, whether we might see him in the lineup potentially for other opportunities, or is it like logistical issues about getting him to potentially...
Come on, Vest, can you just solve the Russia-Ukraine situation for us? Come on, mate.
Well, today, it kind of just goes day by day. Chase is gonna be here. Like his power goes out, sadly. So that's why I had to play Winston yesterday. And we didn't have him today at all either. So maybe we'll see him tomorrow. I don't know yet. I don't think he knows either. So.
Well, it's going to be a surprise for everyone. We're about that live. Vistola, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Best of luck in the next bit.
I'm always so surprised by the situation in Ukraine.
It was Vistola.
I imagine that's how the Ukrainians feel waking up every day. Oh, I wonder what surprise is in store today. Fuck me. No power. Fucking hell. It's just like the wrong tone, you know? Another surprising day in Ukraine. Fuck. But I don't know why they can't acknowledge the situation. Like, it's not a secret. You know what what the real problem is, right? Is because we're all sitting here. We're all kind of like, we're in the know, right? We're the hardcore. So we all know what the situation in Chase is because he's It's because he's in Ukraine, and there's the current the current geopolitical situation makes it very difficult for Chase to consistently be available, makes it even more difficult for him to ever attend a LAN because of the conscription rules within his country. Okay, all right, real issue. We're aware of this because we've talked about it all fucking year, right? But do you think the average person in the mainstream is aware of Chase's situation? Would it actually not be more useful to the viewer to kind of explain the situation a little bit, right? Like say, oh, obviously Chase is playing from Ukraine. I know he's had a lot of availability issues because of geopolitical situation going on there. Is there any update on that situation where we might get Chase available more consistently for the lineup? And Vesta will say, probably kind of similar to what he said, like, oh, I don't really know. And then you can just say something back like, oh, I mean, oh, okay, well, we're all hoping the situation can work itself out as soon as possible so Chase can return to competing consistently for his team and helping you guys in your journey to try and qualify for Stockholm. And then you educate the viewer. You don't really get any new information because there isn't any information, you know? Hey, Vess, have you figured out Ukraine yet, mate? Come on, Vess. Yeah. Probably given strict rules not to mention conflicts. I mean, I guess, I don't see... But then just don't ask about Chase. Right? They won the series super comfortably in the mirror. What relevance does Chase have to it? Because if I'm honest with you, chat, one thing I haven't considered is you might be right. Because I'm not the most informed person politically. I'm not the most informed about the Russian-Ukraine conflict. So as far as I know, While I don't know any information, it is quite possible Vess might be puppeteering Putin and might actually be responsible for this entire conflict in order to get himself a start in tank time. Again, I'm not informed, but I'm just saying we can't rule out any possibility.
Hello, Terrence. I am Juno. My adventure has just begun.
Frio was the final score. Oh, I should update that, shouldn't I? That's something a good streamer would do. Oh. Oh. I've written that wrong. There we go. Yeah, unreal foresight from Vess in this whole situation. Oh no, some chicken fell out of my wrap. I've actually dropped fucking chicken. Vesta was wearing a hat. You eat Crimzo. Maybe it's just a tribute. Maybe Crimzo was just the hat all along. Okay. Now we're cooking, Toby. Who coaches ENCE? Nobody. Nobody currently. Potentially Vess's hat. That's for current Fury. It might be Vess's hat. But what a goddamn hat, you know? And caught up with Korean games? I know, I wasn't expecting it at all. I don't think it was impossible Hajduk Dan could win, but Frio, fuck, really, it actually surprised me, that one. Oh. I should get some more water before this starts, actually. Alright, just do a quick ad fan and then I'll get some water and then we can lock in for this last one. Oh. What? He jang already? He jang already? Alright. Is everything up to date? The ad's about to end. The stream title is up to date. Thank you very much, mods. The bets are open. 96% are going for SSG. Alright, 12 seconds to open.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Think Hypnos takes a map? I think no way, no how. The Robber Reaper Winston here. Versus the Anna Brig Winston. I think this one might be one-sided. Easy clear onto this Winston. All on Skytor not to get caught by this. Is Kiri Lucio as well, so they will just keep pounding this Winston, forcing him to jump back, forcing him out. Backbone does have to use Wraith there, so a little bit scary. Aggressive nade around the corner from MCD. Nearly dies for it, but gets away with it, so they will be okay. But they finally get a bit of space for their backline now, Hypnos.
Yep. Space Station now pushing the Hypnos backline completely out of the fight. They've postured towards the point, taken control, and gotten the fadeaway kill on Skytor. Now we actually see Space Station adopting the comp that was initially used by Virtus Pro, the Monkey Buster comp. And I mean, this is so difficult for a European Winston to play against a quality Reaper. And I mean, there is no Reaper better. There's no Reaper better in Europe than Backbone as well, is the thing. So Skytor, I mean, this is going to be so difficult for them. MCD, I mean, they've got the nano boost. This could be a turn for an aggressive push, but when that nano comes out, I mean, there's so much on the side of Space Station. They have the Kitsune Rush, they have the Blossom. It's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, I think if you're Hypnos, you kind of want to use your Dynamite and your nade to try and bully this Reaper out of positions to make that space for Skytor. They are going in now. Primal to follow this too. Will bully this Reaper out, trying to turn and peel for his backline. Pulse Bomb is good though from Psycho. So now the Primal from Haddy, it will be woken and it will be used to finish off Keo. And there's nowhere for MCD to run. There's nowhere for MCD to hide. He will get taken down. And Psycho and Haddy, they obliterate him. And yeah, they've actually killed... I guess it's just a backline trade, ultimately, actually. SXJ on point. Still in the backline is Skytor. Gets Landon and gets back to point. Somehow, someway, Hypnos trying to stall this one out, but Skytor doesn't have the HP to sustain. SXJ still trying to keep this one contested. We'll have a rally coming in from Prash. They want to do it, but Blossom at the choke. Now it's just the two of them on point. B has come through from Astro. They've dealt with for Bob, and now they can focus the remaining two players.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can't be too unhappy with that fight for Hypnos. Flipping the point, getting a couple of percentage points out from under their noses, even if you don't win the exchange, you know, percentage is valuable. That is the objective of the game. Keo fighting on the side, though. Recall forced out by Backbone. Backbone still has the shift, and Captain Prash has actually gone down in main. Prash 2 in the chat for sure for that one. Very sad to see Prash going down so late. Keo later still, so Hypnos, they're really on the back foot now. Prash has actually made the swap over to Lucio, getting run down by the Reaper, not working out for them.
Gonna be really difficult. Hopefully they can get MCD away from some more of this aggression, but no great ults on the board for Hypnos. Just this barrage for now. Desperate for that nano. They will jump in, try and clear Backbone, but look, they're just gonna get the later bubble off. Haddy just has Winston on his mind. Bubbles off Skytor. They clear him out. They've lost Psycho on point during all of this, though. So suddenly SXJ getting over the top, has this barrage. Could just drop it on a Winston if he wants to. Use it more as like, almost like a peel ult. They force the bubble out of Haddy, so SXJ moves over to point. Looking for a timing around Suzu, around Wraith. And Nano comes in as SXJ goes backwards here. So SXJ struggling to find value. There's the barrage, but Backbone has Wraith. Just going to walk away from that. And two wasted ults. They've lost the Ana in the backline now, and it's a disaster for Hypnos there. They had a timing, they had a moment, but they get it all wrong between the Farah and Ana.
Yeah, I mean, it was very surprising to see that Nano Farah turn absolutely nothing up for the side of Hypnos. SXJ just never getting an angle to do anything particularly impactful, and Space Station really walking all over Hypnos here.
And it's maybe what we expected. Maybe this is might be the least surprising game we see all day. But there's always a chance, right? I've ruled out Hypnos. Every single time Hypnos has played so far on OWCS, I've ruled them out. I said they will lose. And every single time, except for the one against SSG previously, they were able to win. So we'll see what they do.
Hypnos are uncrackable. Like they go down 120 meters versus Super Shy on map 5, and they're still able to turn that one around. So you can never really write them off. Oh, good grief.
Their success has been in dive mostly so far. MCD playing the Ananas, not what they're going to play at all here. So they're actually going to play Rambab Cass into Amalga, and here comes that venture now. Backbone putting a bit of a clinic, and it's actually funny Astro putting on a clinic. Seems unlikely that would be the first pick, but all right, quick reset for Hypnos. Go pick him up again.
A very, very fast death there for Keo. So quick that Hypnos will in fact be able to walk back and probably try to contest the point cap here. That's, I suppose, a disadvantage of getting a pick so quickly. Funny Astro blowing his load too fast there. Skytor, however, they put a very shallow shield down, and that's going to make their point touch hell. They really needed that shield versus the Malga. Really good counter wall though from SXJ. Catches out Backbone. Backbone going for some aggression, and the wall late from SXJ catches him out. SXJ also killing Hardy. Hardy got a massive pin there inside the stack of Hypnos, but MCD landing the lamp, landing the BAP shift. Despite this early lead, somehow it looks like Spacestation, they're going to flip the map, they're going to push in deep, and they're going to trade it out. So even though Hypnos, they flip the point, they are going to lose this fight. 5 versus 3.
It's one of the problems the Hypnos comp has, even though it's very good in that frontline trade. Obviously, we see the wall punish to kick it off. The ability to contain Psycho on Tracer is pretty limited. So Psycho has a lot of free reign here, and if they can't find a way to contain him, he's going to cause them so many problems. MCT even swapping onto Kiri now just to give him a bit more survivability against that version of the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, also now we've got Space Station with double support ultimate, and Hypnos, their supports are having a rough one with it, with MCD making this swap and Prash being a little bit behind on the beat drop. It is looking like it's going to be really easy for Space Station to leverage this support ultimate advantage. Out comes the Kitsune Rush and Skytor. They just fold. They were positioned far too aggressively for somebody that doesn't have an ult to back them up.
Also, way back to spawn, they'll get to hold for choke. Use, one fight, one. SSG will continue to hold close at this choke. Backbone actually does have to burrow, so maybe they'll concede the space back to point now. Again, you see Psycho uncontested, lurking on this flank, pulse bomb in hand. Anyone looking at him? They're looking at him now. Suzu has been forced. Beat comes out, so Psycho will continue to be patient. He is literally invisible. No one can deal with him as the aggression comes in. We'll be able to turn this Keo kill. It's only a 1-for-1 trade because Haddy got obliterated on the way in there. And now they're still looking for more. Psycho just get dinked by SXJ though, and actually they've traded up. Now it's just Astro on point going to pick up Haddy. And can they recontest this?
Looks like they're going to go for it. Oh, no, the wall from SXJ blocking off Hardy. He's not going to be able to get that touch, but he's still muscling forward, trying to charge up that cage, because if he can get the cage, he can potentially get a little bit of a recontest going. Funny Astro, you know, taking a little bit of a risk too, getting aggressive, going for the boops. Suzu forced out early in the piece from Landon. SXJ, they've got to be feeling it now. There's a chance for a Blizzard. MCD throwing out a rogue Kitsune Rush. Space Station kiting it, but SXJ, what are you doing? You're running away from that cage. You could be throwing a Blizzard into that one right now. Skytor instead comes in with the Annihilation, and it is looking really dire for Space Station. They are losing this trade heavily.
Cage caught a decent number of Hypnos, but obviously Annihilation and Blizzard, you can't really ask for many better ults to commit into a cage fight there, so SSG don't give a win off that one, but they do set themselves up with a Kitsune Rush for this next push. Prash should have the beat in time here, so should be able to counter each other out in that. Might come down to some of the smaller things, just Psycho hit Pulse Bomb. How does SXJ's wall timing look? Things like this.
Yeah, I mean, Prash, they do have this beat, and that could be a tool that can be used to counter out Landon's Kitsune Rush, but really it would be good if we could see a kite. Prash has matched the beat, and now Hardy, he's doing so much damage onto Skytor. A beat is not enough to stop him from rolling over, but Landon has gone down. So Skytor has died, but Landon trading, that is not good news for the side of for the side of Space Station. Psycho, however, he's happy to just stay alive and keep chopping up the backline, and now Hypnos, despite the best efforts of SXJ, oh, I mean, it's looking pretty rough for them.
Yeah, might get booped off a map here. Astro somehow doesn't get that one. Wall evades him, but Psycho good for it. Pulse Bomb on point here, and they should just be able to clean this up. And there we go. Victory beat for Astro. 2-0 for SSG, and on track.
Yeah, no, pretty solid start for SSG there. They looked a little bit rocky on the rush compositions versus Hypnos there on Control Center, though. I'm going to be honest. I mean, this is supposed to be SSG's bread and butter, and a couple of ult exchanges not really going their way. I mean, that's not something that I would expect to see from SSG, the alleged best rush team in Europe, versus a team that is, you know, basically on the lower end of the European power rankings.
Yeah, we'll get an interesting situation now, because that was obviously SSG's map pick. So Hypnos get to pick now as the loser, and Hypnos have really had all their success on dive. And if you saw the series earlier, you'll know that SSG are actually having a bunch of issues on dive at the moment. So if Hypnos can just force a Dorado, force a Paricio, you'd still expect SSG's level just to be too high that they'll get through, but it's certainly been a sore point for them recently, and I very much expect Hypnos to question it one more time.
Yeah, I mean, is Hypnos, they're just continually one-tricking the Ana Brig, right? There's basically barely any desire to play Lucio for them.
Yeah, I think only the ones where they really feel like it's impossible,
Yeah.
like the Control Center type thing.
Yeah, I suppose that's about as... I think they played Control Center on a Brig in the past, but maybe it's not a safe bet versus SSG, considering that it's going to run you down on Malga. I do think that, I mean, it's not a scary team for SSG to be playing against, but it's a scary matchup, you know? The fact that their preferred matchup is the Ana Brig, we're going to be seeing SSG on every loser pick for Hypnos. We're going to be seeing SSG taken to maps that they're not really that comfortable on. Maps where they struggled versus ENCE, where the Ana Brig is forced to come out for them. Funny Astro, again, just playing the Brig. I do have to wonder, why do they continue to force this on a Brig stuff? I mean, we've seen Crazy Raccoon, they're confident to play Lucio in a bunch of different situations where you would otherwise not have the Lucio. They would just be like traditional Brig points, and we're seeing Chorong rolling out on the Lucio. Why can't Astro do the same?
Well, is it possible it's not actually an Astro-based problem, but it's actually how much of... Because one thing you lose when you lose the Brig, you have a Brig instead of a Lucio, is you lose that sort of like constant Ana babysit and this extra layer of protection and peel. Is it actually maybe partly an Ana problem more than a Lucio problem, that when they're on that version of the comp? Like, how much of Shu being able to play with a little bit less resources is because Chorong is so good, and how much of it is because Shu is so good, you know? Where does it quite sit between them, you know?
That's a reasonable point to make. I mean, I guess back in 22, a big part of the Gladiator strategy was, you know, we can play Lucio Ana because Shu can just take care of himself. Exactly, yeah. He will just hit the sleep when he needs it, win the 1v1, Proper will blink onto him to go for a duel, and Shu just hits the sleep. So I guess that is fair enough to some extent. You know, I guess when you have Landon on the Ana, he's not that same, you know, he's not that same superstar talent, so maybe there's not the highest chance of him dominating on that. But still, I just feel like the Brig, it's been so far separated from success for the side of SSG that they need to look at changing things up. Yeah, no, Hypnos taking us to a pure Ana Brig Winston matchup now.
I feel like this is the sort of series where it's almost all, there's like, it's all lose for SSG almost, in the sense that if they start losing fights, it's really bad. It can really snowball here in terms of like, oh, it should have been this close, shouldn't feel this bad, shouldn't feel like this. And it can really snowball if the first few fights start to go badly. So I don't know. It's like it should be fine. I think it would still have to go into the category of like massive upset if they take the map here, but it's certainly an area where SSG have been fragile, and this should maybe it is, if anything, maybe it could even be an SSG confidence booster, right?
Yeah, I mean, SSG, I'm not sure that they will feel much of a confidence boost from winning a matchup like this. You know, I think that they will be deeply rooted in the realism that they just lost to Virtus Pro. So even if they are able to win a match versus Hypnos, the thing that will be eating away at them is the fact that they've lost to VP, which is not even their biggest opponent in the tournament.
With how we've seen ENCE play as well, there's actually just more and more problems coming SSG's way, potentially, the deeper they get in this tournament. But I guess that's how tournaments work, really. Are going to see Keo actually starting on the Ashe here, potentially, which is a bit of a rare choice here on Dorado, particularly on the defense with how strong Widow is, and very reasonable to expect a Widow on the other side here from SSG. So will be a range advantage here for Sparker, and it means for a lot of this first point, particularly maybe the first two corners, if they can just get Spark a decent angle looking down, can really put Hypnos in an awkward position where they either have to be aggressive or they have to just concede for space.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when we see Hypnos playing this matchup, a lot of their success is rooted in the fact that MCD is a very solid Ana, and we'll probably see that shine here on the defense. With the defensive positioning, MCD is in pole position to just throw nades across the map again and again and again. Now Sparker playing the Widow on the attack. This is actually a much more difficult place to play the Widow on attack than Junkertown first in the situation where he refused to play it last series. So I respect Sparker for choosing the adversity maxing approach, where if an offense Widow is easy, he will not do it. But if it is difficult, he will pick it straight away. Because here, it's so hard on this first corner especially to get the Widow off. Difficult to take the angles, easy for the enemy team to play above you and just drop down and execute you. Widow has less health. It's so hard. Skytor getting slept up in main, but somehow not converting to a kill. Spark hooks up onto the high ground and is immediately executed by Skytor.
Now, Skytor in big trouble, just about makes it onto the high ground, will be pocketed through here, and they will be able to stabilize, and a whole load of ult charge for MCD as well, so this nano boost is coming soon. And they've just got complete control. Nice start here. Psycho's got the flank now. But you can see Skytor and SXJ, they're just waiting for Spark to try and take some space here to shut him down one more time.
Yeah, I mean, now because Skytor has taken so much damage without dying, now the nano turn is going to be deadly. And straight away we see Landon going down. Even though he hits the sleep, it's not enough. Funny Astro not getting the boop. And there we go, 2 players of Space Station, the 2 supports going down to this nano dive. And I mean, it's just looking rough for SSG. We're here on the first corner and they're being held for a very, very long time. And there's more ultimates in the bank for Hypnos. A Primal Rage could be deadly. If Sparker tries to swing wide for an angle, immediately Skytor will be on him, primaling him away. We see the Pulse Bomb investigate for SXJ, a little bit keen on that one, goes wide, but there's still a very real chance for Hypnos to take this one.
Oh, SXJ slipped off here, so they've kind of lost a bit of their setup now. Winston and Tracer both on the low ground. Now that gives a chance for Sparker to finally get a bit of space, a bit of time, locks down the walls. Skytor's trying to make a move, but it's just down, and as soon as Keo peeks out, Sparker shuts that one down. Skytor, one more jump, won't commit for Primal, takes for reset here. They have slept Haddy. Need to be careful they don't die late here, actually, as Haddy's going to be keen to chase these ones. A late backline kill could cause some real problems in the later fight here. And Haddy's still going. They go different ways around the wall, but they get out together and they just about do it. They just about do it. Scary times for Hypnos, but they've got a chance now with this Nano and retake. But oh, Spark's got him again.
Oh, that is huge from Spark, slithering on in on the side, taking down Keo, and really shutting down the chances of a strong recontest here for Hypnos. Skytor and Prash, they have the ultimates, they're able to buy time. Anti-nade comes out, forces out SXJ's recall, but Skytor, he's gone deep with the Primal, been slept up by Landon. Really nice work. Now we're seeing CC juggled onto Skytor, but MCD has the nano boost, so Skytor, he's able to re-engage, and now there are no support ultimates left for the side of Space Station. Sparker under a hell of a lot of pressure, going down to the Nano Winston and SXJ together, and Keo's back with the Bob. So now for Space Station, this is looking really dire. One little buff for them is that Skytor has overextended. A nice nade from Landon helping take him down, but Keo, they have the Bob. SXJ throws out the Pulse Bomb, doesn't get anything for it, but there's the Bob. Hardy zapping away actually manages to take down SXJ on the Tracer. So now Space Station, they have a very real chance to cap this out. Skytor's back, it's a 4 versus 4. The Bob is about to go down.
Spark's just got this big long angle here, trying to focus it down. Skytor's bubble is about to expire. They do kill Landon, but Sparker trades it back. Probably a worth trade for Keo, though. Skytor needs more and more help on point, and Sparker's good for another one. Now Skytor's just run out of help. He's run out of resources. They've killed everyone around the Winston, and now the Winston falls. They needed the whole time bank. They needed a big helping hand from Sparker in multiple situations, but they do get the first cap here, SSG.
I mean, he took his time to come online, but when he did, it was absolutely worthwhile. Really does make you wonder why Sparker was refusing to mirror a shockwave of all people on a Junkertown offense versus no pressure at all. But, you know, that's a question for past Sparker, because now present Sparker is taking over the lobby versus Hypnos. Second point is a much more forgiving Widow point for the attackers. Longer sightlines, easier angles. So this is really good for SSJ now. If they can just lean into Sparker's Widowmaker, there is going to be so much pressure on Hypnos to deal with him to avoid his sightline. Funny Astro catching a body shot from the Widowmaker needs Landon's counter nano to keep him alive. Keo doing so much work, actually manages to take down Sparker with another body shot. Hardy up on the high ground, has 96% on his Primal, but I don't think they're going to press the issue here. They're just going to slow things down, wait for Sparker's respawn.
I mean, they say... Oh, Kyo's going to take a long grapple here. The Nano does, of course, save Astro's life, which is a good thing, but now they actually missing his tool offensively, so they're still in a situation trying to clear top. Hadi has Primal to keep going if he wants, but they're just going to counter jump here. Kyo anticipating something on the left, but it's actually a grapple from main from Sparker. Neither of them find anything, and it's all going to come down to these Primals next, most likely. So far, Hypnos haven't really been challenged on this high ground, and the push of the carp phase is maybe a little bit over here, because SXJ can just match it on the corner, stop any further progress. And look how far back the SSG backline is. Skytor's going to jump in. Oh, MCD's just peeking it, but Spark can't find the shot. Now Skytor's got this Primal on the backline, but he's just trying to milk it for as long as he possibly can.
Hadi's primaling over on the other side. Not entirely sure what he's catching with that, because I'm not seeing a lot of health bar change over for Hypnos. Skytor, though, completely dealt with by the backline of Space Station. Does not die for it and manages to buy a lot of time, but Hadi, he's similarly done not a whole lot with his primal. So it looks like a fairly mirrored situation. Nano Boost now comes out from MCD onto Skytor. Hadi is going, though, up on the high ground, Skytor on the low ground. The Winstons in this series, they love to sleep. They're both just two very, very sleepy Winstons. But Funny Astro takes down Skytor after the sleep from Landon, and that is going to be a rough one for Hypnos. However, SXJ, he trades out onto Funny Astro. Landon goes down to the nade. Another, oh wow, the rally from Prash, keeping everybody alive. Kyo getting the pick onto Psycho, and it's only Hadi left alive. That is the end of Space Station's attack.
Oh, this is a disaster.
They can't even beat Hypnos on fucking Outbreak. Jesus Christ. Oh.
And this is where this is where it starts to feel really bad, right? Because this is now like, if you can't even beat Hypnos, who can you? No offense to Hypnos, but it is Hypnos' best comp, etc. But you know, like SSG, the standards are so much higher, right? They have to be so much higher than this, the expectations, and they're not getting close to them right now. The map's still winnable, of course, right? The series probably still winnable as well, but this is not a pretty situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely brutal for Space Station. It's really an indictment on their ability to play these unabridged Winston compositions because, you know, as you said, if you can't beat Hypnos in this matchup, who can you beat? It doesn't matter that this is Hypnos' strength. Hypnos, this is a low-seeded team, and Space Station, they need to be better than this. Space Station has dreams that go much further than just taking down Hypnos. They want to win the tournament, and with a hole in their draft like this, I mean, it looks like it's going to be really difficult for them. All of their drafting in future, I mean, it needs to be around protecting away from this matchup, and I feel that they really need to rework their King's Row, because if I have to see one more fucking Arna Brig Winston on King's Row, I mean, I'm going to scream. It's a disaster for Space Station every time we see it.
The problem is as well, if you're any of the other teams in the tournament, you're looking at this and going, probably try and get SSG on dive where we can, will you? So it's not just a problem SSG are going to have to answer today. Maybe they can solve the Hypnos problem. Maybe they still win the series. But they're going to be given this problem all day tomorrow and all day the day after as well. So they either need to switch for comp or they need to find out a way to just solve these problems. But maybe a comp switch is the easiest one in this time frame. But no comp switch for now. Still just Anna Brig. Kyo is now on the Widow after starting Ashe previously. Just taking some hopeful shots as the tracer pressure comes in. And it's just for Cart slowly moving here. Spark looking to try and find an angle onto his backline. Takes one through main.
Yeah. We've seen some nice bubbles coming out from Hadi, little Kefri bubbles for Sparker to give him a free sightline. The enemy Widow unable to counter shoot him as he stands inside the shield. And then Sparker here taking down Captain Prash from one man inside a shield to another with a shield glued to his face. Captain Prash goes down to the Widowmaker. Not a great start for Hypnos, and really nice ping pong from SSJ blocking the cart. Sparker takes down MCD as well, swings super wide and actually just rips his head off hard scoping in main. So this is a pretty good hold for Space Station so far.
Yeah, everything good so far. Got to find those picks. You can see as well, Hadi keen to play aggressively on these houses, just try and limit all of Kyo's opportunities. A half chance there, but can't find the shot. SXJ is still trying to bully point here, but you can see Pax just come in Psycho's way. He will not be dislodged by this pressure alone. A bubble onto the high ground, but does it clear anything either here? But there it is! Kyo finds the opening pick onto the Ana no less, which means this entire hold is just going to have to sort of be forfeited at this point. SXJ's up there too. They just need to be careful not to let the cart move too far while this is happening, because Astro is still alive and he's still on cart. So as long as he dies here, it should be okay. Should get a recontest.
That pick from Keo, I mean, it's a bit like the Ninja Low Taper fade meme. It is massive. There is no way for Space Station to continue holding the position once they've lost their honor. They have to concede all of that cart space. It's really so difficult. I mean, I thought the Keo on the Widowmaker, I thought that this attacking Widowmaker was a mistake because of how easy it would be for Hardy to mark him. But that hook shot, it's more than enough. It opens up the point. If only Sparker had been able to manage one of those on the attack. Now, walls popped out for Keo. Actually jumps back and forth for Hardy. Don't know whether they're in or out, but Sparker, he gets another kill onto Captain Prash. Prash completely incapable of blocking Widow shots with his shield from the looks of it. And then MCD going down as well. Apparently Sparker, he has eyes only for the supports, and he is good to just take them down. This is suddenly really a solid hold for Space Station. Only a minute left on the clock for Hypnos, and good ultimates for SSG.
Yeah, everything they could possibly want to deal with this next dive. They have the rally to keep their backline alive. They can use the nano aggressively on Hardy to get some trades, even a pulse bomb to get that one as well. Really, Sparker has dominated the Widow duel for the most part on this map, even if it's not led to huge success for SSG outside in this first point. Now, all eyes on MCD. If he can find a nade or something, it can always swing these fights even with ult disadvantage. If Keo can find a shot as well, that'd help too, but has to be something as Skysaw slowly but surely. He's just going to force it through with Primal here, so he's going onto the backline, but defensive rally comes out for Sleep is woken though. So they managed to clear Skysaw, but maybe not as much damage as they could have gotten to him.
Yeah, no kill there due to the missed sleep. The push with the nano boost, huge damage coming out from Skytor, zoning the entire backline. Landon nanos finding Astro, but is unable to space himself, actually getting taken down by those zaps, and this is bad news for SSG. It looked so good when they counted out the Primal with the rally, but then that repush, they were not ready for the nano turn. Landon caught out, just dying so quickly, and this is now really rough for them. 2.5 minutes to defend second point, but they did not push the cart very far. They did not get to the end of second. They have to hold it before the end of the bridge.
Seen this a few times as well, where quite often we see a classic Nano Winston into Primal to keep going. Someone does this all the time for Toronto. But when they have both ults ready Hypnos, they do it the other way around. They start with Primal to force the ult out, then re-engage with Nano. Obviously, you charge a lot of your Primal afterwards as well. So it can be a very effective combo. We've seen him do it a few times. Pays dividends there as the next dive comes in for Skytor. Prash trying to get a cheeky whip from this balcony, and Keo's gone right side. There goes Landon again. 2 minutes on the clock, but a huge problem. They can't really afford to lose this fight, SSG. They have to try and slow it down and stabilize.
Yeah, they can't ping pong the cart. They just need to wait. They need to hold their position on high ground, wait as long as humanly possible. Psycho, though, he's chasing the Widow, which means he's in no position to touch the cart with full skill. His stall is going to be slow. Hardy drops down. He's 85% on the Primal, but he's taking so much damage. And now they are juggling the cart. 0.83 meters to spare. Sparker being juggled in spawn. Bunny Astro, 99% on the rally. He does have it. Hardy is holding it down on the cart. Keo takes down Sparker, but Bunny Astro manages to catch Skytor, overcommitting with the nade. But it's oh my god. Hardy jumps up into the high ground. He had Primal as well. So greedy jumping up on top when he had the Primal. And there, Psycho, he was only on a sliver of HP. The second he dies, the cart moves forward. Oh, good god. They were going to win that too. They had the trade.
Yeah, and the way that fight was, it was a really long fight as well, so they might have even got the hold, and, you know, if they just win for Dorado and it's a bit of a dogfight, it's probably forgotten about in a while, but this result is maybe going to stick with them for a while. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, this is a real roughie. It's not a good look.
So, if you go to, so what, SSG probably pick Kings Row, rematch? One more time on the dive?
Yeah, I mean, I think that SSG, in the interest of not making further fools of themselves, should probably pick a hybrid map and play Rush on it, you know? Just so that they can get away from Kings Row, maybe pick the Icon World. But I don't actually know if they ever pick Icon World. I don't know if I've ever seen Kings Row pick it. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen London pick it. So maybe they will just continue to go to their push maps and the rest. So we'll see.
What else is it? Blizzard's World or Parisio? Also feel particularly...
Yeah, just all hardcore dive maps. Hardcore dive maps. Icon World is the only one where they stand a chance of not playing dive, I think. Anyway, I'm gonna slop. I promised chat slop because I missed it last time.
Roger. And yeah, fuck. What a disappointing map. I mean, we're obviously focused on SSG here because I feel ultimately it's like the bigger story and maybe will become a bigger factor as we continue through this tournament deeper. But we really shouldn't forget to also actually praise We should actually praise, of course, Hypnos, right? Because obviously, are SSG underperforming? Are they not playing their best comp, etc., etc., all these things. But SSG still 3-0 most teams, even when they're playing this comp, you know? So Hypnos should have some credit. And fuck, what a result. I mean, I know we're only 2 maps in, it's only tied up, you know, but what a result. And all of a sudden, SSG going to be feeling rough about that one. Have to try and put it out of their heads. Move on. You came back? You've missed it, Toby. You've missed it. You have missed it. Because SSG are now in a situation. They should be okay, right? They should be okay. Hold on, sorry. I'm just checking some messages. Can you look at my question? Sorry, what was the question? Where is it? Let me have a scroll. Is MCT actually a good Ana, or is it just EMEA has a serious lack of good Anas? I mean, MCT's Ana's reasonable, but I don't think it's anything particularly good. I think he stands out more in EMEA than he would in, like, Korea, for example. But there is a definite lack, right? Because I think when we talk about, say, someone like Sky being one of the top Anas, I think it's true. I think Sky does sit in that category, but I think if you were to just play some of these like straight up mirrors against the more elite dive teams, I think Sky wouldn't look comparable to anyone in the sort of like, you know, like in the like fielder shoe category. Maybe that's an unreasonable category to be fair, but like the thin category, you know, like these elite teams have such a high standard. But EMEA just has nobody. Just really has nobody. The best Ana in EMEA is probably Vigilante, even though he doesn't get to play it all that often for Twisted Minds. But again, if you check Vigilante's passport, it will very much say he is Korean and not EMEA by origin.
Hola.
Hola.
Yeah.
Runa Sappy.
Yeah, Runa Sappy and Spacestation going for the rush matchup, the Monkey Buster comp. I think that, you know, this is a little bit scarier than it was for them on Lijiang Garden, because on this map, the hit scan angles are a lot more promising, a lot more appealing. So for the side of Hypnos, Keo has a lot more agency to carry the game. On Garden, they were just choked out. They couldn't get these wide angles. But this time around, Keo is going to have lots of opportunities to put pressure on Backbone. But you can see Skytor, fundamentally, quintessentially a European Winston player, just only face checks the Reaper for the entire fight, has a million opportunities to go wide, to go elsewhere, to not stand in the Reaper's face, but just decides that to go stand in his face is the optimal play. So insane first fight for Space Station.
Big old chase onto SXJ now from Psycho and Astro. They're really keen to stagger him out because SXJ was behind. They'll get that kill. No problem at all, and this means it's going to take a little bit longer now for Hypnos to properly contest, and also a chance for SSG to build a little bit more of their ults. And an objective-focused game is one that SSG play quite a lot, and with a Reaper here in this Winston mirror, it's one they can do quite well with this. Again, you see, look at that Backbone Haddy, so happy to trade onto Skytor, force him to do something else, force him away from this corner.
Yeah, And the card has rolled a pretty healthy distance. And then SXJ going down first to Psycho. I mean, it doesn't guarantee the checkpoint, but it is very dangerous now. MCD, he needs to work overtime to charge up this nano boost. Skytor needing to back jump. And now with no Tracer, who is going to touch the cart? Nobody. There is no touch for the checkpoint. In less than 2 minutes, Space Station capped the checkpoint here. MCD a little bit too slow with the nano boost. No big purples. And really rough for Skytor.
And look at Psycho snaking his way into the back here, straight onto MCD. Half of his HP, one pack comes through, sleep is avoided. Can't quite find the melee, Nez for kill. Dodges it too, and Captain Prash falls just before the rally. The nano was it? Did the nano go out there? Was that Nano Jax? What happened?
It does look like that was a Nano Jax. I didn't clock it from the main stack, to be honest. So that is troubling as well. But I mean, it really bothers me how you can see Space Station in these matchups with the Lucio Winston comp. You can see how incredibly dominant they are. And then you throw them on Anna Brig and it just looks like they can't, you know, their shoes are on backwards or something. I don't know, their monitors are off. It's unbelievable. It doesn't make any sense how hard they fall off when they change comps. But they are so natural on it. They just understand the flow of the game when they play comps of this archetype, these Lucio comps. It just makes sense for them. Prash throws down the rally. Hardy back jumps. Again, a good kite from Space Station, an ultimate invested for Hypnos, and they don't need to match. Oh, Keo comes in with the high noon, but Funny Astro with the beat, and Space Station, they roll over. Backbone with the Blossom, I mean, it's just going to be a complete wash. Hypnos, they don't stand a chance.
It's crazy. It's so night and day. It almost feels like a joke, but it's we've seen it in front of our eyes. But it's just now blowing Hypnos out of the water to an unprecedented degree now. They're looking at the verge of full capping. They've got the ult for this one. They're bullying SXJ everywhere. The Primal goes off. Keo dies immediately. Psycho has his pulse in his back pocket if he needs it, but they're keeping their eyes. Hadi reads the disengaged direction from Prash, and now will chase him all the way across the map. Prash just about gets out, gives him the slip, and the pulse bomb's been missed, so maybe a chance, but no, Skytor's super low on point. Kitsune Rush plus Reaper is a deadly, deadly combo, especially if you're a Winston, especially if you're from EMEA, and it's a full cap.
It's a full cap in less than 4 minutes. And I mean, when you see things like this, it does make it feel like the results for SSG on these other maps, it does make it feel like they are a sick joke, genuinely, because they're so much better at this archetype. It's insane. It's beyond night and day. We're on different planets. It's Venus and Mars. It's insane. But here we are again. I mean, they throw in the Lucio comp and straight away, they're just plowing Hypnos. It's not even close. They look like the team that they're promised to be, but then we see them go back to an Anna Brig matchup. We're probably going to see King's Row next, mind you, and I swear to God, if we see fucking Funny Astro and Brig, I don't know what, I have no action. There's no action. I'm just going to be disappointed.
There's so many of these maps are so dive favored now as well, right? If they go to hybrid. Paricio really on the table as well. Paricio's one that maybe even feels a little bit harder. Kiri Lucio would still be fine, but like it feels one of them even more Anna Brig favored maps than say the King's Row. So there's a lot of good options here for Hypnos, but it literally feels like we're watching two different teams. You know, if you did the Chris test where you can't see the level of Overwatch, but you took the names off all the players and you showed me SSG on Dorado, and then you showed me SSG on Runasapi, I'd have no way of telling you these are the same two teams.
I think this actually does reinforce the notion that Chris can't see the level of play, though, because clearly he sees this and he sees King's Row and he thinks it's all approximately the same level of play. So he doesn't see the issue with them continuing to play on a Brig. So, you know, Chris, he openly admits that he struggles to identify the level of play on screen. And I think the way that his team continues to play on a Brig against all odds with no fucking hope whatsoever does actually reinforce the fact that he's telling the truth. He's not just saying it to engagement bait. It's not just for clicks. He actually is hopeless at identifying what his team can and can't do. All right, slop time. That's the good thing about a 4-minute map, is that you can get straight back to the slop.
It's so crazy, but it's unfortunately so true. I guess the follow-up question would be, and this will be one for Uncoachable, I guess, is this what it looked like in scrims? Are these the kind of results they had? Because clearly something must be telling them that this comp is okay for them. I mean, presumably they're scrimming against a lot of reasonably good teams, but Something just never seems to go right for him. Nothing clicks. Nothing feels quite silky smooth. There's always a mistake here or a mistake there. Just unravels all of it. But when we're suddenly on this comp now we see right now on our screens, fuck, look like they could beat anyone. Good read of a macro, good use of the engage, baiting out resources for free. Well, yeah, it will come up on Uncoachable. The nature of these results make it really hard not to bring up on Uncoachable, you know? Does he do any legitimate coaching? Vintage meme. Hip goes, wait, Hip, do they actually get 0 kills on Runa Sappy? Oh, they actually went 0-19. The team, like... What? Who even is 0019? Fuck. For Team Bond. 0-19. Oh, fuck. Oh, dear. 1 kill on Hadino? Oh, yeah, true. No, because there was 1 death, actually. Maybe it was just a production error. All right. 1-19 is obviously still not a good KD, right? If you're playing Overwatch and you've got a 1-19 next to your name in your KD, this is not a good KD, and you should maybe look over your play and reevaluate some of your decisions. Why did they pick Icon? The only hybrid map in the pool where Brawl is probably consistently viable. Do Hypnos feel sorry for him? What's the idea? What's the idea? So it is going to be Anna Brig, as we expect from Hypnos. More of the same. Echo this time, slight twist. Or maybe SXJ is going back to point, or back to respawn. So maybe that does still become a Tracer. On the other side, SSG going to go, it's Reaper time still. And they'll look to do a lot of the same things they did on Runa Sappy, which was ultimately outrageously successful. Just absolutely bullied SXJ, bullied Skytor, didn't give a chance for MCD to have any influence in the game. And why are we on Icon World? I mean, to be fair,
why are we on Icon World?
That's just the last thing I said before you unmuted was, why are we on Icon World?
Yeah, no, that's
the only
unreal.
map. This is the worst map they could have picked.
Yeah, this is like the one that Space Station should have been picking to keep themselves safe. And we've just gone to it, so now they're just going to play this matchup the whole way through.
Okay. Alright, yeah, so Reaper, Winston, Kiri, Lucio. They do lose Landon on this first initial rotation where they try to get everyone behind here. Obviously, what they want to try and do is force a rotation out of Hypnos. The good thing about losing your Kiri is it's actually the best hero for just reconnecting with your entire team, right? So they're going to go pick up Landon now. Going to go through, bubble on, and Kyo's just immediately dead. Don't know, was he top left there? Feels awfully close for an Ashe to stand here. Just finds himself trapped between 2 of them, and... Well, okay, yeah. Alright, I think this looks familiar.
Yeah, now we're seeing the London that we know and love, or rather the Space Station that we know and love, where they play these Lucio comps and Backbone just gets to tear it up. They are so good at this rush archetype. Me personally, I'm actually starting to get a little bit of PTSD to the 22 playoffs where the Los Angeles Gladiators were thrown into the lower bracket by London Spitfire. I remember getting tortured by Backbone on this map, so not a good feeling seeing this matchup now that I think about it. I wish we were on Kings Row right now so that I didn't have to relive that moment. But now, the second point, this is where Hypnos' comp shines and where Space Stations is going to have the most trouble. It's very difficult to find an opening here on the low ground, and to push cart is also a big ask because you're going to have to play under a rain of fire. Kyo up on the high ground is going to be throwing down so many dynamites, so many heavy hitting shots, and MCD, his nade, any nade that lands is going to slow down Space Station massively. That being said, we can see Backbone TPing up onto the high ground, onto MCD. Appears that he has wraithed and dropped down straight away. Skytor under a lot of pressure, 96% on the primal, but he will jump away to safety.
Just trying to tiptoe this forward as much as they can, SSG. Now they've got themselves underneath. Hattie's going to go from lower. Psycho's going to go from upper, trying to connect onto this backline. Kitsune Rush comes through, but Psycho turns his attention for a second onto Winston. Now he's behind the backline. Big stick written all over this one. It's on someone, but no. Guess it was shielded. They all survive, but the Nano helps them through. But here comes Hattie from the other side. They made absolute mincemeat of for Hypno's backline, but somehow, some way, the trades have been coming back the other way. Skytor with a final bit. Haddy's awfully low. It's an absolute barn burner in this corridor. Somehow it's just Backbone left alive, but versus a Winston and an Echo, tricky for Backbone, but actually Psycho and Backbone reckon they can keep the cart moving for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we're seeing the cart move right now because Hypnos do have the advantage in the fight. They really should chase down Backbone here, but I think they're playing a little bit too conservatively, allowing him to shift out like that. That was so greedy of him to play in main and push the cart like that because they should be able to chase him and close out the connection. Unfortunately, Hypnos a little bit cowardly. Backbone back on the cart, I think with no Wraith right now. He has Wraith right now, like I was saying. Beat comes out for Funny Astro, but Backbone actually doesn't receive it. Suzu from Landon is good, and Backbone, he is drilling poor SXJ. A failed Wayfast TP from Backbone there, basically TPing on the spot, but Funny Astro, the derpy bastard old man, just getting chased down by SXJ. The main support's being traded though. Captain Prash goes down, as does MCD. MCD was 75% on that nano boost, so that could have been huge for Hypnos. If Skytor can get out here and help charge up MCD's nano boost, there will be a good chance at a recontest here. It seems that they're committing to the fight, and it could be paying off for them because they have gotten the trade kill onto Landon. Spacestation, however, they do have many ultimates in play, and it's looking like Hypnos, they're not going to be able to weather the storm because that Kitsune rush on the cart, a nice pulse bomb from Psycho, that's going to be more than enough to sweep through to the third point with a huge time bank.
They're stalling out MCD as long as they possibly can as well. They're going to force him to jump off. There we go. Landon will finish him off. And what we see here from SSG is every time they just keep putting Backbone on payload, you see Skytor come back, you see other players come back. The copy was used on Backbone there as well. And they just can't dislodge him from point. So much so that SXJ decides if you can't beat him, join him. Swaps onto the Reaper himself. Obviously playing with the Ana Brig will limit that Reaper's involvement a lot because the speed is super useful, but Nano's pretty scary too, so SSG, they're going to try and run, they're going to try and flee, and obviously no speed for SXJ, so they actually all just walk away from him.
Yeah, we immediately see the disadvantage of playing Reaper with Ana Brig as SXJ just unable to chase down those kills, actually being taken out by Hardy. Skytor in the back going for this Primal Rage, but getting nothing for it. A big nade lands from MCD, but it isn't enough. Spacestation, they Suzu, they just weather the storm, and now we're in a real final fight situation with a massive time bank for SSG. The touch is needed for Hypnos. Skytor coming out on the Malga. Malga and Reaper, there's a little bit of synergy there, but it looks like Skytor, he's just being trapped in the spawn door. And while Hattie throws the hand, Backbone drops the spin, and it is going to be a 3-minute and 2-second time bank on Eichenwald here. Where was this version of Space Station in the earlier matches?
Yeah, it's just going to come back to the same point ultimately. Like, on this matchup, they're just clearly way beyond Hypnos, both in terms of individual level of the players on their respective heroes, and of course the macro understanding, the way they're playing the two different styles against each other, the way they're using the map to their advantage. It's just everything way ahead, and Hypnos don't really have an answer. And all these things that were successful for Hypnos in the past, where it was like MCD's getting a lot of chance to influence the game, a lot of chance to hit nades, none of that's really happening, you know? Suddenly the people he's nading, a Kiri, a Reaper, a Tracer, all these heroes can actually, one, they can get cleansed by the Kiri, but they can also cleanse themselves with their abilities as well. So MCD is now going to find himself actually going onto the Kiri Lucio potentially, and they're just gonna take the mirror.
Yeah, I'm seeing some questions about what is a Wayfast TP. That is it's a callback to a classic, a European player that he used to play Reaper, and he was famous for using the Reaper TP to TP on the spot. So instead of TPing anywhere at all, he would look straight at the ground and TP on the spot, and it is good for bamboozling your opponents as they search for the destination of your TP and you go nowhere at all. That is a Wayfast TP.
Does it give you a slight cleanse now as well, I think, technically? I'm pretty sure it cleanses you now.
I am so far behind on patch notes that I do not know, mate.
I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, Backbone sent me a clip of him like dodging pulse bomb with it.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
No tech drops.
You probably can do that, yeah. You probably TP off status effects or something. All right, aggression now from Hypnos. They've changed up their comp massively. Keo on the Cassidy, Skytor on the Diva. They're trying really hard to shut out the impact of Backbone, but now we just got this scrappy fight inside. And while initially it looked good for Hypnos, the Kiriko and the Cassidy both being traded out, and it is Space Station that is going ahead with this. It's actually a 2 versus 2 now, so not ideal for SSG, but you can see Psycho, he's keeping the pressure on, still has that recall, trying so hard to take down SXJ, is not going to get that conversion.
Now, still trying to walk in here. Taking Backbone, forcing another Wraith out of him here so they can chase that if they want. But Skytor's a little bit low, so they can't really go right now. Bubble on top, but you see SXJ pushing back, trying to clear him out of this area. But SXJ gets punished for it. Pretty sure he should have had Wraith there, but I guess it just doesn't go off in time. And now, all of a sudden, player advantage for SSG. A chance to bully him back. A late DMech here onto Skytor could be made particularly brutal if they choose to stagger him out. Mercy has been shown
now this... I think the hold is really starting to solidify for Space Station. Their ult bank is enormous now. So Hypnos, it's a massive uphill battle. And I think, you know, the odd one out here for Hypnos, it's Keo. Because even though that Cassidy pick, it can be so valuable if you can find the angle, it's a real liability in these bigger ult fights. If you get pushed by a Winston inside a Kitsune Rush, if you get a Reaper on your head, there's so little you can do once ults start to come into play. It's a very squishy hero, and the High Noon is not something that you can easily execute here. Kitsune Rush is coming out for both sides, and down goes Keo. At least getting a pick onto Backbone, not a terrible thing. Beat from Prash and Funny Astro with the second beat, but we can see Hardy taking a lot of damage from the Reaper, but he actually, Psycho takes down SXJ, so the Reaper goes down, and this looks like a totally even ult trade for Space Station, where they just weather the storm, and now we're actually seeing staggers coming out from Hypnos as they walk out of spawn. Keo under a lot of pressure, but he will not go down, so it is a clean hold for Space Station.
Really got an early chunk of the Skytor ends up going a long way as Astro's going to just get like a magic pick down main onto Keo, which is going to send him all the way back to spawn one more time. But you see the difference that early chunk makes on the Diva, forces them back as they are going to try and body block them in spawn, pulse bomb as well. They have to self-destruct in spawn to try and get back. And Backbone is hiding for an early Blossom, and are they ready for this?
Yeah, I mean, now Backbone is just going for a pure disrespect play, hiding all the way in the spawn. Funny Astro, typical Funny Astro, going down to absolutely nothing. Backbone now on the run, but it looks like he's actually gone back for more. You can see Funny Astro, I mean, Space Station, they're just starting to feel themselves. They are far too confident at this point. At least now we really know which team is better in this match. Initially, it was looking like an absolute dogfight, but, you know, they've closed it back. They've actually regained their confidence. So maybe you were right about this being a bit of a confidence match. Maybe they have found a new direction.
Yes, they've got the momentum. They've got the momentum back so they can finally make their way past Hypnos. There we go. Bubble on point. Kills off SXJ as well. They do have Kitsune Rush and the Death Blossom coming back. As to SSG, so it will be a pretty even matchup. Ultimate-wise, Keo's going to swap onto Echo. Astro has this beat, and Backbone is once again getting sneaky with it.
Yeah, no, Backbone sneaking around behind with the Blossom. This could be huge, but it's always hard to get that off when you're going up against a Suzu and a Diva. Backbone actually TPing into the backline of Hypnos, but he misses his timing. He's chasing behind inside the Kitsune Rush of both Kirikos. Captain Prash goes down, but Hardy is traded. The spin comes out from SXJ, but it is a 3 versus 3, and Backbone, he comes around that corner, ripping into it, but he is so close. Not close enough, though. MCD survives it. Beat comes out from Funny Astro, and now Psycho on the point. I mean, I think he's just going to be playing cleanup here.
He's trying, but actually, he's just getting fully marked. Pulse bomb, expects for push, but misreads it. Had his back on point one more time, though. Skytor nearly has bomb. Prash nearly has beat. They've got the ults, but they've lost SXJ again. Now they turn onto Skytor, and they do give a bomb off, but it's just in the house. Everyone should be safe, and it's a C9 out of all the possible things that could have gone wrong there for Hypnos, and it's an SSG win. Even if it doesn't quite feel like it.
Thankfully, SSG have managed to regain their footing, actually take a win here, and find a style of comp that they can actually deal with and that they can actually win on. I'm not sure whether they'll be able to get this done versus some of the better teams, teams like ENCE and Virtus Pro that have, really strong Diva players and are better at those rush matchups. But hopefully this match here has shown them, has helped them read the writing on the wall, has made them realize and understand that if they try to play Arna Brig Winston, they are not going to win this tournament. Hopefully they can see that now.
Either that or they sign MCD.
All right. I mean, do we have a little bit of a slowdown? Because
yeah, we're gonna do the region. I guess we might get an interview. It's actually excited to see us get interviewed for this, but then we'll have a little bit of like a 15 minutes or so.
All right, cool. Well, I'll slot Max for a little bit, and then we'll circle back around when NA starts.
Roger that. Oh, okay. So What game is first? Wait, is Toronto Nightmare first? Have I got the order right for the next games? I should update the results. Obviously, my Preds are massively wrong too. But I can update the results. EMEA results sealed. Yeah, congratulations, guys. Prash, Keo. Obviously, if you watch it back, we're probably mostly critical of SSG, but I think you guys played well. NA will start in like 15 minutes, I think. They normally do a rolling schedule, so they obviously give the teams a bit of notice, right? Because they can't just be like, oh, you're playing now. Psycho gets paid to lay one stick on you. Alright, Prash, you did get world recorded on Rena Sappy, remember? Be happy with your one, you know? Be happy with your one. Because it was a good one, they can't take it away from you. You want more? Yeah, good run. I think you cannot be unhappy with that, honestly. Right, I just need to check a few things, then I'll go get a drink and stuff, because I'm out of Pepsi, I'm out of water. Still got another chicken wrap, though, which will be tasty. World record. I don't know if it was really a world record, but it was fast as fuck, right? First groups and playoffs for you? Yeah, it was a good run. Should be happy with it. All right, so I'm going to end the recording for YouTube here. So if you watch on YouTube right now, that's it. It's ending right now.